everyone is excited and looking forward to the event that we've got coming up tonight. I think the intrigue is hopefully there with the whole crate situation, the mystery crate situation. I don't know as to how people are feeling by and large, but I think there's enough about this show where we're going to get a healthy amount of people joining us. Of course, we're not going to get as many as those that joined us for the Royal Rumble. We know that the Royal Rumble is probably the most watched WWE PLE of the year. So I'm not expecting anywhere near as many people to join us for this as joined us for that. But I think this is still going to have plenty of interest because this is one of the final stops on the road to WrestleMania. Obviously, we've got Raws and SmackDowns, but there's no more PLEs between now and WrestleMania. I don't even believe there's a Saturday night's main event. We were looking at that yesterday. So this is a big, big show. This is a big stop off on the road to WrestleMania. This is where hopefully we're going to do some big things, some turns, some twists, some swerves, some surprises. We're going to do some stuff tonight that's going to help set up WrestleMania. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what WWE have got up their sleeve. Obviously, we know Royal Rumble was by and large not fantastically received. A lot of the reviews and the show scores were quite low for that. We know that Survivor Series was also not fantastically received. So we're really looking for a show, and I think we are owed a show that is going to, you know, really surprise and impress. And fingers crossed that show is tonight. We've got the mystery crate. We can obviously talk about that and get our teeth into the latest theories and all that kind of stuff. But we might as well just jump over and have a look at the card. Now, I've gone to Wikipedia for this. So I've got the Wikipedia page up. I don't know that there's a preview on WWE.com. There could be. But this will do the job for us. There's only 4 matches. So for those of you that don't know what we've got going on today, we've actually got 4 matches. 2 of them are chamber matches. And then we've got 2 title matches as well. So we've got the World Heavyweight Championship. Okay. So the World Heavyweight Championship is being defended. CM Punk taking on Finn Balor. That match is going down for the World Heavyweight Championship. The odds are that CM Punk is going to retain, right? I don't think too many people are expecting Finn Balor to get the win tonight. There might be some out there hoping for it. There might be some out there thinking that, yeah, I quite fancy him to get the victory. But by and large, majority of people have got CM Punk retaining. We are in Chicago. We know that we're heading towards Punk versus Roman at WrestleMania, so we already know what the plan is for the winner here. They'll go on to Mania, where Roman Reigns awaits. And honestly, CM Punk versus Roman is just a bigger match than Finn versus Roman, so it does just feel like a little stop off for CM Punk, right? Not expecting any drama there. The only thing that we might get is we might get Judgment Day, Dominic and JD and all of those costing Finn. This could be the moment where Finn Balor gets removed from the Judgment Day. There's been some real tension within Judgment Day, and so this could be worth watching just for that alone. So even though we're not expecting a new champ, certainly still opportunity for there to be talking points coming out of this. And for me personally, I hope it's just going to be a banger. I just hope it's going to be a great match. I really would love to see Finn Balor have that kind of run that we've been waiting for. Feels like he's been held back for years now. And I'm waiting for him to be set free where he can have like a really good babyface run. And yeah, so definitely reasons to get excited for that, even if it's more than likely going to be CM Punk retaining. Then we got Becky Lynch against AJ Lee. Not expecting shenanigans, like in regards to outside interference. And I actually think predicting the winner of this is a little bit tricky. And the reason for that is because we are in Chicago. So you might go, well, AJ Lee will win. because we're in Chicago and that'll be nice for the local fans. But we are apparently going to do a rematch at WrestleMania. So yes, AJ Lee could win. And then, yes, we could do the rematch at WrestleMania. For me personally, I think it would be better if Becky retains and then we do the rematch and AJ gets it at WrestleMania. And the reason why I think that would be better is because I think Becky gloating and bragging about beating AJ Lee in Chicago, having her do that for like 6 weeks or so as we head to WrestleMania, that just makes things a bit more interesting for me. So I quite like the idea of Becky gloating about how she's amazing. And of course, her win is probably going to be, you know, shenanigans, handful of tights, using the ropes, something along those lines. So I think that could be probably the way that this plays. And then that means that AJ Lee wins the belt at WrestleMania on the grandest stage of them all. I don't know if you really want like CM Punk and AJ both picking up victories in like tonight. Do you give both baby faces wins? I feel like Punk's definitely going to win. So I don't know. It doesn't really matter because we're doing a rematch. So she could win and then lose it at Mania. She could win and we're still doing the rematch at Mania. So yeah, I think for me, I would go Becky wins. Becky then gloats, and AJ gets another shot at Mania. So I would personally go that way, but I don't know, because we know there is a rematch, it means you can kind of do anything. So interesting. That's for the Intercontinental Championship. The big talking point there is the fact it's AJ Lee's first match since 2014/15. I still haven't checked, actually. I know that AJ left in 2015. And I think her last match was like a multi-person match. So she may have done a singles match in 2015. So either way, it's about 11/12 years since she had a singles match in WWE. Then we've got the chamber for the women. Tiffany is the favorite. Rhea, there is a chance, but Tiffany is the favorite. And the reason for that is because we know that the rumors are they were trying to decide, should it be Jade versus Tiffany or Jade versus Charlotte? And Charlotte is not in this thing, but Tiffany is. So as a result, Tiffany is the favorite, like with the bookies to win. And I think she's my favorite as well. Obviously, Rhea lost the tag titles on SmackDown. That might change a few minds about if Rhea has got a chance. I think she's got a chance. I think Rhea's always had a chance. But just going off what the dirt sheets have been saying, the dirt sheets have never said that it is Rhea versus Jade. So if Rhea ends up winning this show, like this match, this will be a surprise. To me, it will be a surprise. Maybe to some of you, it won't be, because Rhea's obviously the biggest star in this match. Rhea's like arguably up there with Becky as being the biggest female star in WWE. So I think Rhea obviously has got a chance, but I'm still saying that Tiffany is the direction I think they're going to go. So interesting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see if it gets down to these as the final two. I mean, that could be kind of fun if it's Tiffany and Rhea as the final two. And so they're battling it out. I mean, as I said, I think Tiffany for me is the direction they end up going. On this one, it just feels like Cody. Not really changed my mind on that. We know that it's going to be Cody Drew. We just don't know if it's Cody Drew or Cody Drew and Jacob. Latest rumors are that Jacob is going to be involved in that match at Mania. So that surely means that Cody's picking up the win tonight. So thinking that's Cody, thinking that's Tiffany. Rhea has definitely got a chance. Maybe Randy has got a chance. LA Knight is meant to be taking on Brock Lesnar. Javon, too early for him to be going after a title. Trick Williams, they like, but I don't think they're looking to put him in the WWE Championship match. And Logan feels like he's in there. Maybe something to do with the mystery person. Maybe something to do with how the crowd hates Logan. and it could be like Cody Logan are the final two, which means everyone's going to root for Cody. That would make sense. So, yeah, even though there's only 4 matches there's still plenty to like talk about. And we've got the mystery crates, where we're going to open up a crate that's been around for 2 weeks and we don't know what's inside. Odds are it could be Danhausen, but we don't know. And obviously we did that breaking news video because I was very fortunate to see that news when it came through. Normally when I get to news, it's already been out for an hour or so. But actually I saw it popping up in my feed. That Danhausen had been removed from the AEW roster page. And that information had only been online for a few minutes. So I was like, damn, this definitely feels like it's separate video worthy, because we'd only said in our watch along yesterday on SmackDown, whilst he's on that AEW roster page, doesn't feel like he's going to be in the box. But then as soon as word came out he had been removed from that AEW roster page, all of a sudden it felt very significant. So yeah, we did a separate video on that. So you know as much as I know when it comes to Elimination Chamber. There's been a few little bits and bobs today, but nothing massive. Just chit-chat, really. And a few little appearances, little posts as we are getting ready for the show. Obviously, we've got a good few hours to go until we get to the countdown. But yeah, plenty for us to be kind of getting our teeth into. Let's jump into the super chats. I can see there's a couple of super chats that have come through. So Matthew Newby and Tyler, shout out to you guys, appreciate it. Carlin Gareth said, have an amazing stream days. Thank you, my friends. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I really appreciate everyone joining us. This feels a little earlier than we usually do. I don't know if it's like an hour or so earlier than usual, but I normally feel like I start about 8, but we're starting at 7. But that's okay. I think that this is going to be hopefully a fun show. I am going in with some optimism, and I am, got plenty to keep the eye on, I always think that you can judge a show by how many talking points there are. And even though there's only 4 matches, I do expect there to be a good chunk of talking points coming out of this event. So I'm optimistic that we're going to have a good time, or at least we're going to try. Smitty City said, thank God you're live early. Hello from Seattle, Washington. Well, Smitty, shout out to you, buds. Yes. Seattle, Washington, shout out to you as well. It's nice to be here and just kind of get our teeth into some wrestling conversation. I'm definitely ready for that. And obviously, it's a dramatic day in the world as well, so it means we can kind of turn our attention away from global events and turn our attention to what's going on in Chicago. And that's very much where the focus is today. Adam said the segment with the box hasn't suggested that it's anything serious, so I think it will be a comedy segment like Danhausen, or maybe some sort of sponsorship promotion. Yeah, Adam, shout out to you. There's every chance that it is going to be some sort of sponsorship promotion, or something awful, right? We shouldn't rule that out. I think there is every chance it could be something like that. I think the point you're making is very, very valid, where it's not been treated as the most serious thing in the world. In fact, every time we've seen the crate, there's always been sort of like comedy around it, it's been sent to SmackDown, then it's been sent to Raw, then it's gone back to SmackDown, and Adam Pearce has always kind of been joking around or asking questions with the person that's delivered it, and then I think Johnny at one point was laying on top of it. So I'm in agreement with you that this thing has not been presented in the most serious way possible. So that's why it is right to kind of keep an open mind with it. I am certainly not going in really with any expectation for it. I do think if it is going to be a sponsorship thing or Pat or something like that, it is going to be disappointing. I think we're pinning some hopes on this actually being some degree of significance, just because people are so desperate for some sort of spark, because it does feel like there's a bit of a spark that's missing so far. And actually, we were in this exact same situation last year, and that spark was the John Cena heel turn, and we got that at Elimination Chamber. So it's funny because there was a lot of complaints this time last year that it didn't feel like WrestleMania season. And actually, Triple H did a post-Elimination Chamber press conference last year. And one of the things he said was, does it feel like WrestleMania season now? Because they'd just done the John Cena heel turn, and it was obviously a big moment. And it's just so funny how we're in the exact same situation where when I look online and when I look in the community's chat and the opinions, I see a lot of people kind of down on where we are at the moment, and a lot of people saying it doesn't feel like WrestleMania. When's WrestleMania season gonna start and all this kind of stuff. We're just in the exact same situation we were last year. So I think people are looking for that sort of John Cena heel turn moment. They're looking for that spark. And so, people are looking to this mystery crate. But I think it's well worth saying what you've just said, because there's every chance it is going to be something that will underwhelm. Royal Rumble, I think, underwhelmed for a lot of people if you look at the surprises we ended up getting. So I suppose the point I'm trying to make is, don't go in with crazy high expectations. I can't wait to find out what it is, but I'm not certainly going in thinking it's Jericho or The Rock. I think the most likely thing for me is Danhausen. I think I've got it in my head now that it's Danhausen. And that would be okay. I would be fine if it was Danhausen, because I think there are many worse things that I can think of it being. So Danhausen would be acceptable to me. But, how would you feel if it was a Hall of Fame statue? How would you feel if it's an announcement that it's the next person going in the Hall of Fame? What if it's a Bray Wyatt statue and they use it to announce him going in the Hall of Fame? I don't know that it is that, but it could be something like that. I think it was Mayor Pete that said, what if it was the draft podium? Now, we have heard from the dirt sheets there's no plans for a draft, but we know the dirt sheets aren't 100% correct 100% of the time, So what if it was the draft podium and they're going to announce that the draft is going to happen in the next few weeks? As we head towards WrestleMania, we're just going to get pieces in the right places. And as we head towards Mania, it could be things along those lines. Again, I would take that. The alternative is we open it and a load of dude wipes fall out. So you've got to sort of try and keep it in perspective as to what you think would be acceptable, and maybe not get too carried away. I think if you're of the mindset that it's Jericho or nothing, like it's either Jericho or The Rock, and anything less than that is going to suck, then I do worry that you're going to set yourself up for disappointment, to be honest. Carlin Gareth says, have an amazing stream tonight, Days. Thank you, buds. I really appreciate the support. Carlin Gareth firing in a very kind donation. I really do appreciate that, buds. And big thank you to everyone that's joining us. Obviously, we are about 2 hours 40 from the countdown show, so we got plenty of time to get into conversation. That's exactly what we're going to be doing in a second. Just want to get through these super chats, and then we'll get into the chat and get stuck into whatever it is that you guys want to be talking about. So, Carlin Gareth, thank you, but lovely to see you around. And if anyone's watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is really, really appreciated. We haven't really set a target for this stream, but I know that it would be really good, really useful if people could leave likes, because it does seem to make a difference when it comes to these kind of watch-alongs and how visible they are. So, any support on that is greatly appreciated. Jaylee said, I've been hopeful and I've been let down too many times in the past. I'm afraid to be hopeful again for this PLE, but thanks for the streams. Yeah, Jaylee, I mean, I think there's a difference between being optimistic and like having your expectations set too high. Like, I think it's okay to go into a show feeling good, being positive, looking at the card going, well, you know, there's potential for this, there's potential for that, and like looking to see where, you know, we could get some talking points. I'm not going in, though, with expectations set at any kind of level. Like, for example, if we do CM Punk against Finn Balor, CM Punk wins and nothing else happens, okay, that's okay. I mean, I did think there was a chance Judgment Day could turn on Finn, but I'm not going to go in with that set as an expectation. But there is potential for that to happen, and if it happens, then that's obviously going to be a major talking point. It's going to be a major moment on the road to WrestleMania. A lot of people are just sick of it being dragged out, to be honest, so it'll just be good to get it done. It's a little bit like Zarya and Sol Ruka splitting up in NXT. That's got dragged out, and a lot of people just wanted that to get done. So it would be, you know, there's opportunity there. I don't know who wins out of Becky, AJ Lee. I'll be interested, obviously, to find out. We very much could get and new. We could very much get that, which would be a talking point. To be honest, even if we don't and Becky retains and AJ loses her first match back in like 11 years, like that feels like it would be a talking point as well. So I feel like whatever goes down there is going to be a talking point. Whatever is in the mystery crate is going to be a talking point. Whatever is in it, it doesn't matter if it's even a sponsorship. Like, it's going to be a talking point. People are going to have feelings about it. There's going to be reaction. And I think for me, where I look at a card and I go, okay, there's definitely potential for something to go down there. There's definitely potential for something to go down there. Definitely potential for a turnover here. Going in and going, okay, this show feels like there's things that can happen, and it feels like there's a reason to go in with a positive mindset. Then, you know, where possible, I think it's good to try and do that. But I wouldn't go in with an expectation of anything specific going down, you know? I wouldn't go in thinking the crate is going to be amazing, right? Or Judgment Day are going to turn on Finn Balor. But I think going in with some optimism, some positivity, I think that's the right place to be. I think if you're tuning into a show just sort of dreading that it's going to suck, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what that means for people's love of the game. I think it would eat away at you. I think, you know, I've been quite fortunate in that I haven't found myself in that situation too many times. I think the only time I ever feel that way is if I look at the card and I'm just really struggling to see where the good moments, the talking points, like if I look at a Raw or a SmackDown and there's a load of matches that have been announced that just don't matter. They've had no builds. Like, it doesn't matter who wins the match because it's just, I don't know, it's just a pointless match. We did a load of women's tag matches, obviously, recently, but actually at the end of last year, we was doing a lot of Bayley versus Lash Legend, Charlotte versus Nia. So they were all women that were in tag teams, but we were doing them as singles matches. And I had no idea really why we were doing that. Because if you want to do like tag matches, do tag matches. But taking the women out of the tag teams and running them as singles matches, what's the benefit? What's the point? What does it matter who wins those matches? That's where I can struggle. When I look at things like that and I'm like, this is just filler. There is no reason to be running these matches apart from filler. I can only imagine the only reason we're doing it is filler. I don't know. I can't think of any other reason. Because all these women were in tag teams at the time, and they still are. Charlotte, Bayley, Lyra, Lash, Nia, Io, Rhea. They were all in tag teams. and they were all competing in the women's tag division, but we ran a load of singles matches. And you go, what's the point in this? What does this achieve? And I must admit, at the end of last year, I was looking at those matches going, I don't know why we're doing this. I don't know what I'm meant to take from this. I don't know what I'm meant to get excited for this. And, we'd run the matches, someone would win, and that would be that. And it was quite clear that we were just trying to get through. It was quite clear that we were just, it was December, and we just had time to kill, so let's just kill it. And you're like, is this really the best we can do? Those are the moments that I struggle. Those are the moments when I look at a card and I'm like, I don't know what I'm meant to care about here. I don't know what I'm meant to be invested in. I don't know. What is this? But when it comes to something like tonight, where we've got actual title matches, we've got elimination chambers where the winners will go on to fight for titles at WrestleMania. There's a mystery crate where we're going to get in. I don't struggle to get, up for these nights. So I'm looking forward to the show. I'm going in with positivity because I can see that there's going to be talking points. There's going to be things that happen that you need to know about tonight. And, goods. I'll take that. Yeah. It's maybe not the strongest card in the world. I'm sure we could have done, a stronger card. But we're in Chicago. We have 2 chamber matches, so that's great. And the only other 2 matches both feature people that are strongly connected with Chicago, one of them being CM Punk, the other being his wife, who lives in Chicago, AJ Lee. So, and both are for titles. And AJ Becky has been obviously a big feud as well. This is their first singles match. Finn Balor getting his opportunity, I'm certainly not down on. Chances for the Judgment Day to turn on him. So, yeah, I'm doing okay, and hopefully I can send some of those positive vibes out to you guys as well, so that people can start to feel a little bit happier about this show if they're going in a bit down. And I can understand people being down. We know that WWE has been a bit of a struggle recently. 2025 was not a great year. I don't think you'll find too many people that say it was a great year, but it doesn't mean that it's going to stay there. And the great thing about wrestling is whenever you have a dip, you tend to come back out of it. We just don't quite know when we're going to come out of it. It could be tonight that, we really start getting the ball rolling to what then ends up being a really good WrestleMania. This could be a good WrestleMania season. They might have held back a load of creative ideas that they now, start firing our way, and we start loving the shows again, So, yeah, I know that people have been struggling recently, and I think that is probably affecting a lot of people's mindsets going into this event. But for the reasons I've just laid out, I am going in with optimism tonight and hope and positivity. I think that's a good place to be. Right, Aaron said, I think Cody's soul is in the box. It lives on this show. Oh, okay. Well, he didn't sell it to The Rock, did he? So maybe his soul is in the box. And yeah, honestly, I'm quite interested to see what that is, of course. But I'm interested to see how self-aware is WWE, in the sense of, if this is a sponsorship thing, if a sponsor has gone up to WWE and said, we're going to give you a load of money, we want to promote our product at your next big event, and, they've had this idea of a mystery crate. Are WWE going to take that money? I think they would. I think they would take that money. And the thing is, WWE have now been promoting this crate as something worth tuning in for. If it is going to be a sponsorship thing, I mean, it's just going to be entertaining looking at the reaction in the chat and online. If nothing else, it's going to be really entertaining looking at the crash out and watching people just really explode with frustration. So I'm very interested to see what's in that crate. I'm very interested to see if WWE have dropped another clanger. Is it a case that they've set up something that people have got all excited over that is now going to be something really rubbish, like a sponsorship thing? or have they actually put the work in and come up with something quite creative? This is why, for me, if it's Danhausen, it's not a problem. Because for me, Danhausen, I would, mentally file under being, acceptable. That, to me, is acceptable. I'd be okay with it being Danhausen. Because there is so much worse that it could be. So, no, I'm not Danhausen's biggest fan. I don't actually know loads about him. But he's, if the alternative is that it's a box of dude wipes, or we open it up and it's something to do with 2K26, which, that game's coming out soon. They're heavily promoting it. Could this be 2K26? Could it be that 2K26 is going to have mystery boxes in it, and this is a way of promoting 2K26 mystery boxes? I don't know. There's a chance. And if it is that, the reaction is going to be one of meltdown online, because people are really pinning their hopes on the idea that this is going to be something of significance. So, yes, even if it turns out to be rubbish, we'll try and find a way of getting some entertainment out of it. I might just bring up X during the stream and we can just watch the worlds melt down, the wrestling worlds, get all upset over the reveal. Right, let's get to the live chat, shall we? The crate is definitely going to be a sponsorship thing, said Callum. Surely no one is going to stay in a crate for weeks whilst being shipped around. Well, yeah, that's why I don't think it's going to be like a serious person. But the thing with Danhausen is he's a comedy character. There's every chance they open that box, and if Danhausen comes out, he could be like, oh. And you could just imagine Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis go, have you been in there for 2 weeks? And, he is a comedy character. And he'll be like, yes, it was a bad idea, And they're like, how have you survived? And don't worry about that, I could see that kind of a thing playing out, where he's a comedy character and part of the joke is, yes, he has been in that box for 2 weeks. And yes, it was a bad decision to do that. And he regrets it now. And he could even say, I wouldn't look in the box or something like that. You might want to throw that box away, because obviously he's going to need to have gone to the bathroom and all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't look in there. So if it's going to be a comedy thing, I think that there's a way of probably, using that situation to make it comedic. But I certainly don't expect a credible return to we ain't opening that box and Bianca walking out or Seth walking out, or someone with credibility. I think if it's going to be anyone, I think a comedy character, which is why our Danhausen is so high up the favorite list. I think for me it would be that. You could open it and it could be a Jericho related thing, as we've said. Could be like a countdown clock. And then it counts down, and then Jericho comes down the entrance stage. It could be that. So it could still be connected with Jericho. But if it is connected with Jericho, I don't think it's Jericho. I think it would be a countdown clock that would count down to, whenever Jericho is coming in. Just a quick look at the AEW roster page. We know that Danhausen is off. Is Jericho off? No, Jericho is still on the AEW roster page. So I think whilst Jericho is on the AEW roster page, I think it's probably wise to not expect Jericho to be in the box. But it doesn't mean that it can't be a countdown clock for him. I don't know when Jericho is coming off this roster page. If it's going to be next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, that's fine. 4 or 5 weeks is still before WrestleMania. So he might be off this in the next 4 or 5 weeks. He might be off it the day of WrestleMania. I don't know. We could open that box and it could be a countdown clock, and it could be counting down to when he is free, when he is available. And there is every chance that it is that. So I would take that. You would take that, I'm sure. I think we understand if he's not contractually available right now, then the next best thing we can do is count down, which is a very Jericho thing, of course. Count down to when he is. available. Again, though, I'm not setting that as an expectation. I'm not setting anything as an expectation. If I had to pick a favourite, I would say Danhausen. But at the moment, I'm not setting anything as an expectation. I'm just excited to find out. I'm just gonna keep that positivity of being excited to find out what it is, and even if it's terrible, I'll just try and get some enjoyment out of watching the wrestling world pull its hair out, right? So that's kind of the latest on all of that. Danhausen has got unboxing videos on YouTube. It's obviously him. He's going to unbox himself, says check in Hose. Days, do we think AJ might have the Paige effect? I think the IWC is going to turn on her, said Sean. Do I think AJ might have the Paige effect? I think the IWC is going to turn on her. Well, first, I don't really think that wrestlers should care about what the IWC do. The IWC is a percentage of wrestling fans, but it's not the majority of wrestling fans. And I think that is something which a lot of us can really struggle with understanding, right? For example, before I started this channel, I was not part of the IWC. Before I started this channel in 2016, what I would do is I would go to work, and I would work in retail, and I loved my job, right? But my job meant that I was at work quite a bit, and then I would come back home, I'd be shattered, I'd have some food, I'd have a drink, watch a bit of TV, and, you know, I'd watch Raw, and I'd watch SmackDown, and I'd watch NXT, and they were part of my kind of weekly entertainment, right? But I wasn't going on Twitter to see what people were saying. I wasn't sharing my thoughts about what I had watched. I wasn't looking for people's opinions. And I'm sure that as time has gone by, that maybe has shifted from 10 years ago, right? But I was outside of that IWC bubble. And I think when you look at crowds that have got loads of kids in, that are, you know, this is a very family-friendly product, and you think about how big the globe is. You think about all those fans in France, all those fans in India, all those fans in, you know, all these different countries, Germany, whatever. And you start to think about that this is a global brand. The IWC is just a small percentage. I mean, I'm sure you see a lot of the same names on Twitter, and it can feel like there's loads of people there. But I don't know. How many people do you reckon there are? Like big accounts and people chatting away. I mean, I don't know about you, but I see a lot of the same sort of people, the same sort of names. I mean, I don't know. What's the number? 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. I mean, we know that SmackDown's doing like 1.4 million just in America alone. Well, there ain't 1.4 million people chatting about wrestling on X. And then when you start to think about what you're seeing are the people that are speaking in English, what about all the people that speak Spanish? What about all the people that speak German? Like, what's their bubble look like? So I suppose the point I'm trying to make is that the IWC, it's sort of made out to be the be-all and end-all. Like, it can feel at times like if you lose the IWC, then you've kind of lost the fans. And I think there's some truth to the IWC being very hardcore fans. I think there's some truth to that. I think if you watch the shows and then afterwards you want to share your thoughts about the shows and you want to communicate with others about the shows and you want to watch like stuff online. I mean, if you're here right now, I'd say you're a hardcore fan because, you know, I'm not trying to praise people unnecessarily, but you're here nearly 3 hours before the countdown show has even started because you want to talk about wrestling and you want to hear what the latest is on wrestling and you want to have conversations about it. So, you know, you're really quite far down the rabbit hole. But when it comes to the IWC, I would say that is a percentage of the wrestling fan base. I don't know the exact number, but I would certainly say not the majority. And I would say that it's something that the wrestlers should not necessarily worry about. I think that the IWC is quite a toxic place at times. I think the IWC is a real mixed bag of, I mean, I see a lot of bad takes. I'm sure I've been guilty of bad takes in the past, but I see a lot of like bad takes. I see just a lot of, there's a lot of like negativity. Again, I'm sure I've been negative in the past, but I always like to think I'm constructive at the same time. So if I'm down on a show or I'm down on a match or something, I'll be down on it for a reason, and I'll give that reason. And, to my knowledge, there's no wrestler that I don't want to see succeeds. I don't have like an agenda against anyone. And you do see that in the IWC. You see those stan accounts where they stan a certain wrestler, and this wrestler's the greatest ever wrestler there's ever been, and every other wrestler sucks in comparison. And that's, it's good to be a fan of someone, but if you're pulling others down to try and raise your person up, that's quite a toxic thing to do, yeah? Kit Wilson's coming for you. You're toxic. I don't believe I'm guilty of that. I don't believe that I pull other wrestlers down to try and elevate a different wrestler. So you see a lot of that in the IWC as well. And then there's a lot of like creepy stuff in the IWC. We've all seen the kind of AI images that can get created, or the AI videos that can get created. So I don't know, man. I sort of feel like, should wrestlers really worry about the IWC? I mean, it's important, but this might not be popular. I think there is a lot of kind of fickle fans that are out there. I never really used to believe that, but after kind of spending so long on the internet and so long on X, I've seen so many comments and I've seen so much reaction over the years that I think it's true. I think that we operate in a world which is very much, what have you done for me lately? You can be a fantastic wrestler that's had fantastic stories, that's really entertained people over the years, but if you're not doing much right now, if your character's gone a bit stale now, then people will turn on you in a heartbeat. What have you done for me lately? That is the world that we live in. Like, what have you done for me lately? And I think the truth is, like with AJ Lee, so to dial into her, I think that there is a slight problem there, right? I think what made AJ Lee special for me back in the day was that, you might remember that she was quite cunning. She was quite manipulative. She would betray people, and she would get with guys, and then she'd betray those guys by getting with a different guy. I mean, she was with Daniel Bryan, she was with Dolph Ziggler, she was with John Cena. Like, she was playing guys off against each other. She was kind of, switching allegiances. There was loads of stuff that she was doing. There was one. Do you remember when Caitlyn was getting roses and flowers and things from a secret admirer? And like, Caitlyn was like, I don't know who this is, but, well, I'm interested to find out. And like, Caitlyn was, she was a babyface, and it got to, we'd done this for a number of weeks, and it got to Raw. I think it was Raw SmackDown. I think it was Raw. Got to Raw, and we were going to find out who the secret admirer was. Caitlyn was in the ring waiting. AJ's music hits. She skips her way down to the ring, and she reveals it was her all along. And she had catfished Caitlyn. And she had done it to get Caitlyn's hopes up of, like, someone being interested in her. And AJ Lee was like, you really think someone would be interested in you? And it was nasty. It was cunning. It was manipulative. It was quite twisted. I mean, she catfished Caitlyn. And so for me, like, AJ's matches, I always found to be entertaining, right? But I think where women are in this day and age, in-ring, is much more advanced. I mean, you look at what Io is doing, and you look at what Rhea is doing, and Bianca Belair. I mean, no offense to the women 10 years ago, but in-ring wise, we're in a much more advanced place now with women's matches, right? The women's evolution was real, and it's actually just improved women's wrestling as the years have gone by. AJ coming back, I don't think was ever going to be like one of the best in-ring performers. I think her work is fine. I think she's got the ability to put on good matches and put her in there with the right opponent, like Becky tonight. I would imagine there's every chance this match could be 4 stars, could be like a really good match, but I can't put her at the same level as some of the other women. That's not why I got excited for her return. Equally, promo-wise, I actually think she is quite a good promo when she's got something to say. And actually, her and Becky, they've had some moments, but there's not loads to say, right? And actually, storyline-wise, AJ hasn't had really any opportunity because she hasn't really been around that much. She hasn't really had opportunity to really tell a story. So there's not really been a story. I mean, it's just been Becky going off on Punk, Becky like slapping Punk saying you're going to regret that. Next week, AJ came in, and then we got to WrestlePalooza. Then after that, we didn't see AJ. She got added as one of the members of Survivor Series team. And then she came back for, the other day. And she wasn't even at the Rumble, but she came back the other week and did a bit of a promo. I suppose the point I'm making is we haven't seen loads out of AJ. We certainly haven't seen much in the way of a story. Yes, she is in Becky's orbit, and maybe, whatever comes out of tonight's match is going to lead to a story. But I think, for me, there is a slight problem, and it is that we haven't got something for AJ to get her teeth into. She hasn't been able to tell much of a story. She hasn't been able to show that kind of manipulative side that I think made her so entertaining. She was like a bit of a crazy chick. I mean, you didn't know what you were going to kind of get out of her back in the day. And maybe now she's a bit older, we're going to have to sort of, she's settled down with CM Punk and, perhaps we can't do the crazy chick thing at this stage in her life. But we do need to have that manipulation. We do need to have that stuff that made her so special back in the day. That's the stuff that we got excited for. This is a crazy chick that you don't want to mess with. Not because she's going to out-wrestle you or even necessarily out-talk you, but she will do some crazy stuff. I mean, she catfished Caitlyn. She was betraying guys. I mean, she was quite twisted. She'll do what... It was kind of like she'll do whatever she needs to do to hurt you. It's a little bit like Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. AJ Lee would have been fantastic in that role. She got wronged by Rhea and she was going to come back to do the Revenge Tour. I'm going to take your belts. I'm going to take your man. I'm going to injure you. Like, that's AJ. Just that kind of, you don't know what you've just done. I'm going to take everything from you. That is AJ. And, the most recent thing that we saw that I would say kind of fitted that would be the Liv Morgan Revenge Tour. So I would say if I'm AJ, I haven't really had a chance to show any of that at the moment. Hopefully she will at some point. I think that if she ends up losing the IWC, I would say don't worry about it. I'd say you're only as good, really, as the creative that you get given. Just try and keep doing the best job that you can with what you've got. And if you lose the IWC, you lose the IWC. Who cares? Just a load of people crying online, innit? At the end of the day. Certainly ain't the majority of fans. So, I mean, my opinion does not matter. Does not matter at all. I mean, if I like something or don't like something, it doesn't make any difference to the world whatsoever. And that is the same for everyone else's opinion online. Dave Meltzer was held in quite high regard throughout the years. I would say that changed drastically when AEW started, because when AEW started, that's when it became apparent he was more interested in that promotion than, WWE, whatever. And, we were watching them getting high scores. WWE was not getting the same sort of love. And the truth is, he just prefers that style of wrestling. That's okay. I don't have an issue with Dave for that. But there's a lot of tribalism in wrestling. There's a lot of people that do have an issue with that. And, we've seen his reputation since 2019 get market worse and worse and worse, like really see like a very big decline. But before that, there was plenty of people that were, always quite positive about Dave. The negativity was nowhere near this level going back before 2019. Nowhere near this bad. He had his haters, of course. Everyone does. But it wasn't like this. It wasn't what we're seeing now. But even his opinion just doesn't matter, does it? Doesn't matter at the end of the day. I'd say just do the best that you can with the creative that you get given. Try and entertain the fans that you've got. Keep an eye on the situation. You don't want it spiraling kind of out of control. I mean, I think once it starts leaving the IWC and starts going into the arenas, that's where, you've got a problem. That's the kind of situation Cody's facing. IWC have kind of turned on him. That's okay. But when it starts going into the arenas and you start getting like the negative reactions in the arenas, that's where it becomes very real. When people just typing away on the internet, bloody now, you'll find good and bad for pretty much any subject under the sun on X, right? So people tapping away on the internet, whatever. But as soon as it starts getting in the arenas and it starts affecting your reactions, or you start seeing your merch sales drastically dropping, that's when it starts to get real. So, yeah, IWC, I'd say don't worry about it, but definitely keep an eye on it, because when it starts actually impacting reactions, merch sales, and things along those lines, that's when it becomes a problem. I suppose the point I'm making is John Cena had a whole career of let's go Cena, Cena sucks, but they never wanted to turn him heel because the merch sales, the numbers, everything said this is the guy. And it doesn't matter if there's people out there that don't like it. They're going to have to deal with it. This is the guy. All the numbers, all the merch, all the metrics are saying this is the guy. But make no mistake about it, John Cena was not popular with the IWC. He was not popular with, you might struggle to believe that because John Cena has been very popular recently with the IWC. I think it's because a lot of the kids that loved him when they were young have grown up and they love him. But actually, one of the best, or not best, but one of my favorite kind of people to watch back in the day was a guy called Bruce Blitz. I found him around like 2012, and he was the only person that I really watched about wrestling because, as I said, I wasn't part of the IWC. But when I was on YouTube, there was a recommendation for a channel, and he was called Bruce Blitz, and he was the JD from New York of his day. And basically, he would rant and rave about the show that had just happened. And I must admit, I tuned in to him from time to time. And he hated John Cena. And if ever John had done something where John had come out on top, won a match or got the better of a segment or something, he would go on an epic rant. I mean, he would lose it because he just could not stand Super Cena. He could not stand the fact that this was the guy on top. And he wasn't alone. There was plenty of people in that community. There was plenty of people that also were reacting that way. So, yeah, how much do you need to worry about, like, the IWC's reaction? I'd say it's something to be aware of. I'd say that you don't want it spiraling out of control. But IWC was firmly behind Karrion Kross, and it didn't stop him from losing his job. IWC does not have the power that we believe it has. It's not as influential as we think it is. And it's not as big as we think it is. And I would say that, you know, if people want to abandon AJ Lee because they've not been impressed by what they've seen so far, well, that's up to them, isn't it? That's fine. I don't think that we've brought the best out in her at the moment. But I mean, she's only made a handful of appearances. Are we really already abandoning AJ Lee? Okay. Steven said, Days, hope you're well. Looking forward to the Chamber tonight. Looks like a great card. I think the women's Chamber match kicks off the show. Are we going to have another Hall of Fame induction tonight? Well, we could do. I mean, the crate could be connected, couldn't it? The crate could be connected to the Hall of Fame. Even if it's not, there is a chance that we could get something to do with the Hall of Fame. I don't think it's urgent that we need anything, though. And the reason why I say that is because last year there was 3 people that went into the Hall of Fame, and then which I believe was Triple H, Michelle McCool, and Lex Luger. Then there was a tag team, Natural Disasters, and then there was a match. Well, and Legacy, but Legacy, you know, we don't make a massive deal out of that. So really, there's 5 things that need to be announced before we get to WrestleMania. WrestleMania is in a month and a half. It's like 6 weeks away, and we've already announced 2 of the 5 things. So that means we've got 3 more things that need to be announced if we're going to do the same as last year, right? So we need to announce the match that's going to go in this year. We need to announce the other singles person that's going to go in. And we need to announce the tag team. So those are the 3 things that we need to do. And we got like a month and a half to do it. Considering we just announced AJ on Monday, is there a chance we announce someone else tonight? Yeah, there's a chance. Certainly not impossible. But I suppose the point I'm making is there's also no great rush. We just did one this week anyway on Monday. So do we need to do another one tonight? I would say we don't need to. We could. I mean, there's no reason or rhyme as to when we announce people. I mean, we announced Stephanie last August. You know, we announced Stephanie when we did WrestlePalooza. So that was kind of random, right? That was out the blue. Certainly wasn't expecting a Hall of Fame announcement at that stage. I think that's the earliest we've ever done it, right? So we could do one tonight, but equally, I can't say that it is something I am particularly expecting unless the crate has got something to do with it. So, yeah, there's a chance, but there's also, like, time. We've also got time. Historically, they've always given them to, like, ESPN to announce, or they've given them to Bleacher Report, and they've given it to those guys as exclusives. Bleacher Report can exclusively announce that, you know, Legion of Doom are going in the Hall of Fame or whatever. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. There's no word on it. Days, happy Elimination Chamber. Matty O, shout out to you. We've got a lot of stuff tonight. We've got the Chamber matches, yes. AJ Becky, CM Punk Finn, the Mystery Box, and the actual reveal of the Mystery Man. I wonder if we do get the reveal of the Mystery Man tonight. I mean, they have shown off the mystery person yesterday, which I'm sure you've seen by now. I didn't get a chance to do an unseen because I really wanted to get to bed so I could have some good sleep before this stream, right? Staying up and compiling unseen, getting it recorded, getting it uploaded, doing all the timestamps, getting the thumbnail done. I was like, no, this is not the right time to be doing that. Had we have done an unseen, I would have included the fact that that mystery person was actually from Seth Rollins' Black and Blue training school, as many of you tagged me in. So that person that got revealed, I can't remember his name. It doesn't really matter. He's just someone from Seth's training school. So that person was actually connected to Seth, which is good. It's good. It's a nice little detail. That's a good little detail that they've done there, because chances are the mystery attackers are people from Seth's training school and that these people are connected with Seth. The reveal It might not be that the mystery person is the reveal. It might be the mystery people have all been people from Seth's training school, and ultimately the person behind it all is Seth. So that absolutely could be the road that we're going down. I think as a result, I don't think there's been just one mystery person. I don't think the person that got unveiled last night, revealed, unmasked, I don't think that's the end of this. I don't think that's it. And I think there is a chance we get another mystery person tonight. Maybe tonight it's revealed to be Seth. Maybe tonight it's revealed to be another one of his students. Maybe tonight the mystery person attacks and they don't get revealed today. And then there's confusion because the Vision think they had already got the mystery person, but that was a decoy, or it was just one of many. So, yeah, I think we got a development on SmackDown, but I don't think we got the end of the story. I do agree with you. Ultimately, I could see this lead into Seth's return. The problem that they've got is the fact that Braun is injured, Bronson is injured, and the word on the street is they've had to rewrite this story because of that. So I think WWE have kind of got themselves into a bit of a situation where they're having to kind of rewrite the story and go down roads they weren't planning on going down. You do get that, unfortunately, during this time of year. So it'll be very interesting to see, once it's done, what the story actually was. And someday we'll find out what the original plan was going to be as well. And that'll be interesting. So, yes, will we get another big development on that tonight? Well, yeah, there's definitely a chance of it. Benny said, Days, here's what I've got for the menu. I've got fillet stuffed with portobello mushroom. I've got an ice cream sundaes. I've got some Laffy Taffy sculpture in the shape of my hero Days. And Danhausen is not in the crate. He is the masked man. Thank you, my friend. Kingston said, I want Bad Bunny to be in the box. Rational Gaze said, I'd like the crate to be Ryback. He is the hard counter to CM Punk. Aubrey said Seth Rollins sucks. Connor said, do we think that Dominic will more unlikely interfere and cost Finn tonight? And then we could get Dominic Finn at WrestleMania. I think there's a chance of it. I mean, it's hard to sit here and say that that's going to happen. I mean, there's been no word as to what Dominic and Finn are doing at Mania. So it's one of those where, yes, that is very, very viable. There's every chance that Dominic tries to help Finn as well and it backfires. And actually, the split isn't tonight. It's going to happen in a few weeks. And it could be that he tries to help him and it backfires. It could be that he comes down and costs him. Could be that he doesn't get involved at all. So we'll be watching to see what happens, but with no word as to what the plan is for Finn or Dominic at WrestleMania. It means that we don't know the direction of travel. So they've done well, actually, to make sure that the card has stayed relatively quiet, apart from the title matches. I don't think that anything's really leaked out. And even the title matches have changed over the past few months. So Jade Bianca was the rumor. Then it seems like Bianca wasn't going to make it back in time. And so now it's Jade Tiffany or Jade Charlotte. In regards to CM Punk Roman, that I think has changed. It was CM Punk Braun Breaker. And now it's changed to CM Punk against Roman. Then we had Drew Cody. I think that originally was Roman Cody. Then it changed to Drew Cody. And now it looks like it's going to be Drew Cody Jacob. So all those title matches keep changing. Stephanie, I don't think Stephanie has had any other rumored opponent apart from Liv. I think that one's been pretty much set for a while. So the title ones we've kind of had word on, but the rest of the card there's been no word. It's only really the top end of the card. So Brock LA Knight, that's the rumor. So Brock LA Knight is the only other one I'm aware of. Don't know Gunther. Don't know Dominic. Don't know what we're doing with Carmelo. Don't know what we're doing with the women's mid-cards. Becky AJ, we know. Becky AJ Lee. We know that's going to be a rematch. Don't know what we're doing with tag titles. Don't know what we're doing with Gunther. So actually, the WrestleMania card, by and large, has been kept relatively quiet. But the ones that are rumoured so far, Stephanie Liv, CM Punk Roman, Drew, Cody, Jacob, Becky AJ Lee, Brock Lesnar, LA Knights. Is that all of them? Stephanie Liv, Tiffany Jade or Charlotte Jades. That, I think, is the ones we know so far. So, yeah, in regards to Dominic, don't know. TJF said, Days, the masked man was Don Furio. He wrestled in AEW as well. What if it's the Ugandan giant Kamala? Yes. Side note, I think Sammy turns heel, and he's the one. That's quite addictive. He's the one that attacked Jay. TJF, thank you. Well, I would love it to be the Ugandan giant Kamala, but he's dead. So that will be a challenge. But yes, I flipping love Kamala. I love Kamala. When I was young, Kamala was like one of my favourites. I really did love that Kamala character. To be honest, it's probably controversial in this day and age. I don't know, but it was so fun as a character when he used to he didn't quite know how to pin people, and he had the opponent upside down, and he'd go for the pin, but they'd be face down, and like Slick on the outside of the ring would be like getting the crowd to tell him to turn him over. So he'd roll them, but he'd roll them like twice, so they were back on their front again, and then he'd go for the pin again, and oh my God, you get like all the kids in the crowd are like, no. And there's many a time when I was a kid that I'd be on my bed before I did like a splash. I'd be doing that, doing the old Kamala belly slaps. Yeah, man, I love Kamala. So it's a shame he's no longer with us, to be honest, because it would be great to see him on those kind of legend shows. We see a lot of the same names, actually, when it comes to those like Raw anniversary shows or Saturday night's main event and people are in the crowds. It'll be nice, actually, at some point to see Demolition. I don't know the last time we saw Demolition in WWE, but they were actually part of a lawsuit against WWE. If you go back, I don't even know when, about 8 years or so ago, maybe longer than that, there was a concussion lawsuit against WWE. And a lot of old school wrestlers joined together. There was like 50 names joined together to sue WWE to do with like concussion and the effects of concussion. And there was a lot of names, big names that were on there. And obviously, if you're going to sue WWE, you're going to be on the out with the company. So a lot of those names obviously weren't getting merch, weren't making appearances. They were on the out with WWE. People like Warlord, I think, was on there. Barbarian was on there. Demolition were on there. It didn't go anywhere. The court case, didn't result in anything. But it just meant that a lot of these people were on the out with WWE. But I think it was last year, Demolition actually signed Legends deals, and, bridges have been mended. Figures are out now for Demolition. And, well, to be honest with you, that would be the tag team that I'd love to see go in the Hall of Fame. If there is a tag team that needs to go in this year, I'd love to see it be Demolition. I think that'd be fantastic. And they actually only signed them to Legends deals last year. So I wonder if that is the team that's going in this year. I wonder if it will be Demolition that get that Hall of Fame spot. If so, I mean, wow, we're going to see Demolition, go in the Hall of Fame, do a little speech. They'll be kind of, popping up on Saturday night's main events, and that's cool. So yeah, it is it is nice to see those legends from the past. Normally we just get like $1 Million Man, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jimmy Hart. It's kind of the same faces. Still love those guys. But yeah, it's a shame that Kamala was like never in that group. And, you know, as we said, Demolition were never in that group. And it just depends, you know, what your relationship's like with WWE. What if Hogan wins, says Cody. Can't see Hogan winning too many more matches in this day and age. Johnny said, Days, is Alexa not joining the Wyatts in the future? Well, I think she will. She is the 6th member. We know that from Nightbird, or at least she was planned to be the 6th member. In Nightbirds, which was the little campaign they did before the Wyatts came in to WWE, there was the first letter and the last letter of all the members' names. Uncle Howdy, Dexter Loomis, Joe Gacy, Nikki Cross. There was the first letter and the last letter for the missing person. The first letter was A, and the last letter was S. Alexa Bliss. So she is believed to be that 6th member. And I think, to be honest with you, a few things have happened that has maybe changed the story a bit. One of those is that they put her with Charlotte and it worked. It worked really well. People really enjoyed it. And I think that this story with Charlotte has probably gone on longer than they first anticipated. As well as that, we know the issues with the Wyatts. I mean, they missed a lot of 2025 coming back. I think it was around about June time. They probably missed about half the year. And then when they came back, they really focused them on the tag division. And Nikki has not been doing anything. So I think if Alexa's going to come into the group, she probably needs to be away from Charlotte. And it might be that Nikki needs some help. With Nikki not doing much at the moment and Alexa being with Charlotte, we're probably in a situation where the timing is just not quite right. But later this year, there's every chance that Alexa won't be with Charlotte. There's every chance we'll be doing more with Nikki. And as a result, it could be that she does eventually find a way joining up with the Wyatt Six. I don't think she's going to be like a permanent member that hangs around with them all the time. I'm not expecting that. But I do think that there's a chance that she and Nikki could form a team, maybe go after those tag titles. And it could be that they sort of break away from the group. I don't think like Alexa needs to start walking around with the Wyatt Six all the time. You can do it for a period, but to be honest, that group's quite big. Like, it's really hard, isn't it? I mean, how often do you hear Dexter speak or Rowan speak? Or, I mean, it's normally Howdy that does most of the talking. So, I mean, they just don't get, the others don't get a chance to say much. Nikki hasn't had a match in ages. Rowan hasn't had a match in ages. Howdy had his first singles match yesterday since 2024. The group is so big that it's too big. And it's hard to give everyone the spotlight that they deserve. Adding Alexa in there only makes it even worse. It only makes everyone's role even more diluted. So I think if Alexa does join, she'll probably hang around with them for a good couple of weeks, a month or so. But long term, I think it would make more sense for Alexa and Nikki to go off and do something, just them two, whilst the rest of the group go off and, deal with whatever. I think the group is too big to just operate as a group. There's not even that many factions for them to go after, is there? I mean, we've got the MFTs, which they're feuding with right now. If they went back to Monday, they could go after the Vision. But they can't even do that right now with the injuries. So they can't even go after the Vision. Judgment Day would be an option, but that group's about to potentially lose a member, if not more. So we just don't have loads of factions of that size. So it operating as one big group is very, very difficult. So, yeah, I don't think that it's a case that she's not going to be joining. I still expect her interact with the Wyatts and for their paths to cross. But I don't think I'm really expecting it to be that she's like a permanent member that hangs out with them exclusively all of the time. And she is like going to walk with them like Nikki does. I think it's too big for that. And I think you need to kind of break it down into chunks. I personally would love to see Alexa and Nikki going after tag titles. I'd love to see Gacy and Loomis defending their belts more often. Doing spooky stuff, having their own promos, and kind of, you know, managing themselves. They don't need Howdy to speak for them. They don't need Bo to speak for them. They can speak for themselves. Have them doing stuff in the tag division. Have Alexa and Nikki doing stuff in the women's tag division. Have Howdy having his own story, and Rowan can be his bodyguards. And, you know, give these guys an opportunity to, you know, stand on their own 2 feet to a degree. They're still part of the Wyatt Six. They're still a collective, but they're off doing their own little individual things, you know? And then if needed, if there is a big threat, like MFTs, they join back together and they become, you know... And honestly, that'd be badass. I mean, that would be really cool. I think we see them together too much. I don't think, like... It's a bit like... Do you remember Power Rangers? When that Megazord thing would be created, where the Yellow Ranger's vehicle would join up with Green Ranger's vehicle, would join up with White Ranger's vehicle, and then, of course, it created that Megazord thing, right? I mean, for me, it'd be a bit like that, where they're off doing their own stories, and then you do a story where they need to come back together, and that moment where they all walk out together as one big collective would be like, oh man, that looks so badass. And it would have some impact. Right now, they come out and the entrance is cool, but I mean, Nikki's just not doing anything. Rowan's just not doing anything. They're just not doing anything. I feel sorry. I think a lot of people feel sorry for Nikki. So the idea that we put Alexa in there, that's hard, isn't it? I mean, I feel like she's just going to get swallowed up into a bit of a Wyatt Six black hole at the moment. So, yeah, I think we all know the group's not quite right. We know there's work to be done there. We know that that whole situation can be improved and can maybe be reorganized. But I think let's get the Wyatt Six MFT feud done first. And surely there can't be too much more in that. I mean, I'd expect that to be done by Mania at the latest. And then, you know, see what the summer's got. And then take it from there. Lollipop Lols said, where's everyone watching from? Let's go. I'm in the UK, but... TJF said, Days, I know you love Kamala. I just wanted to give you a reason to do the belly tap. Well, I really appreciate that, TJF. I really appreciate that. I will not turn that opportunity down whenever it shows itself to do the old belly slaps. Big fan. Days, peeps, I have a dilemma, said Nico. Let's go. In the UK, I start work at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So do I pull what will be an all-nighter, or do I try and avoid spoilers and then watch when I get home? I've been in that situation many, many, many times. I think it all depends on what you've got to be doing and how you feel that you're gonna sort of react to it. So if ever I had like meetings and I had stuff that was, you know, important the next day, then to be honest with you, I would do the avoid spoiler situation. But if it was a case of most of the time, I could sort of get through the day having pulled an all-nighter because it was just a normal day. There wasn't any like big meetings. It was just, you know, get to work, bit of time on the till, stocking the shelves, placing the orders, checking on the stock room, blah, 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 whatever it might be. The kind of stuff where it's like, yeah, I can get through that. That'd be okay. So I think for me, it was dependent on what my day looked like and how important it was. And if there was any kind of anything that was like, no, I can't go into that, like not firing 100%, then there are times where in life you have to, unfortunately, prioritize the important things. So my advice to you would be, what is it you're doing at work? Is it something that you think you don't maybe need to be 100% alert for, and that you can get by on like being 70% or whatever? If so, I'd say, yeah, man, it's always fun to pull an all-nighter if you can deal with it. But anything that's kind of remotely important, I would be like, you don't want to shoot yourself in the foot, If you've got some important stuff and you just think that you're not going to be in the right headspace, it's okay to sort of just, stay away from the internet. I mean, what I would say is do that. Don't just stay away from the internet. Just don't go on X at all. Don't go on YouTube. Make sure you haven't got any notification alerts that are coming through. It can be really difficult to kind of do that and stay away from that. But I did it many, many times. To be honest, I worked with a lot of people that just didn't care about wrestling. So I never ran the risk of like having it spoiled at work, because no one really cared where I was working. There was a few customers that I knew that were into it. And so I'd be like, oh my God, please don't let me bump into them today. So by and large, it was all right for me to avoid spoilers, but I can understand that that's not the preference. Matthew says, I don't speak that language, Matthew, but welcome, Matthew. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're excited for the show. Days, do you think CM Punk, Roman, and Cody are first ballot Hall of Famers? Yes, 100%. Definitely. I mean, not only are they all champions, but main evented WrestleMania, main evented multiple shows. They've got longevity. Even CM Punk had, a real good run in that first run, even though he's got 10 years that he was away from the company. He's come back now, and, he's continuing to add to his legacy. He's added, main event in a WrestleMania. He's added another couple of world championship reigns, actually. I mean, don't forget he beat Gunther at SummerSlam and then got cashed in on. That still counts. And then, of course, he's won it again. So, I mean, he's added another couple of world title runs. The first one very short, of course. He's added a WrestleMania main event. He's been involved in an amazing feud with Drew. I mean, I think there was elements of that I kind of struggled with. I was not crazy about the friendship bracelet stuff, but I can recognize that Hell in a Cell match was incredible. And I can recognize that the social media work that was being done was incredible. Some of the promos were incredible. I can recognize it was an incredible feud. He's come back and he's just added to his legacy. So, yes, absolutely undeniable. Cody Rhodes finishing the story, WrestleMania 40, a hell of a career before he even left, to be honest. I would say he had a Hall of Fame career before he even left. I don't know that it would be first ballot, but it was a Hall of Fame career. If you think about being in legacy, winning championships, Stardust, the amount of time he was with the company as well. I think he made a contribution that I would say was Hall of Fame worthy. To be honest, I don't think it's a high bar. I mean, there are people that are in the Hall of Fame that, are questionable as to how great of a contribution they made. So I think for me, Cody was probably Hall of Fame worthy before he even came back. I think the difference is he's come back and now not only cemented that, but become first ballot. Because, I mean, he main evented WrestleMania 39. He main evented WrestleMania 40. He's main evented WrestleMania 41. Looks like he's about to main event WrestleMania 42. Finished the story, which was an incredible one of the great WWE moments. I mean, a lot of people say that's the craziest 5 moments in WWE history, the end of WrestleMania 40. So, and as I said, I think he was Hall of Fame anyway. If you look at what he had achieved with his career before he left. So, yeah, I think for me, he is, of course, first ballot. CM Punk, yeah, of course, and Roman Reigns, one of the biggest stars we've ever had. So, yep. Do we think the Wyatt Six will make an appearance tonight? No, I don't. Days, this is the planned match order. The chamber match for the women is going to be first. Then it's going to be Becky AJ. Then it's going to be CM Punk Balor. Then it's going to be the men's. That makes sense to me. Yep. Just like the Rumble, you have 2 Rumbles, so you want to keep them apart. Same with War Games. You have 2 War Games, so you want to keep them apart. And Elimination Chamber, exactly the same. You have 2 of them. You want to keep them apart. You don't want to do a chamber and then follow it with another chamber. So start with the chamber, end with the chamber, and then that means you got your 2 matches in the middle. So, yep. Junk Wax Obsessed, hello buds, said just coming in to say hello, want to show my support, fingers crossed for another great PLE tonight. Have a great stream. Thank you, my friends. Yes, I'm right with you all, keeping them fingers crossed that this is going to be a great PLE. As we said earlier, going into this with positivity, with a bit of optimism, not setting any kind of expectation. I mean, I'm not going in with an expectation that this is going to happen or that is going to happen, or I'm not going to make that mistake, right? But I am going to go in feeling good, feeling positive, excited for what it is that we're going to be getting for this show. And I think there's a lot of potential for talking points tonight. And everyone's going to want to find out what is in the crate. Elijah, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support, buds. Elijah said, what's up, Days? Do we think that Punk, Roman, Cody are first? Oh, okay. I just answered that, but it's here as well. So I'm glad that we went into some detail with that. So yes, I very much do. I mean, CM Punk, I think he was first ballot before he left, to be honest. I mean, he'd been WWE champion. He'd had a hell of a run. He was one of the most over superstars. I mean, the fans maybe in more recent years had sort of stopped chanting his name, but it is true that years after he'd left, years and years after he'd left, the fans were chanting CM Punk. I mean, he was so popular. He was just loved. And I think the only reason that he wouldn't have gone in is because of the bad bloods. But I mean, that's that's water under the bridge now, of course. And where we are now, yes, I think you'd struggle to find anyone saying that he's not a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm sure they're out there, but he is a first ballot Hall of Famer. Roman Reigns is one of the biggest stars we've ever seen, as we said. For me, he's kind of that Hogan, Cena level, right? Stone Cold, Rock. You can sort that into whatever order you want to sort it, but I think it's undeniable that Roman was the replacement for Cena. Certainly, if you look at the fact that Roman main events WrestleMania 31, main events 32, main events 33, main events 34. Main events doesn't do 35, that's the women, doesn't do 36 because of not feeling well. I think that's pandemic, and I don't think that was the leukemia. It might have been, it might have flared back up again. I know he was meant to be in and then ended up getting taken out of that show. But main events 37, main events 38, main events 39, main events 40. I mean, Jesus. It's kind of hard to... And then you think about the bloodline story and all of that, and you think about like Rumble wins and all this kind of stuff. I mean, he has just been the guy, hasn't he? The tribal chief, the OTC. I mean, yeah, for me, you can say that Cena's bigger and Hogan's bigger and Stone Cold's bigger and Rock's bigger, and that's absolutely fine. But I think the one thing I'd push back on is that Roman is not that level. I think he is that level. I think if we're doing a grading system, I'm putting Roman S tier, but where he sits on that S tier alongside Cena and Hogan and Stone Cold and Rock, that's debatable. That's not a conversation for now. But yes, he's one of the biggest stars we've ever had. So, of course, he's the first ballot. And, yeah, same with Cody. I think we covered the Cody one. That was the one we kind of went into a bit of detail with. So, yeah, good question. I don't have any doubt with any of that. Billy, shout out to you, my friends. Billy said, here's a little something for the channel. Thank you, but I really do appreciate it. Billy says, I have food prepared and snacks ready to go, ready for the chamber. Let's hope the chamber skyrockets us to Mania. Yes. Are there any surprises tonight? I think Raw is going to be a big show. Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. That is a good shout, because normally the Fallout show from a PLE normally kind of, carries on that momentum. So I agree with you that Monday could definitely continue to move us forward and kind of piggyback off the excitement and the momentum that hopefully we get tonight. In regards to surprises, obviously we got the crates. In regards to surprises, well, I think there's a chance for a title change with AJ over Becky. Whether that would be a surprise or not, I don't know. I'm not sure what people are expecting there. I think AJ is the favourite. I would say the surprise then is that Becky could retain. I really think there's a chance for that match to go either way. Obviously, Judgment Day splitting is rumoured. Kyrie could try and come down and help Asuka and end up costing her. There could be a turn. Some people are looking at Charlotte and Alexa because Alexa's in the chamber. Could it be that Charlotte comes down to try and help Alexa, ends up costing her or turns on her? I mean, could there be some swerve there? There's plenty of unions and tag teams and people that are quite friendly. People are looking at Randy and Cody. They had a little stare down. Could it be that relationship deteriorates? Could it be that... look, they're not going to be friends inside the chamber, but what if Cody wins and Randy turns on him after it? Is Jacob going to make his presence felt? Is Drew going to make his presence felt? I think there's every chance in the world Drew does. Is the mystery man going to make his presence felt? I mean, he just got unmasked, and I think the swerve is going to be that is not the end of it. The swerve is going to be that there are others that come from Seth's Black and Blue training school or whatever it's called, Black and Brave or whatever. Or even, Seth himself could make his presence felt. We could get a return for Bianca. We could get a return for Seth. We could get a return for Bron Breakker. I mean, I know that Bronson's just gone in for surgery, so I mean, he's obviously not going to show. There is a chance that you could bring some people back. They don't have to do anything physical. I mean, if Seth's on this show, he could be dressed in black. He could be revealed to be the mystery person. Crowd going crazy. Oh my God, Seth Rollins is back. We don't have to actually do any matches with him for a good... his next match could be Mania. All he's got to do is promos. We've just seen Chelsea, who kind of chipped her ankle. She's been doing stuff on the show where she's been in a wheelchair and stuff like this. As long as Seth is able to hold a microphone, cut a promo, and do that kind of stuff, he doesn't have to do anything physical. He doesn't have to get into any brawls at this stage. He certainly does not need to have any matches. So as long as he's able to walk down to the ring and cut a promo, that's fine. That we can book it where that's all he needs to do. So the idea of him coming back just to do that is fine, not impossible. There's a chance. Am I expecting it? Well, to be honest with you, I'm trying to not go in with any specific expectations. I'm just trying to go into it being positive, because the alternative is that we sit here and we're like, man, everything sucks. The crate's going to suck. The winners are going to be predictable. We already know CM Punk's winning that match. It's all just going to suck. We could go into the show feeling that way. I don't really understand where the joy is with that. I mean, chances are you only get one life. Chances are that, we could be doing whatever we want, right, with our lives. But we've chosen to be here and we've chosen to engage with this show. It's our choice if we want to go in positive or negative. And where I can, I'd like to be going into shows feeling quite positive and optimistic and hopeful. But I also don't want to fall into the trap of setting an expectation. I don't want to fall into the trap of going, oh, we're going to get this, we're going to get that. This is what I'm expecting. And if it doesn't reach that level, then I'm going to be like really disappointed. You know, with the Rumble, for example, I went into that optimistic and positive because it's the Rumble and we all love the Rumble, right? So I went into that with the same mindset. And it was all right if we never got Jericho. I did not go in thinking it was Jericho or bust. I mean, I went in with the mindset of, I think there's a chance we get Jericho. And if we don't, that's fine. But I hope that they've got some good surprises. And I'll admit I was disappointed because I thought the level of surprises that they delivered was under par. I didn't think it was good enough. Brie Bella, Royce Keys, La Parka, Mr. Iguana. You know, this was the level of surprise that we got. I mean, Mr. Iguana and La Parka are AAA talents that I'm not going to freak out about seeing because, I mean, I see them from time to time. I watch AAA from time to time. Like, I don't know, it's not that special to me. So that didn't do anything. Royce Keys coming in was interesting, but there was no crazy reaction for him. You know, he's Powerhouse Hobbs. There was rumours he was coming in as well. So, I mean, that didn't blow my mind. Genuinely, I think we found ourselves in a situation where the biggest surprise of the Royal Rumble this year was Brie Bella. And nothing against Brie Bella, because she got a great reaction. But if that is your biggest surprise, that is the marquee, the big surprise. Like, I think it's understandable that people were a bit disappointed, right? So it didn't matter that it wasn't Jericho, but I think it did matter that it wasn't better than what we got. So I'm trying to go into tonight with not much in the way of like a certain expectation. But, you know, if we open that crate and it's a 2K26 thing or Pat comes walking out because football season's over, so he's back now, you know, yeah, I'm going to be disappointed. Like, I will be disappointed. I'm not going in with a certain expectation that it's Jericho or it is Danhausen. But equally, there are things that will disappoint me if they are what the reveal is, you know. So, keeping fingers crossed. That's where I am tonight. Keeping fingers crossed and just hopeful that whatever we get served up is going to be good enough. So, Billy, shout out to you. I love the fact you got some food and you got some snacks. I'm sensing positivity from your message. I'm sensing some optimism. As you said, you know, hopefully this is going to skyrocket us to WrestleMania. And that's what we all want. I mean, we all want to tune into the show and have a great time and be, you know, took on a bit of a journey, twists and turns and OMG moments and great wrestling and, you know, the spectacle of the thing. So, yeah, I agree. Hopefully this does set us up well for WrestleMania. And I think there is a chance that it will. There's also a chance it won't, but not long till we find out. I like how they have the USA AAA roster now with Jelly Roll. You never know when a wrestler might need a tire change or towing, said Rational Gaze. AAA has got better wrestling than Raw and SmackDown, said Humpty. AAA's a good show, yeah. Damien said, if it is Danhausen, you won't be disappointed because the alternative could be much worse. Is that how bad it has gotten over the last year? Yes and no, but I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not down on Danhausen anyway. So, you know, if Danhausen was like horrific, terrible, something that's like not of interest to me, then I could understand your comments. But I've not seen loads of Danhausen because I don't even know where he's been competing, to be honest with you, other than AEW. And I've seen a few of his clips in AEW and he was fine. He was entertaining. He's someone that I could imagine coming into WWE, and he's someone that I could imagine doing the comedy stuff and it being pretty fun. I mean, I don't think that we're signing some main event talent or anything like that, but I suppose if the alternative to opening the crate is it's going to be a sponsorship thing, which there is a chance it could be. I mean, it absolutely could be something to do with 2K26. If it's going to be that, that doesn't affect me. I'm not planning on getting the game. And to be honest with you, if they're going to announce that, there's a new feature or mystery boxes are going to come to the game now or whatever, right? I don't play the game. That's of no benefit to me, and it is not going to make Raw and SmackDown any better. If you open it and Dude Wipes mascot comes out, again, the exact same thing. Does that make Raw and SmackDown any better? No, it does not. It does not. So if it's a Hall of Fame thing, then okay, like I'll take it. It won't be my favorite option, but if it's someone like Bray that I think our community would love to see go in the Hall of Fame, that does not make Raw and SmackDown any better. That's not going to help make the shows any better. But I think that would be a nice moment anyway. And I think the community would probably respond well to it because we do have a very pro Bray Wyatt community. I know many of you found this channel because of Firefly Funhouse, White Rabbit, Nightbird, theory videos, which I love doing. And, I had a great time with White Rabbit, had a great time with Nightbird, had a great time with the Firefly Funhouse. And so I think Bray deserves to go in the Hall of Fame. If that's going to be the announcement, it doesn't make Raw and SmackDown better, but I would take it because I think it'd be nice, right? Danhausen, I've not seen loads of him, so I'm sure there's plenty of stuff you could throw at me going, what, you was a fan of this, you was a fan of that. I probably haven't seen it, right? But what I have seen of him, I thought was entertaining. I thought it was, I can see it working in WWE. I could see his character fitting in this kind of sports entertainment world. I think comedy is quite difficult to do in wrestling. I've seen a lot of bad comedy in wrestling over the years. I think Danhausen could definitely provide something. Does he make Raw or SmackDown better depending on what brand he goes to? I would say, yeah, in the short term at least. I would be interested to see his segments. I'd be interested to see how he gets used. I'd be interested to see if the comedy does land. I'd be interested to see if the fans take to him. I could see the kids dressing up as him. I could see masks being sold of Danhausen's face paint. Mattel would love to make figures, of course. So if he comes out, I do get a short-term, at least potentially long-term as well, but I get a short-term boost to whichever brand he goes to because I'll be interested to see how it plays. And that to me I'll take. If the alternative is 2K or Dude Wipes or something like that, I'll take Danhausen. But equally I'll be the first to sit here and say I don't know loads about him. I have not followed his career, but the only stuff I've seen was bits of him in AEW, and I thought it was fine. It was very sports entertainment. I think if you're the kind of person that's just really into like great promos and great in-ring action, I could imagine Danhausen, not being for you. But I would imagine then there's been quite a bit in WWE's history that has not been for you either. Like the Bushwhackers, Santino, maybe R-Truth, I don't know. But Danhausen for me would be that kind of comedy character that, you're probably not going to get great matches out of him. You're probably not going to get like kill shot promos that make you go, oh my God, that's savage. But, if he can put a smile on your face and actually give you just even a moment during the shows that you've enjoyed, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll take it. I could see Danhausen in that kind of Ellsworth, Eugene, Gilbert, Santino tier. If he does get over, then you've got a heel, destroy him for heat and sympathy. Oh, okay, got you. So if he gets over, some like Gunther could come down and murk him. I suppose in a way it's the R-Truth role, isn't it? it's like R-Truth, where R-Truth is loved. And, you could have like someone come down and destroy R-Truth. Gunther could destroy R-Truth and get mega heat for doing that. I agree. If Danhausen gets over, that would be the same. I mean, Danhausen, I think you know what you're going to get with R-Truth's comedy. I wouldn't say it's stale, R-Truth's comedy, because people love R-Truth. So I wouldn't say that. But I think you know what you're going to get. He gets mixed up, doesn't he? That's his comedy. He'll get confused and he'll say the wrong thing, or he'll go to the wrong place. He's done that for years and years and years and years and years. I think Danhausen brings just something a bit different to that. That's not really what Danhausen's comedy is kind of getting confused or whatever. So I think he just brings something a little bit different. And so just like how Chelsea brings something a bit different. She's obviously very funny, but she brings, something a little bit different. I do enjoy the comedy characters. I think that comedy in wrestling is quite tricky, because I just think being funny is quite tricky. Certainly in wrestling, because a lot of people, when they get into wrestling, they want to be wrestlers. So, they put the work into the gym, and, they might not be the most charismatic of people. But, they put the work into the gym, they learn how to wrestle, and it's hard. I mean, we're talking about taking bumps, we're talking about running and conditioning to the point where you're throwing up, right? I mean, back in the day, they had to check if you was tough enough to get into wrestling. So, I mean, go back to like the territories, and, Hulk Hogan had his leg broken. So, he went to a wrestling school, and one of the things they used to do back then is they would push you to your absolute limit, and they wouldn't tell you that wrestling was predetermined. They would just, have you run the ropes, and they would do moves and, kind of do different things with you. And they would work you to the point where you throw up, and they would work you to the point where you wouldn't want to come back the next day. And, part of that was to protect the business, because obviously lesson one isn't, this is all predetermined, right? Everything we do is not what it looks like, because a lot of those people that go to wrestling schools aren't going to make it. And so in order to protect the business, you don't actually reveal that until much later into the process. So really, if you wanted to be a wrestler back in the day, you would have had a horrible, horrible introduction. All wrestlers had a horrible introduction to wrestling, because they would get run ragged, and they would be pushed to their limits. And it's only if they came back and kept coming back and you couldn't get rid of them, and they showed that they were made of the right stuff, it's at that point then that you smarten them up. But at first you would run them ragged, So the point I'm making is, to go through that process requires a certain skill set, determination, right? Kind of, conditioning and being strong in it. It doesn't require you to have charisma and to be funny. Like that back in the day was not something that was necessarily being like looked for. So I think that over the years, comedy in wrestling has been a bit hit and miss, to say the least. So obviously we're in a very different place with wrestling now. The secret's out the bag, the cat's out the bag. We know that it's all predetermined. So the cat is out of the bag. So that means now that wrestling is a lot more welcoming, and it's a lot easier to kind of get into wrestling. And, I think as a result, we are seeing lots of different kinds of people coming into wrestling, lots of different abilities coming into wrestling, lots of different mindsets. But also we're seeing, quite charismatic people coming into wrestling as well. I think the point that I'm making is that comedy is hard in wrestling. Historically, it's not really a skill that we've particularly favored over others. But that's why I find it so interesting. This kind of art form that we love, this entertainment that we love, this opportunity to kind of do whatever you want within a wrestling ring. how do you make that entertaining? How do you make that fun? How do you make people laugh? You know, R-Truth has got his style. Santino had his style. Bushwhackers had their style. Danhausen has got his style. So, I would, if he came out the box, I would be interested to see what he brings to WWE, how they present him, how he's received by the crowd, what the reaction is. Does he make the show even a little bit better? You know, if you can go backstage, see a Danhausen segment and it makes you laugh, fantastic. I mean, that did its job. So, yeah, I think for me, that's what I would be looking for. That's why, in comparison to like a 2K thing or dude wipes or whatever, it would be seen as a positive. Tony K said, Days, I know the excitement for this show is massive. Main event is what I'm looking forward to. Everyone knows about Marina Shafir. Everyone will now know Marina Shafir. What will make you want to get the 2K game? I don't think there is anything, honestly. I don't think there is anything. I think that I was thinking about this the other day. So I used to buy the game every year and I never played it. I tried to, but it takes a lot of time. It's a real commitment. I haven't really found the games to be very good at like pick up and just playing. I find that, you normally have to unlock the wrestlers, or you have to unlock certain wrestlers. And we all know about in-game purchases and all that kind of nonsense, right? And obviously there's story modes and whatever. And yeah, I mean, there is like an exhibition thing. But like most things in life, the more you put in, the more you get out, right? If you really want to play the game, you're going to have to put hours and hours and hours in. You need to learn all the moves. You need to, go on the journey of the story. And to be honest with you, I just don't have that time. And every year I kind of said, I'll make that time. I mean, at one point, I genuinely thought I was going to do game videos. I can't remember the year. I think it was before the pandemic. But I was really thinking I could stream, and then I could also stream the game, and I could do gaming stuff. And I thought people would be interested in that. Obviously, there's already channels that do that, and they are fantastic, right? I mean, I don't particularly watch that often, but I've seen clips of, Chris Danger and, is it Smack Talk? I don't know. It's not a world I really operate in, right? Because what I've done with the game is buy it and then never play it. I did that year after year after year after year. I just got to the point where I was like, do you know what? This is stupid. This is a waste of money. I've never found the time, and I don't think I'm ever going to find the time. So I think where the game is now is you can make any wrestler you want. If it's not in the game, it's probably in the community creations. You can have any arena you want. If it's not in the game, it's probably in the community creations. I think the rosters, back in the day, there used to be 20, 30 wrestlers. Now there's 400. I can't make an argument that there's any particular wrestler that I would need, because again, they'll just be in community creations. So what would make me buy the game? I don't think I can give you an answer, because if I was to say, I'd love the Manhattan Center, I'd love that first Raw Manhattan Center, I'd kind of book an episode of Raw from 93, which is a year very close to my heart. It was the first full year that I watched. I bet it's in the game. And if it's not, I bet it's in community creations. And you'd be right to go, well, you can do that. And I'd be like, oh. Still wouldn't make me buy the game, right? So to be honest, I don't think there is anything that they could do. I just don't think I have the time. And I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, man, the graphics are getting ever better every year. I mean, we're up to PS5 level graphics now. I mean, every time I look at the graphics, I always think, oh, it's still not quite there. And I do think that this time as well. I mean, it's getting ever better, but it's still not quite perfect. The hair's still not quite right, or there's still a few things that look a little bit off. Some of the character models don't look great. But I'm sure, as time goes by, that's going to improve. I can't say it's graphics. I can't say it's game modes. I think GM mode is back now and in there, and I still don't quite know what the island is. I mean, maybe if they did like a GTA type game where you're a wrestler and you have to go wake up in the morning, you have to, I need to get here to do press, I need to go here to this meet and greet, I need to go here to go to training, and then you train your wrestler, then you make your way to the arena, you find out what you're doing, then you have the match that you're meant to have, and you get told how it went backstage in Gorilla. Like, maybe if it was a POV from a wrestler's life perspective, and, maybe that's what you do on the Saturday, then, on the Sunday, you go off and do missions. Perhaps it's, as you said, there's a meet and greet thing, and perhaps that's some degree of mini game, and perhaps then you have to go to, I don't know, flipping Make-A-Wish or something, and that's a mini game or whatever it is that you have to do. And maybe if it was a game that was more structured that way, kind of like WWE meets GTA or WWE meets The Sims, I don't know, perhaps that would be interesting. Perhaps that would be a slightly different presentation. Whether that would get me to buy it or not, I really don't know. I would certainly be interested in seeing what that game looked like, though. Be interested to see what that looked like. Imagine if, like, you was doing that, yeah? Kind of a game. And you kept going out in the arena, and the reaction level, right? You can see crowd reaction was quite low, and it shows that you're not really over. And so, you've got the ability to, go and get a new outfit, get a new costume in, and you've got the ability to go and get new music changed. And you've got the ability on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whatever, to actually change your character and then see if the reaction is better. Like, that could be interesting if that element was in the game. Because, you could completely change your gimmick and see if you get a better reaction the following week. And, have a match and you need to make it a certain level entertaining. And you do that by varying your moveset, not having the match go too long, making sure that you've got lots of close falls towards the end, There's certain things you have to hit in order to get that reaction level going up. That kind of a thing would be interesting. Whether I'd play it or not, I have no idea. But, yeah. Dungeons and Dragons wrestling, said Humpty. Brandon said, do we think there's any chance that Drew takes out Cody before the chamber starts, brings in the giant box, and we find out who it is? I'm not going to say there's not a chance, but I'm not expecting that. And the reason why I'm not expecting that is because I don't think that anyone serious is going to come out of the box. Because, I mean, look, let's put it this way. If we open that box and Bianca Belair comes out, or we open that box and, I don't know, flipping Evil from New Japan comes out, am I going to be the only one that's going to question how have they survived in that box for 2 weeks? I mean, am I the only one that's going to struggle to sort of just ignore reality, I can't be the only one that's going to have questions. So I think if Danhausen comes out, it doesn't matter if you question those things, because that's part of the joke. He's a joke comedy character. Him coming out of a box that he's been in for 2 weeks is part of the joke. So it could be Danhausen, but I wouldn't expect him to go into the chamber if it is him. I certainly don't expect Jericho to come walking out of the box, or a person to come out of the box. So that is one reason why I would be struggling to see someone come out the box and then go into the chamber. The other thing as well is Cody is expected to be in that title match at WrestleMania. The current rumor is that it's Jacob, Cody, and Drew. So if you take Cody out of the chamber and replace him, then in my mind, you're going to have to replace him with Jacob. But Jacob has lost 2 qualifiers, and to my knowledge is not going to be on this show. So I mean, he might make an appearance at the end, I don't know, but I'm not expecting him to find his way in the chamber. He's lost 2 qualifiers. They had the opportunity to put him in last night. They went with Logan instead. So I think if you take Cody out, that means someone else is going to win the chamber. And that means that that other person is then going to go on to face Drew. And there is no other person rumoured other than Drew, Cody, Jacob. So that's why it's hard to see someone else win the chamber. So I think for those 2 reasons, that's why to me that feels very unlikely that is what we're going to do. Days, if you was in charge of creative from tomorrow, taking everything that goes on from here onwards, what matches would you change and make as WrestleMania is only 2 months away? To be honest with you, I think that's a little bit of a tricky question to just kind of like answer, because I mean, my honest answer is if I was in charge of creative, I would want to give the fans obviously the best Mania card that I could. I mean, you would want the show to be as big as possible. I don't know if The Rock would be available, but I know The Rock being part of the show would make the show bigger. I think that in regards to a lot of the Mania builds, there's a lot of stuff we needed to have done before now that we haven't done. So I think actually you would be fighting a bit of an uphill battle to make this card like an amazing card. The reason why I say that is because old school mentality is you build up a monster, right? And you have someone like destroying everyone. And then you build up a babyface and then you put them up against each other at WrestleMania. And that takes a long time to do. And I think it's debatable that we've done that work. I suppose Gunther is the heel that we've kind of come closest with that. So Gunther has beaten AJ Styles and retired him. He's beaten John Cena and retired him. He retired Goldberg. Main evented SummerSlam. He did lose that match, but it was, it was a good match. And so, he's obviously done a lot over the past 12 months. And right now, he's probably the most hated heel that we've got. Probably getting the biggest negative reactions, right? And so I think I would really look to put him and use him in a major match. And I think I would look at who's my biggest babyface. If Gunther is my biggest heel, then I think I would look who's my biggest babyface. I think the answer is Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, to me, if you look at like Google trend searches, like who gets searched the most, Roman is far and away number 1. Obviously, you'd want to look at other numbers, but I think it's largely undeniable that Roman Reigns is like the biggest star that we've got right now. So my honest answer would be that I would probably be looking at Gunther versus Roman. Now, whether Gunther feels big enough to take on Roman, and obviously we would have to do build with them being around each other and like promos and all of that kind of fun stuff, and backstage attacks and all this kind of stuff. I mean, Gunther can target Bloodline members, so he could like be beating people up, and there's nothing Roman can do about it. So psychologically, he's getting at Roman by taking out Roman's family, which I kind of like. And I would be kind of interested in something like that. So as a starting point, I think it's always, when it comes to WrestleMania, you start with your main events and, you work your way down. You work with what's most important. And I think as a starting point, it's always worth going, who's your biggest heel? Who's your biggest babyface? And can you smash them together at WrestleMania? I'd say the biggest heel is Gunther. I'd say the biggest babyface is Roman. Whether that's a dream match that people are interested in, I'm not sure. It would take work to actually, get a match there that people I think would be really engaged with. But yeah, this is the problem, isn't it? This is the problem, is that we haven't really been building up monster heels to kind of take on a load of the baby. I mean, we've got Cody, we've got Roman, we've got CM Punk, Seth Rollins. I think is probably someone we were meant to be building as a monster heel. You know, Seth was probably meant to be World Heavyweight Champion still right now. He was meant to be the leader of the Vision. I'd imagine there's probably lots of things they had planned for Seth to do. And then, of course, injury hit. And he's been out the way for a little while now. And that has caused massive disruption. And the injury to Braun has caused disruption. And the way the Vision were booked, which was very underwhelming, has been a problem. So WWE obviously have caused some of their own problems, but injuries have massively hurt as well. And I think there's been quite a bit of disruption as a result on this build. So it is very, very difficult to sit here and say that you, using the pieces that we've got, could deliver like a WrestleMania card that I think would be mind-blowing, because I just don't think 2025 went the way we wanted. I don't think injuries have helped, and I think we're in a situation where, I don't know, biggest heel, biggest babyface to me is Gunther Roman, and I don't know that that's necessarily blowing anyone's minds. I don't think that's a match that people are like craving. I'm not sure that there is particularly a match that people are craving. I mean, I think Oba and Trick have come in and made a big impression. But, I mean, they've been here for like 5 minutes. Yeah, they've got aura. And yeah, they'd have a good place on the card. But it feels too early to me to be like pulling the trigger on them being in big title matches. I wouldn't really have Oba in a main event. I'll tell you one match you could do. We spoke about this in our watch-along. You could have Cody, Roman, Punk, maybe Drew, just put like, you know, all those big names. I mean, maybe do a 6-pack challenge with like Gunther and Brock, just like all those big names, put them in a match. Winner is not only like WWE champion, but winner is the face of the flipping company. If you win that match, you're the guy. Like, you are the person. The only thing I'd say is we did a Fatal 4-Way at WrestleMania 2000, and it's regarded as a bad match. And as a result, it's regarded as a bad Mania. So, I mean, you could do something big and bonkers like that, right? Where you just put a load of like our biggest stars in one match and just go as big as you possibly can. History would say that's not the right thing to do. WrestleMania 2000 would say that's not the right thing to do. I'd also point to WrestleMania 37, where we had Roman against Edge against Daniel Bryan, 3 of our biggest stars at the time, in a triple threat. I don't think that was a very well-received match. I don't think that Mania is particularly looked back on that fondly, or that main event of Mania is not looked back on that fondly. So I'd have my hesitations with that. Naturally, I always tend to gravitate towards singles matches. I think, you know, Hogan and Rock. I think Andre and Hogan. I think about Rock and Cena. You know, I think about some of the biggest matches we've ever had in WWE history, be it Bret Shawn, be it Rock Stone Cold. And I always think that the ones that really hit the hardest, the ones that really satisfy, the ones that history remembers the most, historically have been singles matches. Hogan Andre, as we said, Rock Hogan, Stone Cold Rock. Don't get me wrong, we've had some great triple threats in recent years. I mean, we all remember the women's one from last year. And, you know, the main event of night 1 last year was very good. If you go back to, was it 39, where we had Gunther, Sheamus, and Drew, was a fantastic match for the Intercontinental Championship. Meltzer gave that 5 stars. So, I mean, we've had amazing triple threats in recent years, but I don't know. I always gravitate to a singles match. Historically, they've always been, you know, person A against person B, heel against babyface. So, yeah, this year for me, probably Gunther Roman would be the big one. But it would need a hell of a good build. And to be honest, I would have Gunther win. I would do Gunther Roman and I'd have Gunther win. I think Roman has had his moment, if you will, that he'll be remembered for. And he will have more moments in the future as well. I'm not saying we're done with Roman. I'm certainly not saying that at all. But I think that Roman's bloodline run is what he will be remembered for first and foremost. And I think there will be other moments for him. I think right now we need to capitalize on Gunther, because Gunther's retired John, he's retired AJ. I think to have him in such a high-profile match at WrestleMania and for him to lose that, I think would do more harm than good. I think you have to capitalize on this momentum. You have to capitalize on where we are right now. And right now, this moment right now, it's more important we get behind Gunther than it is we get behind Roman. So Roman against Gunther going over. And, you know, hopefully that continues to just build him and make him feel even bigger than he does now. And that would be a big statement win, wouldn't it? I mean, that'd be absolutely huge. Clean win. Gunther. I wouldn't have him cheating. It lessens the victory. So I wouldn't do that. I'd have Gunther go over Roman clean. But I'm also the first to sit here and say even I don't feel that that match reaches the heights of some of the great historic matches that we've had. And so my conclusion comes to the fact that I think that 2025 has hurt. I think the injuries have hurt. I don't think the build has been quite right. There's definitely a card that you can get. You know, there's definitely matches that you can make that will make this a successful Mania. I don't think this is going to be a disaster of a Mania or that there's no hope. I mean, we've got an amazingly talented roster and we've got time to, you know, do some build and tell some stories. But, yeah, I think the match that, if we're going to be truthful, the match that's the biggest match you could make is Rock Roman. That's the biggest match that you could make. I can't name a match that would be bigger than that. And I think there's a chance we get that next year. So Rock Roman next year. If we get that, that's, you know, big match. I'm not sure there's too much that's even remotely close to that right now, to be honest. From my view, says Tony, Danhausen is not funny. A lot of the shtick falls flat. I think WWE would be better off having QT Marshall than Danhausen. Okay. Connor said, we've got about 47 minutes until the countdown. Let's go. Can't wait for 2K26 to come out, says Retro Guy. The Masked Man was horrible, says VZS. Well, I don't know that was it for the Masked Man. I think there's still more to that story. I don't think that's it. Hello, Sydney. Said, this is for your water bill. Rock or Y2J for the crate, says hello, Sydney. So, hello, Sydney. Hello, Sydney. Hope you're well. So, hello, Sydney, hoping for either The Rock or Y2J. Job Angle said, Gunther has got that. Yeah, we know you pretend to beat these guys, but we don't care. Heat. I think it's really hard, isn't it? I think it's difficult because in this day and age, everyone is so smart and so kind of switched on that a lot of the heat now goes to Triple H. I mean, back in the day when kayfabe was alive and well, you know, the Iron Sheik would berate the crowd and everyone would hate him. And, you know, it'd be him that everyone would have, the heat would go to. And, you know, the same throughout the 90s as well with the heels and the work that they were doing. Yokozuna, for example. You know, Mr. Fuji, you know, the heat would go to them. Whereas now, with the internet and the rumor mill and all of that, and we know that this is all predetermined, we know that this is written, it means now that, you know, when Gunther comes out and berates the crowds, or Gunther retires AJ or whatever, I mean, we know, I mean, AJ did an interview the other day where he's like, guys, it was time. You know, I was never going to go to AEW because my neck's done. You know, I mean, it was time for me to call it quits. I mean, those kind of comments, in a way, take away from Gunther, because obviously the story is that Gunther beat AJ and AJ wanted to continue. I mean, do you remember when AJ did that promo in the ring where just before Royal Rumble, he's like, guys, don't worry. I've got this. We don't need to worry about the Gunther match. It's going to be okay. I remember him saying that to his fans in the ring. We've got this, right? And then, of course, we get to the Royal Rumble and he has not got this and he ends up losing. And as a result, the stipulation was if he loses, he retires. And we didn't know which way that match was going to go, actually. Word hadn't leaked that he was definitely done. And so that was quite good, how we didn't know which way it was going to go. But obviously, you know, word has come out afterwards about the fact that he's got these neck problems and that it was time. And, you know, as AJ has said, what better place to retire than on the show that I started at? I started in 2016 at the Rumble. I ended at the Rumble in 2026. And, you know, my neck injuries, like, I just can't carry on. Well, those kinds of comments, they might not matter too much, right? But they do take a little bit away from Gunther. Because all of a sudden, you're being told it was AJ's decision in real life, right? And, you know, as a result, we know that Gunther didn't, you know, really do it. And, you know, this is where people struggle with current wrestling. And this is where people struggle with Unreal. And this is where people struggle with where wrestling is in the modern age compared to where it was. And I can understand all of that. I can understand all of that. The only thing is, it's never going to go back now. The cat is very much out of the bag. We've lost the bag. We've lost the cat, right? I mean, it's just done. It's over. It's never going back to the way it was. There's too much information that comes out. There's too much rumors and dirt sheets and too many shoot interviews. And, you know, the whole mentality has kind of shifted. This is why, for me, the Unreal conversation was stupid. Because there's so many shoot interviews and there's so much information that comes out. I mean, the idea that the business is protected in any way in this day and age is just, it's not. It's just not. I mean, even WWE put out like behind the scenes footage and bits and bobs kind of throughout the year. I mean, Unreal might show you a little bit more, like, you know, we don't normally go in the writer's room, for example, and we don't always see Triple H talking to a talent like he did with LA Knight, right? So you might get a little bit more. But I mean, the idea that wrestling is protected and Unreal is one of the only ways that we're kind of seeing behind the scenes is laughable. Is it ridiculous, right? You're not on very strong ground if you're going to have that as your argument. I will concede it probably shows us a little bit more than where we, you know, other things, but so many shoot interviews, so much, you know, comments that are made to like Chris Van Vliet. Look at some of the stuff that gets said to Chris Van Vliet and some of the kind of behind the scenes details that get revealed there. Like, actually, this match was meant to go this way, or this story was going to go this way, and we changed it. And all of that is destroying kayfabe, right? So I understand why people kind of struggle with all of that. I understand why, you know, this is something which people have, like, you know, some issues with it. But, I mean, it's done. It's over. The cat is, as we said, very much out the bag in this day and age. So I think that it's something that we've just got to kind of accept, to be honest with you. I think, like, Gunther, as you said, is someone that's got that kind of heat where we know that he's kind of beating these people, but it's hard for that heat to kind of stick with him because we just sort of know that John was retiring anyway. AJ had to retire because he was injured. If Gunther retires Brock at SummerSlam, John's already revealed that Brock's potentially going at SummerSlam this year. So, you know, we know none of these things are actually to do with Gunther. And in a roundabout way, it does kind of impact how you feel about him. People boo him because they've paid tickets to go to the show. He's the heel and they want to have fun and they want to join him. It's the same reason why people online moan about yeeting, but those in the arena yeet. Right? People moan about running it back, but those in the arena have spent hundreds of dollars and they want to have a good time. So, and the kids want to do it and everything. So, booing Gunther and, hating on Gunther, like, people do it, but I don't know. It's not real. There's not much depth to it, is there? I mean, you don't see that many people going, I hate Gunther. I absolutely hate him. I really hope someone's going to bring him down a peg or two. I mean, that's what you want. You want everyone to feel like that. You want everyone to be like, I hate this guy. I really hope someone can beat him. The truth is, we just know too much now. So it's really hard to kind of get to that place. Maybe that is, part of the issue. Perhaps that is part of the problem. Is that it's just very, very difficult to have those traditional heels and those traditional baby faces like what we used to back in the day. The current landscape just doesn't allow for it. Time-wise, where are we? 40 minutes. Guru Shiki said, we all know that Sami Zayn took out Jay, right? He tried to put blame on Jacob, but it definitely screams desperation from Sami. I don't know, to be honest with you. I think there is a chance it was him. If it gets revealed to be him, I can understand it. But I think what's quite interesting, I don't want to give WWE too much credit, is did they show you a little bit too much there that it could have been Sami? If you want that surprise to be out of the blue, if you want that surprise to kind of come out of nowhere, I think what they've done with Sami recently, certainly last night with him freaking out and showing that his head's not in the right place, have they shown their hand a bit too much? Did they make it a bit too obvious that it could have been Sami? Because immediately online, everyone was like, there's a chance it's Sami that's done this. And I do wonder if they've just shown their hand a bit too much there. Is it misdirection? Do they want you to think that it was Sami? Because actually it's going to be revealed to be Randy. And it's going to be revealed to be someone you're not even suspecting. So, I don't know. I mean, look, there's a chance it's Sami. The crash out is definitely interesting. But equally, I would say they might have made it a bit too clear in that regard that Sami is like, a front runner. I'm actually probably leaning towards I don't think it is. If I've got to choose, I'm probably leaning towards I don't think it's going to be Sami, because I think that those surprises are always better when it's like just someone out the blue, someone you don't expect. And I think they might have shown a bit too much on last night's SmackDown. So as a result, we know that Sami is struggling, and we know that like he had a pop at Cody. And he had, he accused Jacob. Jacob fired back by going, Drew, attack me, attack Cody. He didn't attack you. So actually, Jacob already said, maybe I should have my eyes on you. So, Sami has very much put himself in the spotlight. Was it too obvious? If you want to have a real surprise swerve, do you have it be, as I said, Randy, where we haven't done anything to put him in the spotlight? We'll have to see. Sami is an option. I'm not sure he's my favourite option at the moment, though. I think I'm still with Randy. I thought Randy was the one that attacked Jacob. I think whoever attacked Jacob is likely the same person that attacks Jay, because I don't think WWE want all these different mystery men running around, right? I don't think we need all these different mysteries. I think it would be good if one mystery person can be revealed as being the same person that attacked Jacob and Jay. And then at least that way we can solve two mysteries with one person. And we haven't got like all these different stories going on. I always suspected Randy as being the one that attacked Jacob. And as a result, I think I'm still suspecting that it's Randy. Maybe Randy wants to, thin the field out. Perhaps his thought process was, if I take Jay out, that's one less person I have to worry about. Perhaps he didn't think they would replace him with someone else.
that might explain why he took Jay out. Taking out Jacob, again, it could just be that, don't forget, he's been staring at that belt. You know, Randy has been seemingly very interested about getting a championship match. You know, Jacob coming along, he could see as a threat. And so it could be that he wanted to kind of, again, try and take him out to make things easier for himself. I think it was only the other day, actually, he said, like, he wants to add another title to his records, at least one more. He's definitely got aspirations to be a world champion again. And we've all seen the little glimpses he gave that championship belt and has done for quite a long time. And I don't know about you, but I thought Randy turning heel was on the cards because a heel Randy against a babyface Cody with their history makes a lot of sense. So, you know, I kind of thought that there was a chance that we would do it for that as well. So I've just sort of got Randy in my mind. And the fact that they're not making it very obvious that it could be him just sort of strengthens that position for me. Because if they're going to go, could be this guy, could be that guy, I automatically go, I don't think it is them then. I think it's going to be someone that no, we're not looking at. I think it's because that is going to make for a bigger surprise. So, yeah, I think Sammy's definitely in the running. I do agree with you on that. If it turns out to be him, then okay, fine. Yeah, I can see why. I can see how it makes sense. But I don't know that I've got him as my favourite at the moment. Joe Bangle said, I hope it's going to be an over-delivered Elimination Chamber. Well, we all do, buds. We all do. I am very much hoping that this over-delivers, but I'm not going, or at least I'm not trying to go in with much in the way of like expectation. I just want this to be an entertaining show. That's really what I'm looking for. I just want this to be a show that we all enjoy and we kind of come away going, do you know what? That was worth watching. I'm pleased that I watched that. That was worth tuning in for. And I think if we get that, then we'll all be pleased. So, Joe Bangle, shout out to you, my friend. We're on top of the super chats. Let's get into the live chat, see what's being said. Word Life Cena fan said, Days, Danhausen could be in the crate with a Jericho countdown clock for Jericho's return at Mania. Yeah, could get both of those in there. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Hi. I don't know how to pronounce your name, though. I don't know how you pronounce that. X. Ooh, I wouldn't even. X. I'm going to call you X. X. Shout out to you. Big Tony K said, if Danhausen or anyone else is in the crate, how did they survive? Well, that's the joke, isn't it? I mean, if it's someone serious, it's going to be very hard to take them seriously. That's not a serious way that you introduce someone. If there's a person in the crate that's been in there 2 weeks, that's not a serious presentation. So, you know, I've got problems straight from the get-go, which is why, for me, you know, if I'm in that room, that creative room, and someone says, how about we have Bianca Belair return and we'll put her in a crate, I'll be like, are you stupid? Bianca Belair is a very credible superstar. How are we going to explain she's just been in a crate for 2 weeks, right? I mean, that to me is, no, you don't do that. If it's Danhausen, it doesn't matter, does it? I mean, he's a joke character. It's a joke. He was in there 2 weeks, and he could even, as I said, come out and like gasping for air, like, you know, holding onto the side of the crate, like sucking in air, going, that was a mistake. And Adam Pearce and Nicole was like, have you been in there for 2 weeks? And he could be like, yeah, I didn't really think it through, you know, and it's just a joke because he's a comedy character. And it doesn't matter if you don't take it serious, you're not, because he's not serious. So Danhausen is someone that I could see them doing that with. R-Truth is someone, if he wasn't in WWE, I could see them doing that with. But I think anyone that's serious and credible, that's not how I would bring them in. Undercover Manager said, Days, hope you're well, and you, buds. Got plenty of snacks. Got a lot of chocolate and crisps. Gonna order a McDonald's shortly. So here's my box theory. I think it's the draft podium, right? Yeah, I think Mayor Pete said that the other day as well. I don't think that was on a stream though, so I mean, I think you might be one of the first people to say it on stream. Yeah, I think it's a great shout. There was a report the other day that said there was no plans for a draft, but that could be wrong, right? And the draft podium makes sense because we've got both the Raw and SmackDown GMs that are going to be there when the crate is opened. So that does make me think, is this going to affect Raw and SmackDown? To have both of them standing there makes me think whatever's coming out of that crate is going to impact those two shows. You know, if Danhausen comes out, he's going to need to go to one of those shows. I mean, I could see them both fighting over not wanting him, right? That would be the joke. That would be the funnier thing to do, right? The funnier thing to do is to have the GMs, both of them, like, I ain't having this guy. No way. I don't want Danhausen, right? And Danhausen being like, that's a bit rude. Kind of caught in between them, right? So that Danhausen, that's how that would affect both shows, because he would have to go to one of them. A draft would do the same, wouldn't it? In the sense of it would affect both shows. That way, you know, we know that a draft is on the way. There could be a little note that's got a date. And there we go. We basically announced the draft. So, yeah, I can see the logic behind it. There was a report the other day that just said there is no plans for one, though, at the moment. But as I said, you know what dirt sheets are like. They don't have a 100% success rate 100% of the time. So it could have been incorrect. Days, AJ Lee's last match was March of 2015 against Nikki Bella. Thank you, Kader. Yeah, I meant to look at that. I know that she hasn't had a singles match since she came back. I know her last year was 2015. I just didn't know if she'd been doing some tag matches or anything during 2015. But yeah, makes sense. Makes sense that her last one would have been early 2015. I know that Mania, it was her and Paige against the Bellas. So I know she didn't have a singles match at Mania. And then I know that she did a match, I think, on the Raw after Mania that was like a multi-woman match. I think that might have been her last match. That might have been where she was done. So off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you what her last singles match was. So that's interesting to know, March 2015. Wow, that is literally nearly 11 years. I think it's going to be a statue of Triple H, says Humpty. They've already got one. I mean, they could have another one, of course. But they do already have one. Matteo said, Days, do we see anyone breaking into the chamber? I think Drew, Jacob could go into the men's. Do we think there'll be anyone in the women's? I think it's tricky, to be honest with you, because I don't think you want to run the same sort of story on both chambers. If you're going to have someone break in, I would, you know, again, if I'm in that creative room, I would be saying, let's not do the same sort of thing for both the chambers. You know, you want both chambers to have different things. So I would say, you know, for example, if someone's going to jump off the top of the podium in the men's, I wouldn't do that for the women's because I think it takes away from the men's. Equally, if someone's going to break in for the men's, I wouldn't have that do that for the women's because it just feels a bit too similar. Feels like you're basically watching the same moment, but just with some different people involved. So I think chances are we do it just once. I would only propose doing it once. I think it's probably more likely we do it for the men's. I agree with you. Certainly Drew. Maybe the mystery man as well could get involved and go after Logan. I mean, they seemingly wanted a member of the Vision to be in there. We know that Bronson was meant to win on Monday. They only went with Jay because, you know, it's either Jay or El Grande. And, you know, they went with Jay. And then clearly by the time we got to Friday, they decided, well, we don't really want Jay in it. We'll take him out. And we'll get a person in that we do want. And so, you know, we ended up getting Logan. So a member of the Vision went in. And is that because we're going to get some big mystery man moment tonight? Yeah, there's probably a good chance of it. But I think if we do something with the men's, we shouldn't do something similar with the women's. Days, hear me out. Okay, Bishop. What if it's a new chamber in the crate? If not, why would they wait until tonight to open it? I don't think you can fit a chamber in the crate. I don't know that the crate is necessarily big enough for a chamber. Also, I don't know how you would fit that into the chamber because the chamber's pods are actually built into the chamber. So there's not really anywhere to particularly put it. I mean, what it could be is a shark cage. I think you could probably fit a shark cage in there. And it could be that you put that on the entranceway. And then, you know, you when it's that person's time to enter, you let them out of that cage. They come down the entranceway. They get into the chamber. You could probably do it that way. But actually it being another pod, I don't know that another pod would fit in that box. And I don't even know where you would put a pod inside the chamber. So if you was to go that route, I would probably propose it's easier to just put a shark cage in that crate and then you can introduce another person into the match that way. Is it going to be that? Well, it could be that. I'm not going to say that it's not that because I don't know what it is. So I can't really rule anything out, right? It could be that. I don't know necessarily why it would need to be that. I don't know why we would do that. Do we need another person to be in this match? What would be the logic? Who sent it? What's the purpose of having an extra person? We've got 6 in anyway. I don't really understand why we necessarily need a 7th. But it could be. I can't rule it out. Why would you have it on this show? Simple. To get you to tune into this show. I mean, we did it last year where we had the whole Cody, are you going to sell your soul? You know, tell me at Elimination Chamber. I mean, Cody could have told The Rock anywhere, but tell me at Elimination Chamber because we need you to tune into Elimination Chamber. Please tune in. Please watch. Yeah. This is a show. This is like a big show on the road to WrestleMania. I mean, obviously, the official start is the Rumble. We've only got one PLE between the Rumble and WrestleMania, and it's tonight. This is it. This is a big stop on the road to WrestleMania. So if you need people to tune into this show, because there's probably going to be stuff that goes down that's going to impact Mania. Obviously, the winners of the Chamber, but other things as well. There's probably going to be swerves, betrayals, things like that. So WWE are going to want people to watch this show. Don't forget, in America, you got to spend like $29.99 or whatever to get the app, get ESPN Plus, get that app thing. And so, again, you're going to need people to have to give them a reason to tune in. I mean, some people might look at this and go, Punk's winning, AJ's probably winning. I've heard Tiffany's favourite. They're always going to go Cody. I don't really see why I need to tune in. So you need something to try and hook people, to get them to tune in. And to be honest, the Mystery Crate is doing some heavy lifting tonight. I'd say of all the stuff that we've spoken about, probably the Mystery Crate is the topic we keep coming back to the most. So that would be the reason why you would do it for this show, is because this is a show that we do want people to tune in for. This is important for that ESPN deal. This is one of the last major stops on the road to WrestleMania. I'm sure there's going to be big things that goes down on this show that's going to impact Mania, winners of the Chamber and all that kind of stuff. So I don't think the logic of the crate is being unveiled on this show, so it has to be connected to the Chamber match. I don't think that logic necessarily stands up. I just think there's every chance this is Danhausen, this is a Hall of Fame announcement, this is a forthcoming draft announcement. Like, the honest answer is this could be anything. This could be anything. It could be a sponsorship thing. It could be anything. So, but equally, it being a shark cage and it being an extra person is now going to be in the men's match, not impossible. Not impossible. I would wonder as to why we've done it. I would wonder why we would need 7 this year, because this cage got sent like 2 weeks ago. So why 2 weeks ago was it decided we need 7 in this match? I hope that would be answered in some way. But yeah, it's not impossible. Imagine if it's Carrion that's inside the mystery crate, says Connor. I think after his US title, people stopped caring, said Sean. I don't know who we're talking about there. Sammy, maybe? Will said, what is everyone's favourite match of all time? Mine is Bret Stone Cold Mania 13, said Will. Yeah, let Will know what's your favourite match of all time. We are just 20 minutes away now. 20 minutes away. We'll be underway with the countdown show. We know the countdown show doesn't have any matches. It has, like, you know, predictions, previews, the panel go through stuff. Honestly, it's just background noise largely. But yeah, you know, it's always worth just keeping an eye on. That's going to start in 20 minutes. I believe that is on YouTube and probably all across WWE's social media. And then, you know, before you know it, we'll be into Elimination Chamber. L. Baker said the Masked Man is one of Seth's students in real life. The one last night was. Whether that's it or if there's going to be more now, not sure. Matteo said days not easy to predict, but do we have a desired first two for each chamber? Maybe Alexa, Kiana to start because of them arguing last night, or maybe Javon and Logan. I don't think I do have a preferred start to. I think I wouldn't hate Trick and Javon because it's just a great showcase for them. Trick and Javon obviously quite new to the roster, just gives them more exposure. I don't know though. I mean, would it be fun to have Trick come out of a pod so that the fans can start chanting "whoop that Trick" when he emerges? I mean, if he's in there all throughout, it's an exciting start, but then of course the crowd will settle down. But I mean, I think you want to save Cody. I think you want to save Randy. I think you want to save LA Knight. So I don't think you want to start with any of those because they're going to get great reactions when they come out of the pod. So I don't think you start with any of them. And then the only other person is Logan. And to be honest, he'll get booed out of the building when he comes in. I mean, when he comes out the pod, the crowd will just erupt into loud boos. I think Randy, LA Knight, Cody, Logan are all going to get big reactions when they come out of the pod. And actually, Javon and Trick are two talents that a lot of the casual fans might not have seen much of. So having them start the match off probably makes sense. One's a heel, one's a face as well. They've got chemistry because they work together a lot in NXT. It shows them off to those that haven't been introduced to them, and it saves the people that are going to get big reactions. It puts them in the pods. So if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say that Javon and Trick start off for the men. In regards to the women, I honestly can't remember everyone that's in it off the top of my head. I know that we've got Tiffany, Rhea, Kiana, Asuka, Raquel was the one I was missing, and Alexa. So let's have a look at this, shall we? Kiana, we don't know loads about. Rhea, you save. The women's is not as exciting. I mean, if you look at Randy, LA Knight, Cody, like, and then compare it to Rhea's the biggest name in that match. Raquel is not going to get a huge reaction. Kiana's not going to get a huge reaction. Alexa will get a good reaction. Asuka, I think, will get a good reaction. Tiffany, yeah, people will probably get into the whole Tiffy time thing. I think the star power for the men's is greater than the star power for the women's. I think you save Rhea. You probably save Alexa. Probably save Asuka. I think you want to start with a heel and a face, really. So I'm going to say, yeah, Kiana, I think, starts. I think you start with Kiana because if she comes out the pod, she ain't going to get like a big reaction. So I think you start with Kiana. She's a heel, so you might want a baby face in there. So maybe you start with Tiffany. Tiffany will get a decent reaction, but Tiffany and Kiana, and actually that makes a bit of sense Because if Tiffany's going to win it, she's going to have to do it from starting. She didn't even get a chance to come out of a pod. And if I'm WWE, I'm going to shout about that. I'm going to be like, not only did she win the chamber, she had to start the thing and survive the whole thing. She didn't get any rest whatsoever. And that actually makes her victory more credible. So, with that logic, Tiffany Kiana starts. That means that Rhea, Alexa, Asuka, and Raquel are in the pods. The Raquel reaction's not going to be that big. But that's fine, whatever. But I think Rhea, Alexa, and Asuka will get good pops coming out of the pods. Tiffany, if she is going to win it, doing it from the start makes sense. Kiana, we don't know loads about her. She wouldn't get a great reaction out of the pod. So that makes sense to her to kind of kick it off. I think I'm going to go Javon Trick, and I'm going to go Tiffany Kiana when it comes to the two that start off for the reasons that I just said. Robbie said Tiffany and Rhea have now got the same odds to win. That's interesting. That's interesting. I think her odds definitely got boosted, Rhea's, last night when she lost those tag titles. I think there is a belief that maybe they took the tag title off of Rhea so that she could now go into this. But to be honest, I think that's only fan theory. I haven't heard anything from the dirt sheets that we've kind of changed course, right? But we've seen it before as well, where things happen and then the plans change. I think, for example, I was fairly confident Cody was going to win against Drew in that 3 stages of hell because the dirt sheets didn't have Drew involved in the title picture at that time. And then, of course, Drew wins. That was a shock to me. And then, of course, the dirt sheets were like, yeah, the plans have changed. So we absolutely could do that here, where at the moment Rhea is not rumoured to be in any of those title matches at Mania. But, yeah, she could win. And then tomorrow, the dirt sheets could come out and go, oh, plans have changed. So she's definitely got a chance. Rhea has definitely got a chance. As of right now, though, if I had to kind of put my money on someone, I would be putting it on Tiffany. Just because of what the rumours have been saying up to this point. Days, do we see a celebrity ever winning a world championship? I would. Well, it depends what you class as a celebrity. I mean, you know, is Logan a celebrity? He came in as a celebrity. He probably still is a celebrity. I could see them giving him a world championship at some point. I think he's, 29? Something like that. I mean, if he really is going to dedicate himself to wrestling, he's probably got 17 years plus in WWE. He's got a horrifically long amount of time if he wants it. I mean, if he doesn't get cancelled before then, but I don't know, he seems to be made out of Teflon. Nothing seems to stick on this guy. You know, obviously he's been involved in quite a few scandals, and hence why everyone boos him out the building. And just nothing seems to be able to get him to go away. So if he's going to keep staying in WWE and keep working full-time and keep putting the work in, then, you know, there probably is going to come a point where he could get money in the bank, he could cash in, he could win a world title. At what point he stops being a celebrity and he becomes a wrestler? I mean, some people would say that's happened now and that he's actually a wrestler now. So, yeah, I don't know. Depends what your perspective of like a celebrity is and where that line is. I would say like WWE has been around since the 60s. It does go back before that as well. Before that, it was in with the NWA. But, you know, it does go back. 60s is kind of when it started standing on its own 2 feet and it became its own thing away from the NWA. So actually, all things considered, it's not been around that long. I mean, it's not even done 100 years, which if you think about the history of mankind, you know, it's been around like 60 odd years. It's not that long. So the idea that we will never have a celebrity be champion Because I expect WWE to be around a long, long time. And I think we will probably do lots of different things in the future. So a celebrity being world champion is probably going to be one of them, yes. And I'm not even talking about Logan. I'm talking about just a celebrity. It could be that a celebrity does get a world championship in the future, yeah. Because really, all things considered, we're only like 60 years into WWE. It's not that long. Not if you think about how long humans have been on the planet for and how long WWE could be around for in the future, you know? I mean, it could be around hundreds of years, couldn't it? Thousands of years. Heelish Priest said, I think Tiffany's great, but the SmackDown women's division is lacking right now. We've been seeing Tiffany Jade or Tiffany Nia for practically the last year. It needs an Alexa or Charlotte, says Heelish Priest. DYLZYT said, Days, what do we think's in that crate? I think Danhausen. Love the unseens, by the way. Lots of love from Leicester. Thank you, buds. Appreciate the kind words. I think Danhausen is definitely a front runner. We know that according to the bookies, he is their favourite to be in there. And I think it's very interesting timing that he is no longer on the AEW roster page as of yesterday. I mean, timing-wise, you do go, well, that's interesting. That's a hell of a coincidence that this guy just got removed from their roster page, like, literally hours ago. So, I mean, I think there has to be something to that. I think that he is my front runner personally. But, yeah, the honest answer is we don't know. I mean, there's not really anything in the way of... like, certainty around this thing. No one's actually found out. It's not like any of the dirt sheets have said, well, we think it's this, but we're not 100%. Like, there's just been no word on it whatsoever. So WWE have done a really good job, actually, of making sure whatever's in there has not, like, leaked and that we don't, like, you know, it's not been spoiled. Now, I really do appreciate that, actually. I think they have got a bit better with that. I think that there are still leaks, of course, but I think they have got a bit better with making sure certain things don't leak out. There's been a few things that have happened recently that have kind of caught us by surprise. As I said, Cody Drew winning the championship in Germany, that didn't leak. It's not like we went into that show knowing that we was going to get a title change. Am I missing out on some big news? Let's have a little look. Oh, yeah, I have. So they're we're not touching politics, but they're saying that the Iran supreme leader has been killed. That's interesting because just before I was about to go live, right? Just before I was about to go live, I've not been looking at the computer, so I've been reading chat, so I haven't seen what's been happening. But just before I went live, on BBC News, they said that the Supreme Leader was going to do an address, was going to actually speak. And then word has obviously broken. I don't know when, probably whilst we've just been chatting. I've not been looking. But yeah, apparently Trump has said that Supreme Leader has been killed now. Trump describes him as one of the most evil people in history. Well. Wow. That is big news. Fear not. I know people are not here for that. I'm not here for that, right? But I had not seen that news, that's all. That is news to me. Shall we cleanse our palate for a second by just jumping over to this clip of Finn Balor, right? Finn Balor is taking it all in before his World Heavyweight Championship match. That's as big as it will get. I hate this. Is he going to say anything? Brilliant. That was great. Well, that was worth it, wasn't it? Bloody hell, Finn. could have said something like, I'm ready, or something like this. Well, there we go. If you were desperate to see a clip of Finn Balor sat in a seat just slightly looking around an empty arena, I got you. Yeah, I've got you back. You're in the right place. Welcome. Yeah, I'm giving you the biggest, best clips possible. So, there we go. Finn is locked in, having a little look around in Chicago. He is, he's ready. Jackal said, Days, what was your favourite chamber match in all the years it's been a thing? What's your favourite? That's a great shout. Honestly, the one that comes to mind, I mean, there was a tag match one that I really enjoyed, men's tag match one. Do you remember? I think it's the Kofi one, I think. The drama of that thing was incredible. I think it's the Kofi one. I don't know if everyone was around during that time, but there was a gauntlet match that happened. I think it was meant to be a gauntlet match. If my memory serves me right, it was going to be a gauntlet match of all the participants of the chamber. What they used to do was they did a gauntlet match, and if the kind of order that you lost was the order that you would go into the chamber, right? So they did this gauntlet match, and I'm sure this gauntlet match was connected to Chamber. And Mustafa Ali was meant to be part of it, but Mustafa Ali got injured, and so Kofi replaced him. So Kofi went into this gauntlet match, and he did amazing. Like, they booked Kofi to kind of look amazing in this match. I don't know if it was a bit of a thanks for stepping in and filling in and saving the day. Like, we needed someone to replace Mustafa Ali, so, you know, thanks. We're going to make you look good in this gauntlet match. But they made him look good, and all of a sudden, everyone looked at Kofi, who was in the New Day at the time, and they were like, Kofi? We'd forgotten about Kofi. Like, it's weird, isn't it? When you get moved into the tag division, you are sort of, like, moved out of the way. Like, if you're moved into the tag division, and certainly if you're in the tag division for a long time like Kofi was with the New Day, it's very easy to just take those people for granted and forget about them, you know? I mean, Montez Ford would have been a great single star, would have been really fun. And actually a lot of people wanted to see him kind of be a single star. But he's been in the Street Profits so long, it's easy to forget about him sometimes. It's easy to forget that we've got Montez Ford, we've got this amazing wrestler. Nathan Frazier is an amazing wrestler. Dave Meltzer said he reminded him of a young Will Ospreay. I mean, Nathan Frazier has got, you know, the ability to go on and be, you know, a big single star, put on like a decent run as a single star. But he's in Fraxium, and you don't really think about him that way. And it wasn't until Dave Meltzer said that when he looks at him, he sees a young Will Ospreay, that you kind of go, damn, yeah, there is something special about that guy. But because he's in Fraxium, don't really think about him as a singles wrestler. And I think that happened with Kofi. Everyone was having so much fun with Kofi being in the New Day, being with, and I think also, if anyone was going to break out a New Day to have a singles run, everyone was looking at Big E, and everyone was like, damn, Big E one day, he'll you know, he'll break out of the New Day and they'll give him a run. And they did. But I don't think people were necessarily looking at Kofi thinking it should be Kofi's time. And in that gauntlet match, something clicked. He did amazing, and everyone went, Kofi? Kofi, he never had his run. He never got that chance at the top. And we've always loved him. Yeah, we want Kofi. And it just started this kind of groundswell of support. And by the time we get to the chamber, people are like behind Kofi. This is, you know, Kofi mania has started. And we get to the chamber and like Kofi's in there. And I think it gets down to him and Daniel Bryan in the final two. And it's really good. I mean, it's such a good match. And it's really dramatic. And oh my God, man. I mean, it's Kofi Mania. And Daniel wins. And you've got that heartbreaking moment where Kofi's on the steps and the New Day are consoling him. And it's like, that was his shot. that was his chance, and it's gone. And of course, the crowd just don't let up. And it just leads all the way to WrestleMania. And we get Kofi, Daniel Bryan at Mania. And we get that amazing Kofi Mania moment. So I think the way it came about, the way it executed, the way the fans organically got involved, like that was seriously special. I mean, it's Kofi's highlight. It's one of the big kind of highlights at the end of the 2010s. It's one of the best things that happened at WrestleMania 35. It's one of the best things that happened in 2019 in what was otherwise a rubbish year. And yeah, I mean, I think for me, that's one that really is at the forefront of my mind. I mean, there was other great stuff. I mean, like, you know, Shawn being involved in the first one, for example, was like really, really cool. There's been like loads of great moments with the Chamber, but I think if I've got to raise one up, Kofi Mania was so special. So special. So, Jackal, great question, but feel free, guys, put your favorite Chamber moments in. We have got the coverage just starting for our countdown show. We are going to keep an eye on this, as we said, but I'm not going to get too distracted by it. We'll keep an eye on it. But I don't want to get... I don't want it to take me too much away from the chat. Let me just move this around a little bit. Oh, I love this video package. They showed this on SmackDown last night. I think it's brilliant. It's the CM Punk one. Okay. I'll keep an eye on things. There are no matches that we need to be aware of, but there could be a couple of announcements or something, so we'll keep an eye. Right, Connor said, Days, it was funny on SmackDown last night when Kyrie called Tiffany a jellyfish. Yep, she did. How long is the countdown show? It's 2 hours, is it? I think it might be 2 hours. Normally these countdown shows are only for an hour. But I think this one might be 2. Trini, hello. Says, I did enjoy Jade returning and taking out Naomi. Bianca had an epic reaction. That was a fun Chamber moment. Yes, I agree. Boa said, any ideas what's in the box? Well, Danhausen is the favourite at the moment. Danhausen is the favourite. There's AJ and Punk. AJ Lee, CM Punk arriving, both backstage. So there we go. The Chicago duo. There's Finn Balor is still sat in that seat. Finn Balor still in the seats. Taking it in. There's the WrestleMania sign waiting to be hoisted up. There's Randy. Randy has arrived. Randy looking quite relaxed, actually. He's got a little smirk on his face. Here's the young OG. Young OG has arrived, looking up at the walls, looking up at a picture of Michael Jordan. LA Knight. LA Knight, yeah. LA Knight touching the number 23. I believe that's Jordan's number. Obviously, we're in the Chicago Bulls home. Outside, we've got WWE fans. Just looking at some of the signs. There's a sign there that says, push Kit Wilson. Push Kit Wilson. I saw a few CM Punk signs. There's a lot of... obviously, pro-Chicago signs. This is the United Center. I think in the description I've written it as the All-State Arena. I might have to just double-check that. I have, yeah. Look at me getting my arenas mixed up. This is the United Center. Boom. Right, Days, do we know if it's still the done thing for talent to stick around for the whole show, even after they've performed? It used to be compulsory. It wasn't. And actually, it was something that was... actually, that's not true. Back in the day, a lot of talent used to have gone. I know I've heard a few shoot interviews where people have said that they would finish up the main events. Like, I think it was Brett that said he would finish up like main events and stuff, and everyone had gone. And so I don't know. I mean, I think it's been like compulsory for different shows at different times, but also people have definitely done one whenever their match is over. I think that is kind of the case now. There is a bit of like an etiquette thing, which CM Punk's been talking about and Bayley's been talking about, which is like, you know, really you should be watching the show to try and learn, and it's kind of good etiquette to kind of be watching your peers. I think backstage and the whole locker room thing has sort of changed over the years. I mean, back in the day, I think the locker room was a very selfish place. I think back in the day, it was a very hard place to be. I think there was a lot of ribbing that went on. There was a lot of kind of like power, authority, locker room leader, wrestlers' court, you know, all that kind of stuff. I don't think backstage in the 80s and the 90s was necessarily a pleasant place to be. I think it was a quite a difficult place to be. I was listening to Sean Mooney the other day. He was saying like Sid could just turn. You never knew where you stood with Sid. It'd be brilliant one second, and then the next second, like you just it was like he was your worst enemy. And he said he always stayed away from Tom Billington, you know, the Dynamite Kid. I mean, he was just a nut job. I mean, I'm sure you've heard some of the stories about him, you know. So I think there was plenty of those kind of people that were not sticking around to show support or, do you know what I mean, like be there to watch matches. I mean, to be honest, it was quite a selfish place. Think of people like the Ultimate Warrior, who, you know, certainly is not putting the arm around people as they're coming back through the curtain. You know, he's arguing with Vince to try and get more money and, you know, just being like really moody. So I think it was a hard place, honestly. I think where we are now is we're in a very different place. I think we're in a quite a different world where, you know, there's more sensitivities and vulnerabilities and mental health awareness and, you know, stuff like this, and HR departments that aren't going to allow these kind of things to fly anymore. So I think you know, people are expected to, you know, have the right mentality now. I think if there was any of that kind of stuff that would go on, it would be dealt with in this day and age, compared to where that locker room has been. But yeah, I've heard Punk and I've heard Bayley talking about how you should be watching other people's matches and how disappointing it is when they see that there's people that don't. And, you know, you're just kind of wasting a free education. So I don't think there is an expectation that everyone sticks around to the very end. And I know because of complaints that people are not watching other people's matches all the time. And that's definitely something which has been brought up in recent interviews. The Academizer said, what if the masked man turns out to just be a really large bird? Well, that'd be great. I mean, it would be this generation's gobbledygooker. And I'd be down for that. William said, Rhea makes the most sense to beat Jade at WrestleMania if that's what's happening. I think the great idea is a double-edged sword, said Mr. Edgar. All the hype can be disappointing. Well, that's why we've been clear all night. We've been live for over 3 hours, and we've been saying don't fall into the trap of getting your expectations like crazy out of control. Like, keep your expectations in check, because yes, it could be something disappointing. Listen, I am going into this show hopeful and quite excited because I am fairly confident that there is going to be reasons to have watched. I think that I'm fairly confident that this show is going to deliver talking points, and that's what I'm looking for. You know, I want to be able to have the conversations about, was that the right thing? Was that good enough? You know, whatever's in the crate, I can't wait to see the reaction. You know, if it's something good, then we're going to celebrate. If it's something bad, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, people kind of ranting and raving and, you know, Triple H is a fraud and all that kind of stuff. Whatever is in the crate, there is going to be a reaction to it. So it's not about just finding out what's in there. It's about seeing how people react to it. So, yeah, as a result, I'm interested to find out what it is. And I'm hoping it's going to be something good. I'm hoping it's going to be something that makes the shows better, even if it only just slightly makes them better. So, but I'm not going to go in with any expectation of anything in particular because, yeah, you're probably setting yourself up for disappointment. If you are joining us, guys, we've been live for 3 hours, 10 minutes. So we've done over 3 hours of talking about wrestling, talking about Elimination Chamber. It's been good. I've enjoyed some of the conversations that we've had. But if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated. We're currently, unbelievably, on over 500 likes. Considering we're only just pretty much starting a 2-hour countdown show and then we've got the whole of Elimination Chamber, there might actually be a chance we could hit 1,000 likes today, and that would be huge. That is not something that tends to come very easily in this day and age. There's been quite a few UFC streams where we have not achieved that. We did achieve it for the Rumble, but that's arguably the biggest show of the year. So, yeah, if we could get to 1,000 likes, that would be incredible. So if you've not left a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated. And, yeah, I'm with you. Fingers crossed. We're going to get a very entertaining show tonight. Okay, Steve said, what if the swerve is us with the crate? And what if the Dude Wipes mascot or some sponsor-related item is revealed? But then later, they help reveal someone else. Well, I think what you would get is you would get people complaining about the initial reveal. And then I think you'd get people complaining, why didn't they just have something better as a way of revealing Jericho or Danhausen? So I think you'd actually get double complaints. You'd get complaints that the reveal was underwhelming, and then you'd get complaints of, like, that's how they're bringing Jericho in, by having the Dude Wipes mascot introduce him. Like, why didn't you just have a countdown clock in the box that was like 5 minutes or a minute, and then he comes down the entranceway? Like, why does the Dude Wipes mascot have to be involved in Jericho's return? So I think you'd have complaints about the crate, and then I think you'd have complaints about the Dude Wipes mascot being involved, you know? So, but again, I mean, could it be that? Well, it could, but I'm not expecting that. But it'll be interesting to see the reaction if it was something like that. Joe Bangles said, respectfully, I was disappointed with that last PLE. I don't have any confidence with WWE that they can get it right anymore. Thank you. Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. I think this is where we probably disagree, though, because I've watched a lot of wrestling. I'm sure you have as well. And I think if you have watched a lot of wrestling, you'll know that consistently throughout WWE's history, there has been good years and bad years. I mean, the history of WWE is not that everything was absolutely amazing all of the time, and then we got to the pandemic, right? And then we came out of that and it was amazing again, right? And 2025 is like, what's that? You know, is that the worst year we've ever had? No, right? WWE have had loads of horrible years throughout their history. You know, WWE is only as good as the wrestlers that it's using and the wrestlers on its roster and their abilities and the stories that we get them to do, right? And that is ever changing, isn't it? I mean, there's always good and bad there. We always have like strong rosters or weaker rosters. We always have good stories and bad stories. So, I mean, wrestling is always kind of up and down with, you know, where it is. And as a result, you have good years, you have bad years. 2019 was regarded as a horrible year. Pandemic is regarded, understandably, as like a really rubbish time as well, right? And so, you know, you've got like stuff that works and stuff that doesn't work. And 2025 didn't work. And I think the Royal Rumble was disappointing. But that doesn't mean that now we should sit here and go, well, Chamber's going to suck, or WrestleMania's going to suck, or 2026 is going to suck. Because the truth is that Triple H is the person that gave us 2023. He's the person that gave us 2024. I mean, all I saw in those years was how Triple H was amazing and how his, you know, the chef and he's cooking up some amazing Booker of the Year. Tony Khan could never, you know, that's all I saw online in 2023 and 2024. And it's funny how all of that's forgotten now and everyone just focuses on how bad 2025 was and Triple H doesn't know what he's doing, is a disgrace. So funny how it can turn around so quickly, you know? So I'm probably going to be disagreeing with you there that this can't be turned around, or that, you know, this team are useless, this creative team are completely useless. I mean, I think they've got their problems and I think they've got stuff wrong. But I think if we look at 2023 and 2024, we can say they got stuff right as well. They just need to get some stuff right. They just got a lot wrong last year. They need to get some dubs. They need to get some stuff right this year. And if they can, then we're going to have a better year this year. And listen, they could have some good plan for that crate, and it could be thumbs up. They could have some interesting stories and build planned for WrestleMania. Could be thumbs up. I mean, WrestleMania 40 was very well received. WrestleMania 39 was well received. WrestleMania 38 was well received. A lot of people said 38, 39, 40 is one of the best 3 Mania runs we have ever seen. Which I think there is an argument for that, to be honest. I think I'm not saying it's the best, but I think if you take 3 Manias in a row, I think 38, 39, and 40 is a really strong run of 3 really well-received WrestleManias. And then, of course, it ends with 41, which was not as well-received. So this is why I've still got optimism. This is why I'm still positive. This is why, for me, you know, WWE is not dead, or any kind of other kind of dramatic thing that people are saying online. We've been here a million times before. We'll be here a million times again. Wrestling is cyclical. It goes up and down. It's good and bads. We've gone through the bad, and hopefully the good is not that far away. And the good could be tonight, couldn't it? So, yeah, honestly, I'm not just saying it. I don't get paid by WWE or anything like that. But when you've watched enough of it, you kind of know that that's wrestling. It's very up and down. And after the down comes the up. And hopefully that's just round the corner. Hopefully it's tonight. If not, hopefully it's Mania. If not, hopefully it's SummerSlam. If 2026 turns out it sucks, hopefully it's 2027. I don't know. I do feel like that improvement will come. I just don't know when. Jackal said, who is ready to stare right back at the screen tonight during the show? That's my highlight. Who's ready to stare at right back screen tonight during the show? That's my highlight. I don't think I understand. Who's ready to stare at the right back screen? Oh, I am with you now. So you're saying that thing they put up where it's like a commercial and they'll be back after the break. I don't know where we are with commercials, actually, when it comes to PLEs in this day and age. I think, obviously, there are commercials, but I think we tend to get, like, video packages whilst there's commercials. I don't know that we have Be Right Back screens for PLEs. We might do. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I can't remember. I feel like rather than Be Right Back screens, we get video packages. of, WrestleMania's coming up, Backlash is coming up, get your tickets now type stuff. More so than just we'll be right back. But there might be some of those tonight. Right, where are we? Jacob revealed who attacked him, knocking his teeth out. It was during a replacement with Pierce to replace Jay in the chamber. He said Drew did it. No, he said he thinks that Drew did it, right? He doesn't know who did it. And that's the point that Drew's making. In fact, Drew came out and said it wasn't him. So this is why Jacob went after Drew in the 3 stages of hell match, right? He went after Drew because he's adamant that it was Drew that attacked him, but he does not know that 100%. And actually, I think we're all expecting the swerve to be that it was not Drew that attacked him. Days, what do we think is the best Logan match? I think Logan Roman or Logan Seth. I don't know. I don't really care, to be honest. I think Logan has had some good early performances, but it's hard to sort of give praise for that because the way that you put those matches together is you get Logan at the PC, you get him to do loads of different things, you see what he's comfortable with, and you go, okay, your moonsault looks good. Frog splash to the outside would be really good. Clothesline looks okay. You got an okay drop kick. You pick out the things that work, and then what you do is you build that into a match. So Logan will go in there with, say, Seth or whatever. Seth will be the one that's calling all the shots, and Seth will be the one that's bumping around and, making Logan's work look good or as good as he can. And, Seth will be the one that goes, right, let's do your drop kick now. So they put the drop kick in. Logan can do that. It's okay, right? Great, we've done that. Okay, let's get set up for the frog splash to the outside. So what you're doing is you are presenting all the good stuff that Logan can do, and you are not making him do anything that he is not sure about, right? You're not making him you're not putting him in any kind of deep water. It's very choreographed, I suppose, is what I'm saying. This is why when everyone keeps praising Logan in the early stages, saying, oh my God, he's a natural. Oh my God, what a great wrestler. It's like, that's just not fair. It's really not fair. It's not fair to compare what Logan does with what everyone else is expected to do. Everyone else has to be fully trained in everything. And they have to do match night after night after night, or, back in the day they used to. And so, what they're doing is proper wrestling. They are proper wrestlers doing proper wrestling where they haven't got time to rehearse every match that they do. There isn't time. There's too many matches, right? You can't put that level of work into every match you have. If you're working on Raw, you're doing Saturday night's main event, you're doing PLEs, you're doing live events. This is why when you're a wrestler and you're fully trained in wrestling, you have to, get in there and just go with the flow. And you have to kind of work on the fly. And in the early stages for Logan, that's not what he was doing. So when people were online saying, oh my God, he's a natural, he's amazing, it was all smoke and mirrors. And I don't know why the IWC were not able to see that. This is why the opinions of the IWC, you can take or leave, to be honest, because they can be very easily fooled. So for me, I was like, this is just a celebrity match. People were raving about Ronda at WrestleMania 34 when she was in a tag match, saying, oh my God, she's so natural to wrestling. As soon as she started to do it full time and properly, everyone was like, she sucks. She can't do anything. And that's because they were able to, present her in a way at WrestleMania. But as soon as she went full time, they couldn't. What I would say about Logan is he was part-time for a number of years. And I do think he has put the work in. And now that he's gone full-time, his work looks fine. I mean, I wouldn't say his match quality is anything special. I mean, he had that match with Jacob last night. I didn't think it was anything special. But I think that what you're starting to see now, because he's working full time, is I think you're starting to see Logan actually now performing more like a proper wrestler. I think now he can't rehearse and, you know, have every match choreographed because he's wrestling on too frequent of a basis now. Back in the day when he was wrestling, he'd do a match at SummerSlam and then you might not see him again until Survivor Series, and then you might not see him again until the Rumble, and then you might not see him until WrestleMania. And so you can sort of choreograph those. But actually now that he's wrestling more frequently, it's only really now that I'm willing to have a conversation about him being a proper wrestler now. So I think this is where it's hard to say what's his best match, because a lot of what he's done has just been celebrity choreographed. It's not really fair to compare to like other people's stuff. But where he is now, I will concede, because he's been doing this a number of years, because he is now full-time, because he is now having more matches on a more frequent basis. Now he is at the point where I think you can class him as being comparable to other wrestlers. So I suppose the point I'm making is, let's see what he delivers now, and let's judge him now as to how good he actually is. And see what he does at Mania, and see how good the match is, and see what he does at Backlash, and yeah, kind of judge him from there. Because I think if you're going to judge him from when he first came in and was doing those early matches at Mania and SummerSlam, those were just celebrity matches. Those were just choreographed to make him look as good as possible. Doc Holliday said, in the box is going to be Royce Keys with a new name, Don Tootin. Don Tootin! Okay, so Triple H is just talking about tonight. He's talking about the women's chamber match right now. You can go in feeling like no one knows your name, but you'll walk out with everyone talking about you. They've all got something to prove. Okay. There we go. Just a little chat with the game Triple H. Alexa Bliss is going in tonight with the most appearances in an Elimination Chamber for the women. 2018 winner. She's got 4 previous Elimination Chamber appearances. Asuka, Raquel have both got 3. Asuka was the 2023 winner. Not a massive crowd behind them for this countdown show. I'd imagine most people are probably heading inside. It does look cold, to be honest. It does look cold. But they got a few people behind them there. It's not like a tiny crowd. But, yeah, it does look cold. Okay, Brian, hello, buds. Said, what direction could they go if the actual masked man attacks Logan before the match and then they need another replacement? Well, a direction that they could go is that Theory could go in, because we know that Bronson was meant to be in. We know that Logan has now gone in. And if Logan gets taken out, I would imagine that Heyman would want a member of the Vision to still be in that match, right? And I'm sure Heyman would make the point to Nick Aldis, Adam Pearce, you know, it was meant to be Logan. It was meant to be a member of the Vision. You know, the quick, we haven't got time to do another qualifier now. So the best solution is let me put another member of the Vision in. Let me put Austin Theory in. And I think that would make sense, right? I think that would make sense if that was the argument. I think people could understand that. There is not time to do a qualifier match. So someone would have to go in that would have not have qualified. So Theory being the replacement, you could see the argument for that. Another one, yeah, DJ Khaled, is Jacob. And the reason why Jacob would make sense is because he is desperate to get his hands on Drew. And actually, we all saw what went down in the main event of SmackDown. It was Drew attacking Jacob, costing him the victory or potentially costing him the victory. And if I'm Jacob, I could very comfortably go up to Nick Aldis and say, Drew cost me on SmackDown, and he cost me the first time as well. In both of my qualifying matches, I've had to deal with Drew. Put me in this match because I am going to win it and I am going to get my revenge at WrestleMania. And I think there would be a very good argument for them to do that and to put Jacob in. So I suppose it's whoever gets to Nick Aldis or Adam Pearce first, if that was to happen, because I think you could make an argument for Theory, and I think you could make an argument for Jacob, and there's probably others you could make an argument for as well, but those two would be my front runners. I think for me personally, I would go with Jacob, and I think if you do that, all of a sudden the winner is cast into doubt. I don't have much doubt that Cody's winning the chamber, but if Jacob gets added, I do have doubt, because Jacob is the other person rumoured to be in that match at WrestleMania. So Jacob could win the chamber. And then, of course, the question is, how do you get Cody into that match? He's not won the Rumble and he's not won the chamber. So how do you get Cody into that match? I mean, maybe it's Cody versus Drew. If Drew wins, Cody never gets a shot at the title whilst Drew's champion. If Cody wins, he gets added to the match at WrestleMania. Perhaps we do that match on the road to Mania. Cody wins, gets added to the match, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we have got Big E, we have got Wade, we have got Joe. They're just outside at the moment. Theory, Jacob could be made if Logan gets attacked at the start of the show. I don't think they would do that, to be honest with you. I think the 4 matches is enough. We had 4 matches for the Rumble, and that show went, a good length. I don't think they would. And we've just done like loads of qualifiers. I mean, it was only last night we did a qualifier. We did that exact match. Well, not Theory, sorry. We did Logan Jacob last night as the main event of SmackDown. So I would struggle to see them wanting to add another match for it to be a qualifier on the show. I think at this point they would just put someone in if Logan was to be attacked before. Kathy is backstage with Alexa. Vince in the box would be hilarious, said John. Triple H said this is going to change the landscape forever, said Davids. I feel like Triple H says that every flipping show. Every flipping show. Did he say this is going to be a new era? Is it a new era? Days, if Danhausen isn't in the box, could it be the Hardy Boys? I don't think. No. I don't think that any serious person is going to be in that box. Whatever is in that box has been in that box for 2 weeks, seemingly. So it's very hard to see it being anyone with credibility. If anyone's going to be in that box, then I think, Danhausen makes sense because he's a comedy character. I wouldn't expect it to be the Hardy Boys. What if CM Punk is doing a drinking game? Let's go. That'll be a surprise. Okay, we're just seeing the chamber. The chamber is lowered. It is in place. So the chamber is... backstage with Michael Cole. Is he going to talk to AJ Lee? Oh. Michael Cole said he had a chance to sit down with AJ Lee and cover a wide range of topics. So looks like they're just going to a sit-down interview with AJ now. Yeah, I bet that'll be quite a good little interview, to be honest. But I don't really want to just sit here and listen to it. But I'll keep an eye on it. Okay, Dean said we should turn that into a meme every time Triple H says wrestling days. If Triple H says wrestling days, I don't think we'd be drinking too much, to be honest. JS17 said, Days, how are you? I'm good, thank you. I'm back, brackets again. Could Seth be in the box like Sting in 2015 with Seth's statue segments? What if the Vision interrupts the GMs and Seth is in it? I think there's a big difference between this and the Sting segment. First of all, the Sting segment wasn't a box. I believe it was a curtain. And so that item had not been traveling around for 2 weeks. They obviously set it up before the show. They had a curtain over it, and then they raised the curtain up, and instead of the statue being there, it was Sting. So Sting was probably standing there for a few hours, maybe, right? Maybe not even that. I mean, I don't think that was the segment that opened the show. So actually, he might have been stood there for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, right? I can't remember where on the broadcast it was. I don't believe it was the opening segment. But even if it was, let's say Sting had been stood there for 2 hours. That's fine, yeah? This crate has been sealed and shipped around for 2 weeks. So the idea that someone is in the crate like Seth and they're going to come out of the crate is just hard to believe, isn't it? It's hard to kind of buy that a person has been in a crate for 2 weeks and that they're going to pop out of the crates. I mean, if there was an explanation that they were somehow able to get into the crates just before the show started, then okay, right? If there's a way that you could get into the crate or something, okay. But my understanding is that what is in there has been to Raw, then it got sent to SmackDown, then it got sent back to Raw, then it somehow made its way to SmackDown, even though it should have gone to Chicago, and now here it is in Chicago. So this is why it's hard to believe there's a person that's in there. If Danhausen comes out, as we've said many times so far, that would just be a comedy thing. I mean, how has he been in there 2 weeks would be part of the joke because he is a comedy character. But in regards to someone serious like Seth, or someone serious like Bianca, or Evil, or David Finlay, or whoever, I don't see how it works. I just don't get it. That would be my first thought. My first thought would be, how has he been in that box for 2 weeks? So I think there is a big difference between the Sting moment and this box. I don't think they're comparable. Some people have even been comparing it to when Chainsaw Charlie came out of the box. You might remember he chainsawed his way out of the box, but I can't remember the full background of that, but I don't remember that box being shipped around for 2 weeks beforehand. So I think this is different to that as well. So I'm struggling to see it be a serious person, let's put it that way. But it could be anything. I mean, I'm not the one that's writing the show. But I can tell you that would be my feedback if I was in the creative room. I'd be like, you're going to make out that he's been shipped around for 2 weeks. I think people will have an issue with that. Matt Jason said, I would have Logan over Jay because if you look at who is in it, there is not a heel that they want a heel. Reed got injured and they get them chanting, so you need a difference, said Matt Jason. ZPM said, we're all in the crates. I'm in the mystery crate, said Slushy. John is in the crate as well. Guys, please don't put spoilers in the chat. If you are in the crate, please let it be a surprise. It's not very fair to let people know that you are in the crate. Let us just find out for ourselves. Yeah. Joshua said, how you doing? I'm good, thank you. I hope you're well, buds. My dad and I are at Disneyland. Wow. Having fun. We're going to watch WWE and you. Do you know, I can't, if ever anyone says they're at Disney World or Disneyland, there's only one thing I ever think. And it was this little thing that I learned that has just stuck with me. Apparently, Disneyland is in LA. California, and you know that because land, L-A-N-D, land. Disney World is in Orlando, and you know that because of world and the O-R-L, for World and for Orlando. So, I mean, I believe that to be true. Hopefully now that I've said that, people aren't going to go, no, it's the other way around, right? But my understanding is if you want to know where Disneyland is and you want to know where Disney World is, Disneyland is in LA, Disney World is in Orlando. So that says to me you're in LA, you're in California, Disneyland, and that's how you tell the two apart. And every time someone says to me they're going to Disney World or they're going to Disneyland or they've been to Disneyland, that always flashes in my brain. It's such an interesting fact that I learned as how you can actually tell where they are, because I never knew. I probably told people I was going to Disneyland when I was actually going to Disney World, right? Because I've been to Orlando quite a few times and I've been to Disney World in Orlando. I've probably told people I've been to Disneyland, to be honest. I never really knew that they were like two completely different places. I thought it was just one and the same. Slushy said, Disney is too woke for me. Well, I mean, to be honest, I don't really engage with any of that, so I don't worry about any of that stuff. I mean, when I first went, it was like 97. Woke wasn't really a thing. To be honest, I went a lot in the 2000s, not so much to Disney, but just Orlando. And again, woke wasn't really a thing. Woke, I want to say, is kind of like a 2010s going into 2020s thing. So, yeah, that whole kind of woke stuff, you know, the Snow White controversies, all that kind of stuff. I was going before any of that. Whether that would like affect me going, it wouldn't, to be honest. I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go and see Snow White, but then I was never going to go and see Snow White, you know? That was never my kind of thing, so... but yeah, I know that they've gone and got themselves a bit of a reputation. I've seen the South Park episode about Disney, which was very, very funny. I did enjoy that. Right, anyway, have a good time. I hope you're having fun. Right, JS17 said, Days, it's the wonderful world of wrestling. Yes. Mae Young gave birth to her hands. A man in a chicken suit came out of a giant egg. Vince's golden egg. That went nowhere. Stuff doesn't make sense. Well, I'm going to push back a little bit on that. I'm going to say that under Triple H's booking, and certainly more in the current era, we are in a very different place to some of those examples. You know, a person being in a chicken costume coming out of an egg was 1990. Mae Young giving birth to her hand was like the Attitude Era. And to be honest, I mean, a lot of people, and it was a comedy segment as well. So, you know, that wasn't like serious. So in regards to that, that's why like tonight, if Danhausen comes out, I would be like, yeah, I can understand that, because it would be a comedy segment. So the hand was a comedy segment that happened like over 20 odd years ago. The chicken suit hatching out of an egg was 1990. And actually, The Undertaker was worried that he was going to come out of that egg, wasn't he? He was worried he was going to be Eggman. So, again, that was a fun comedy thing. It was meant to be, like, for the kids, the gobbledygooker. It was meant to be that he was going to be the mascot for WWE that was going to go to live shows and the kids could, like, get pictures with the gobbledygooker. So the Gooker was a comedy thing in 1990. Undertaker was worried it was going to be him. The hand thing was a comedy thing as well. The egg was connected to a movie promotion. So the golden egg thing was all to do with a movie I think The Rock was in. National Treasure or something, maybe. Something to do with some film. So, I mean, what I would say is tonight's crate going to be a comedy thing? Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be Danhausen. That's actually my favourite theory as to what's going to be in there. So Danhausen emerging out of the crates, I think there's a possibility for that. And I think that when people go, what, he was in there for 2 weeks? Yes, it's a joke. It's part of the joke. He's a comedy character, and they're going to make out that he was in there for 2 weeks, right? If you want to kind of get upset about that, then fine. But I mean, it's not worth it because it's not a serious character. But I think if we're going to try and pretend that Seth has been in there for 2 weeks and you want me to take him seriously and you want me to treat that as a serious way that we've brought him in, I would push back against that, because the gobbledygooker wasn't serious. The hand birth thing wasn't serious. The golden egg thing was just a movie prop connected to The Rock's movie. So this is why, for me, it doesn't stack up with where we've been. And a lot of those examples are things from like 20 odd years ago anyway. So, I mean, listen, I am not going to sit here and say that it is not going to be Bianca, or it's not going to be Jericho, or it's not going to be Seth. I'm not going to sit here and say that, because I ain't booking it and I don't know what's in the box. But what I can tell you is that I wouldn't have a serious person in there, because I don't think it would be very well received. I think people would rightfully go, what, he's been in there for 2 weeks and you want me to take him serious? And I'd agree with people that that's just a bit dumb. So we're going to have to wait and see. I don't expect it to be someone that's serious, but I do think there's a chance it is someone. I think there's a chance it's Danhausen. Netforce said, do we think it's a problem that WWE are trying to be family friendly-ish? No, I don't. Because I think, to be honest, most of us got into wrestling when we were young. And I think that I think it's right that we don't lose sight of that. You know, WWE can still provide fantastic content and be PG. Like, it's absolutely fine. I mean, like, I grew up loving The Undertaker and The Undertaker's streak. I grew up loving Shawn Michaels and Heartbreak Kids. I grew up loving The Warrior and the British Bulldog and Macho Man and the Mega Powers. And, I mean, the Attitude Era is an exception. If you go back into the 70s and the 80s, I mean, it was PG content. WWE does not have a rich history of, like, you know, being edgy and everything. Like, the 80s was very family friendly. Hulkamania was say your prayers and eat your vitamins, you know? But obviously we did that, and then we moved into the new generation. That was also family friendly. But I mean, it became apparent that the world wanted something a bit edgier. And more than that, there was a war going on. You know, WWE was battling with WCW. WCW was cool. It was doing stuff like NWO, and WWE had to counter that. So it wasn't just a sign of the times, but that played a part. But it was also the fact that we were battling against WCW in the Monday Night Wars, and we had to kind of do something a bit edgier. So we embraced Attitude, and that's why we had the Attitude Era. But as soon as the battle with WCW was over, that's when, you know, we kind of go back to being family friendly again. We only went back to where we had been before. The Attitude Era is an exception. We do kind of go into ruthless aggression and we keep it edgy for a while, but eventually we go back to PG. But if I think about some of my favourite ever moments in WWE history, they've happened during family-friendly PG times. You know, look at Cody finishing his story. Look at the Bloodline. I mean, I think a lot of people would say the Bloodline was one of the best stories we've ever done. Cody finishing his story was really well received. Liv Morgan's revenge tour against Rhea. You know, all of these have been in recent years. And then, as I said, you know, the Undertaker, British Bulldog, Ultimate Warrior, Hogan, Andre, the start of WrestleMania, which started in 85, all of that stuff, the early Manias and all of that stuff in the 80s, early 90s, all of that was done under like family-friendly PG kind of ratings. So, I really don't. I think that, like, we got into this when we were kids. I think it would be a bit unfair to pull up the drawbridge now and sort of say, yeah, you know, this is going to be edgy. This is going to be aimed at, you know, people that are 18 or above. I think that wrestling is fun, colourful, exciting. Kids naturally gravitate towards it. I think to do stuff that would exclude them would be a shame. I don't think that it lessens anything by making it available to everyone. We can still do amazing things like Bloodline, like Liv Morgan's revenge tour, like Hulkamania, like John Cena, and, you know, people love Cena and what he did. People love Bloodline. The idea that because it's PG and family friendly, we have to just aim it at kids. I disagree with that. I think what we need to be doing is making content that appeals to all, stuff that the kids can watch and enjoy, but stuff that adults can tune into and enjoy. And, you know, listen, maybe Jay yeeting all the time is more for the kids. Well, that's okay. I think we can deal with that. They can, you know, that's for them. And it's not aimed at me. So that's fine. But like when I'm watching Gunther take on Ilya Dragunov, I don't think they're booking that primarily for the kids. So there's stuff there for us. There's stuff there for the kids. I think for me, like keeping it family friendly, having as many people enjoying the product as possible. That's great. I think there is room in wrestling for something that appeals to a more mature audience. I think there is room in wrestling for an ECW type program that kind of turns up the violence, turns up the stories, turns up the bad language, turns up the blood. But to be honest with you, in this climate, it's going to be hard to find sponsors for that because a lot of sponsors don't want to be associated with that. And we live in a world where people get offended really easily. I mean, actually, the world we're in right now is very, very different from the one we were in the turn of 2000. This world now gets very easily offended. You got social media. You got people that want to try and cancel things. So if WWE was to do anything edgy, it would cause offense. There would be a backlash to it. There'd be, you know, campaigns online. It's just a nightmare. It's a hard environment to be in now, to take risks in and to be edgy in, because you're gonna, I mean, even if you try and play it safe, you're going to upset people. Whatever you do, you are going to upset people. There is no, you can be I mean, Miss Rachel, who puts out content for kids. I've seen people going off on her for different things. And you're like, how is this woman that creates like kids content having people go, I don't know anything about her, but I've seen people making comments about her. And you're like, well, honestly, in a world now where people are having a pop at like some children's entertainer, I don't know what she's done, but maybe it's valid. I don't know. But the point I'm making is you can be the most PG person in the world. You can be, you know, actually making content for kids, and people will have a go at you. So, you know, WWE want to get as many sponsors as they can. They want to get as many advertisers as they can. The way that you do that is to be available to everyone: kids, women, men, young, old, white, black. Everyone is welcome. Yeah, it's open to all. And, you know, that way you can attract the most sponsors possible, the most advertisers possible, the most viewers possible. And it's just the biggest pie that you can go after. You know, it's you're not excluding anyone. The challenge is, can you come up with creative that is going to satisfy everyone? I mean, it's hard to please everyone at the same time. It's hard to put on a show that's going to entertain kids, is going to be acceptable for adults, is going to work for women, is going to work for men, is going to work for young girls, work for young boys. Do you know what I mean? It's really hard to put on content that's going to work for everyone. And this is why sometimes you might get Alexa or you might get Liv that kind of fire back on some comments they get going, guys, or whoever, this was not meant for you. This part of the show, we did not have you in mind for it. You know, this is more aimed at this kind of demographic. And I think sometimes it's easy to sort of forget that. It's easy to kind of think that everything on the show is meant for me. Everything is meant to entertain me. From the start of the show to the end of the show, be it the women's match, the men's match, be it a tag match, be it a comedy, be it whatever, it's all meant for me. And that's just not true. because what I look for in wrestling is probably different from what many of you look for in wrestling. Who I find entertaining is probably very different from who you find entertaining. But WWE has to navigate those waters where they're trying to please everyone. And if they didn't do that, there would be a smaller promotion. If they only targeted a certain demographic and people were excluded, it would mean less money coming in from sponsors, less money coming in from advertisers, potentially less viewers. I mean, you might be able to grow a certain demo, but you would be excluding other demos. So, for those reasons, I understand why they do what they do. I think WWE has a proud history of being family entertainment. I got into it as a kid. I wouldn't want to see kids being excluded from getting into it now. With that being said, I do think there is room for a more mature product. WWE could even provide that, but it would have to be like a standalone show. WWE at nighttime, WWE nighttime, WWE Extreme. Yeah, something like that where it just stands alone. It doesn't interact with PLEs. It doesn't kind of cross over. It's literally just its own brand with its own roster, and they just get a bit edgier, and it's aimed for an older demo. Yeah, there probably is a place in the marketplace for that. But you wouldn't be able to cross it over with this, because this has to stay family friendly, of course. But yeah, I think that's an interesting conversation. If you was to introduce another brand alongside NXT, Raw, and SmackDown, could you introduce WWE Extreme? And could it be like a show that stands on its own, airs at 1 a.m, and, it's just got blood and, the kind of show that Moxley would love to live on. He'd love to be the face of it, Syringes everywhere, pizza cutters, all this kind of stuff, yeah? Boobs, yeah? Naked women. Perhaps we give it Shane McMahon. Perhaps Shane McMahon could book it. I'm sure he'd enjoy that. I know that Steph wouldn't want Triple H booking it, I can tell you that. But, yeah, there's probably room in the portfolio for something like that. David said last year's Chamber was part of the PG era. It didn't stop Cody dropping the F-bomb. Well, you can get the odd wording, can't you? I mean, PG is like parental guidance. So PG means that there's going to be the odd bad word. There's going to be the odd moment. I mean, I actually thought that Punk and Drew in their Hell in a Cell match was pretty brutal, actually. I mean, there was blood. And, there was weapons being used. And, I mean, that is probably the furthest that I've seen us go in a long time with, like, I think it's why the match was so satisfying. Because it is true. This is, a sanitized product where we're not going to get that edgy when it comes to blood. And we're not going to get that edgy when it comes to bad language. You might get the odd word here or there, but it is PG. It is something that we have to kind of keep contained, confined. But, I mean, we did still get Punk and Drew in a fantastic Hell in a Cell. I think the idea that PG means it's just for kids, like that's just not right. That's not the product I watch. The product I watch is, a product that, tries to please everyone. And I think it's been good since the pandemic. If you take 2025 away, just look at 2022, 2023, 2024, I think people would say those were really good years for WWE. And then, yeah, last year went wrong. But it doesn't... It's just history repeating itself, We've been there before, we'll be there again. Days, what's the first match? I think it's the Women's Chamber. The Chamber is down, so I think it's the Women's Chamber's going to be the first match. Jackal said Prime Sandman against Jon Moxley, who wins? That's hard for me to answer because honestly you're asking me about two promotions I've not really engaged with. I never watched loads of ECW back in the day. I I saw bits, and I certainly watched a bit more when the network was around. Love Sandman. I love the vibe of Sandman. And I think AEW, I watched a few years of that, but I haven't watched it since the end of 2023. So I haven't watched the past few years of it. I would say Jon Moxley is probably going to have better conditioning. I'd say that he's probably going to last longer. I think in regards to just how, it would just be brutal on both sides. So I think I would say Moxley. And I'm going to pin that on the fact that it would be brutal. Both guys would be brutal. But I think Moxley would last longer. I think his cardio, his conditioning, I think he looks after himself a lot better than Sandman did. Sandman was just built for, having a good time, really. He'd be drinking beers, of course, and just living life to the max. I think Moxley is a little more grounded than what Sandman was. So I'm literally just going to put it down to the fact that both guys, I don't think would really stop at any limits. Both guys have shown themselves to be able to take pain and be able to dish out pain and to bleed and to be cut open and cut others open and deal with down to some sort of athleticism or conditioning or cardio. I think I might lean Moxley. Because I think the Sandman's lifestyle would probably catch up with him before Moxley's did. But, Sandman could absolutely win that. It depends what you want to book, doesn't it? The truth is, it just depends what you want to book. But I love Sandman. He might be my favourite ECW star, actually. Sabu is an absolute legend. Tommy Dreamer, they had loads of great names, but I think Sandman was just, his entrance and his vibe, and it just hit different, didn't it? So, yeah, I got a lot of love for Sandman. A lot of love for Sandman. Right, Metal Mama said, hope you're well, friends. Happy Elim Chamber Day. Yes. Happy Elim Chamber Day. We are less than an hour away. We are just we're 58 minutes away now, friends. I can tell you that the crowd is starting to file into the United Center. There wasn't the biggest crowd behind them. It's even smaller now. But, yes. Sign in the background says, welcome home, CM Punk. So we are less than an hour away from the start. Oh, my God. That crowd is actually sizably smaller now that they've kind of cut back to that angle. So, yeah, 58 minutes and we'll be on the way. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It really is greatly appreciated. We are on 664. That means that we are, 336 likes away from getting to 1,000. 1,000 is possible. I would say to be where we are right now, and the show we've still got pretty much an hour of a countdown, and we haven't yet started Elimination Chamber, and we need to find 300 odd likes. I think it's possible. So if you've not left a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated. And yes, let's get back to the chats. Metal Mama said Sandman does great cameos. Robbie said Sandman's going to retire this year. Cynthia wishes everyone a happy Elimination Chamber Day. Trent said, what's the point of making the big reveal of the crate Danhausen when 90% of the crowd are not going to know who the hell he is except for diehard fans? Yes, I understand that argument, but I would say the exact same thing about why bring Royce Keys out at the Royal Rumble, but we still did it, right? I would also say, what's the point in having Motor City go straight to the main roster? What's the point in having Jade Cargill go straight to the main roster? I'd make those arguments as well, but we still did it. And I think actually the thing with Chicago is that AEW have run Chicago quite a few times. Largely thanks to CM Punk, and CM Punk has got a good relationship with Danhausen. So I think Danhausen and Punk have kind of been around each other quite a bit. I think Didn't Danhausen give CM Punk like a funny T-shirt? I think we looked at like a clip in Unseen like quite a while ago now. And so I suppose the point I'm making is that Chicago is obviously a very Punk sort of place, right? There's a lot of CM Punk fans that have followed his career, right? There's going to be a lot of WWE fans here as well, but there's a lot of Punk fans. CM Punk's got a really good relationship with Danhausen. If anywhere is going to have a good knowledge of Danhausen, it's probably this venue. So if Danhausen comes out, I actually don't know what the reaction will be like. I think there'll be a good amount, maybe not everyone, but I think there'll be a good percentage here that know who he is, because AEW have run this venue. Danhausen has obviously been in AEW for a while. Chicago is quite a smart wrestling crowd. I don't know that they only watch WWE. I think they are a fan base that are quite engaged with their wrestling, and they're certainly engaged with Punk, and I think that they would know of Danhausen. So I do agree with you. I totally understand your logic. I'm not in disagreement with that comment, but I think that if it is Danhausen, this is just going to be a fun way of bringing in a fun character who, because he is a comedy character, because he has got face paint, because I'm sure they've got a fun segment planned for him as a way of introducing him to the crowds, I think he can actually get quite over quite quickly with certainly the younger fans. You know, I think him coming out will be like, who's this guy? Who the hell's this? Amongst the kids. I think you can get the kids quite quickly because Danhausen, I think, will just appeal to them. And then I think a lot of people in this venue will know who he is because of AEW, because of his relationship with Punk. So I think the venue of where we are is quite important if it is Danhausen. I think Danhausen is my current leading theory. I mean, the fact that he got removed from the AEW roster page just a few hours ago, the fact that he is like the bookie's favorite, if there is someone in there, he's the favorite person to be in there. These are the reasons why he's on my radar. But, you know, I don't disagree with what some were saying. Could it be a podium for the draft? Could it be a statue for the Hall of Fame? Could it be some god-awful sponsorship thing? Could it be 2K26? Could it be the return of Pat to commentary? I think all of these things are possible as well. Could it be a shark cage? And we're going to have someone else enter the chamber like was mentioned earlier. Yeah, there's a possibility of that. I don't really want to rule anything out because I don't know what it is. So I can't really say what it isn't. The only thing I can say is that if it's going to be a serious person, I will have a question of, have they been in that crate for 2 weeks? And I don't think I would be alone in having that question. So I think that you would see social media asking that same question as well. So, and to be honest, the crate hasn't like moved or anything. They haven't done anything to make you think there's a living creature or a person that's in there. The crate has just been there, hasn't it? So there's every chance it's not a person. There's every chance that it's an... I mean, it could be a countdown clock for Jericho. That's another very, very reasonable thing that could be in there. It could be a countdown clock that's counting down 2 weeks. And they keep showing it on Raw. They keep showing it on SmackDown. And it counts down. And we're all going to be expecting Jericho to emerge when it hits 0. And they'll just make a thing out of that on the road to WrestleMania. I think there's a good chance it's that. The only thing I don't know is when is Jericho free? His contract is frozen at the moment. When does it unfreeze? When does his contract unfreeze? So I don't know the answer to that. So that's why I don't know about the countdown clock. Raw Anonymous Manager. Oh, well, you think it could be that? Lol, yeah. I mean, we've got GM, but I mean, you know, it could be that Adam Pearce gets sacked and we replace him with the anonymous general manager. Right, I always think of Cactus Jack and Abdullah the Butcher coming out of boxes to attack Sting, says Tony. Sean said, I think Scooby-Doo is in the crate. Robbie said, Danhausen's signature face paint is trademarked. He owns the trademark, just like Sting. That is a fun fact. Break the walls down, says Wrestling Voids. Jay said a countdown clock could be anyone. That'd be a good way of get people watching. That's true. Yeah, it could be for anyone. I think, obviously, you could understand people mentally thinking it's Jericho because he's used countdown clocks, obviously, in the past. Countdown to the millennium and all of that. So people would naturally be thinking of Jericho. But, yeah, I mean, you are correct. It could count down to anyone coming in. You just made the list, says Connor. Word Life Cena fan said, days when Jericho returns. Do we think WWE would put him specifically on Raw or SmackDown? In my opinion, it would be better to have him on both, depending on who he's feuding with. I think they would want to put him on a brand. I don't think they like really having people float between the two too much, because what you want to do is you want to get people to tune into Raw so that you see your favourite superstar and tune into SmackDown to see whoever's on that show. If you have people floating between the two, you're not necessarily getting them to tune into that show to see, you know, for example, if I want to know what Cody Rhodes is going to do next, I know that I kind of need to tune in to, you know, watch him on SmackDown, because that's the brand that he tends to be based on. And he might make the odd appearance on Raw, but by and large, if I want to follow his story, I need to be following on SmackDown. Same with Liv. If I want to know what's next for Liv, I need to make sure I'm tuning into Raw. And so it's just a good way of getting people to tune into those shows. If Jericho floats between the two, you don't really quite know where he's going to pop up next, really. So I think WWE don't really have too many examples of free agents. And we know that the brand split is not the toughest split in the world. There is a flexibility that's there. But to be honest, I think that if he comes in, they would put him on a brand. And he could always appear on the other brand. I mean, I don't worry about that stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people that seem to get quite upset with the fact that someone that's on Raw might show up on SmackDown. And it's like, it's not that big of a deal. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't really matter. As long as it's kind of largely being stuck to. I mean, if the odd person from Raw shows up on SmackDown or the odd SmackDown star shows up on Raw, that's fine. I mean, by and large, if I know where I need to go to watch Liv, you know, if 1 week she was on Raw, next week she was on SmackDown, week after SmackDown, week after she's back on Raw, that's a problem. But by and large, we know that Punk's on a Monday, Judgment Day's on a Monday. You know, you're going to see Jade on a Friday. Like, we know where we're going to find the superstars because we know what brand they're on. So I think Jericho would probably just get assigned. They might have him go on both brands for a few weeks. A bit like we're doing with Ober at the moment. But eventually he'll get tied down to a brand. Just like Ober will get tied down to a brand. I think the rumour long has been that Ober will go to Raw. So I'm expecting him to go to Raw eventually. Jericho, he could bounce between both so that people tune into both. Where's he going to go? And then eventually he signs with a brand. Big Mig said, people will love Danhausen. He's made for WWE, said Big Migs. Big Mig, shout out to you, but I think there's some truth to that. I mean, I think with WWE, we're quite used to matches just being okay. You know, we do want good matches, but it's not the be-all and end-all. You know, a lot of people that tune into WWE want good characters, and they want good stories. And yes, they want good matches, of course. But I think we're quite forgiving with that. Like, we can watch Raw and SmackDown and, you know, watch matches that are, no, that's okay. You know, it's good 92, good 93. It was okay. You know, that could have been a bit better. That could have been a bit better. But, yeah, it's okay. And we're so used to seeing matches sort of around that level. That, like, if you've got someone like Danhausen who's not known as being, like, a great in-ring performer, it's not a big problem. You know, he's got a big personality, he's got a big gimmick, he's got a big character. And, you know, that plays well in WWE. So, yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I think that he would play quite well. I think the kids would love him. And I'm interested to see how he gets on. I mean, I don't know loads about him. But I'd be quite excited to see what he would bring to WWE. I do sense, though, that there's people out there that probably know a bit more about him than what I do. And I do sense there's some people out there that are a bit like, not sure, you know. Perhaps the Joker's war a bit thin for some people. But I don't know. What I've seen, I've enjoyed. And yeah, if he's in, I wouldn't be down on it. That'd be okay. We have got a Chewy Martinez segment. Wow. Chewy is someone that we watch on Evolve. Chewy is actually at the Elimination Chamber store, and he's just interviewing some wrestling fans, and that's a nice shirt, Tiffy shirt, Asuka shirt, AJ shirt. So we're just having a look at some of the merch that they've got at the store. There's he's wearing a CM Punk shirt. That CM Punk shirt's quite cool. Yeah, I quite like this, actually. I quite like this Chewy going and just interviewing fans and getting to have a look at what they've bought and getting to have a look around the store. This is one of those where you might look at it right now and go, you know, I've seen this. I saw this online, whatever. But imagine in 10 years' time when you watch this back and you'll get to see what the store was like and what merch was being sold. It's a little bit like if ever you go back to like WrestleMania 10, if they had something like that then, you'd be able to see what the merch was like at the time. I just think that stuff's quite fun. Big Mig said, I've been following Danhausen's career since he broke his leg on the Indies. He's got great comedic timing, but he's also very good in the ring. Face paint mask would be dollars, said Big Migs Gaming. So Big Migs Gaming is very excited for a potential arrival of Danhausen. But again, I have to stress, we don't know what's in the crate. Danhausen is just amongst the favourites. So Big Migs, thank you. Joe Bangles said Punk loves Danhausen. Chedley said Danhausen would be a top merch seller. I watched Warriors return to wrestling versus Hogan. It was really fun, says Davids. I want Jericho to return soon, said Connor. And he will be in the ring with his list. And then a person can come down and Jericho can say, you just made the list. The man from Time Forgotten said, I bet WWE will change up the storyline on who took out Jay and make it look like Jacob did it. What do you think? I don't know what to think, honestly. I mean, I think that there is lots of ways forward. It's a bit like Who Shot Mr. Burns, you know? I mean, you could have anyone do it. It's just which way do you want to go? I mean, I think you could have it be Drew. I know Drew said it's not him. But you could easily have it be Drew, and it turns out that Drew was lying. Shock horror, right? And it was him. You could have it be Sammy, because, you know, Sammy crashed out on last night's SmackDown. I think that's a perfectly acceptable direction, you know. Frustrated at not being able to get the job done. He's now starting to take people out to, you know, try and get himself some better odds and get himself into more favourable positions. And I suppose the question would be, though, why would Sammy take out Jay? What's the benefit of Sammy taking out Jay? Sammy did not get into the qualifier to replace Jay. So what would be the benefit for him? Could it be Randy taking out Jay so there's one less person to worry about in the chamber? Maybe Randy didn't think that they would do a qualifier on SmackDown, and of course they did. Could it be Cody, thinking along the same lines? Could it be Jacob? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like a pick your own adventure, isn't it? Which direction do you want to go? I mean, I think you could make a story out of it being any of those, really. So, or many other people as well. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a thought, to be honest. It's a little bit like the crate, isn't it? It's like, is it going to be Danhausen? Could be. Is it going to be a draft? Could be. Is it going to be a countdown clock? Could be. I mean, it's just no way of knowing, is there? I mean, it could be any of those things. It's really what they want to do. Marvelin said, do we think Theory will get Braun's storylines? No. I think Braun was going to be like quite high up the card at WrestleMania. I mean, if you think about the work they've done with Braun, Braun was the person that took out Seth. You know, that's put him in quite a high position, right? He was kind of the de facto leader of the Vision. You know, he went up to Bronson and was like, are you with me? He went up to Heyman and went, are you with me? And, you know, in a way, he was the de facto leader of the Vision when Seth got removed. Braun is someone that they've been very excited about, even in NXT, former NXT champion, got brought up, and, you know, they were just trying to find, I mean, don't forget what he did to Speed in the Rumble last year. They gave him that moment. And I think, you know, they wanted to pull the trigger on him and put him in the Vision and giving him that spotlight. It was meant to do that. I think Theory is someone they would like to get behind, but Theory doesn't have the same aura or impact that Braun does at the moment. So I can't see them giving Braun's stories to Theory because they're not in the same place, really. They're not really in the same place. Like, Braun is someone that was competing for the world title against CM Punk in early January. And actually, a good chunk of people thought he was going to get the win and that he might be the new champ. And of course, CM Punk found a way of winning that. I don't know that people or WWE are quite comfortable yet with Theory being in that position. So just as a result of that, I'm going to say that I don't think it's as easy as just passing the storylines over to someone else. I think what you would want to do is look at the landscape and try and find the right way forwards for, okay, what did we have planned? What should be the story now? You know, we don't even know if Theory isn't behind this Masked Man thing. We know that he's not the Masked Man because the Masked Man attacked Theory. But was that to throw us off the scent? Could it be that Theory has been working with Seth all along? That was a fan theory that people had at the time, that Theory was working with Seth. Could it be that Seth took out Theory momentarily so that it just threw people off the scent, so that you don't suspect that it's him anymore? And actually that allows him to kind of, you know, try and bring the Vision down from the inside. I don't know. I feel like that would be 4D chess, and WWE has shown they're not very good at playing 4D chess at the moment. So I can't say I think that's happening. But yeah, I mean, you can kind of guess and second guess till the cows come home, can't you, as to what they're going to do? But I think because of where Braun is and where Theory is, you know, this is Theory that's kind of lost, coming out of A-Town Down Under, and is quite lost. I think that they don't feel like they're in quite the same place to me, Braun and Theory. Wrestling Void said, time flies when you're having fun. Enjoy the show. Yeah, we've only got like 37 minutes to go. Time is very much flying. I mean, we have done 4 hours 20 now. 4 hours 20. I feel like I only looked 5 minutes ago and it was 3 hours 10. I remember looking at it going, we've done 3 hours 10. Now it's 4 hours 20. So, yeah, I mean, we've got like 37 minutes or so to go. And then we'll be underway with the chamber. We're going to start with the women's. Obviously, tonight we will do an opinions video. I'll do a breakdown video. Obviously, the big thing is going to be who is in that crate. That's the one I think most people, if there's one answer that people want tonight, I don't think it's who wins the chambers. I don't think it's does Finn Balor get turned on. I don't think it's can Finn Balor beat CM Punk, 'cause I think most people are thinking he can't. I don't even think it's will AJ beat Becky. I think the one thing people want to know the most If people miss this show, right, I think they will tune in and I think they will be like, what was in the crate? What was in the crate? I think that'll be the big question. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to kind of getting my teeth into this. And we've literally got 36 minutes till we find out. So, exciting. Loving the show, said Heelish Priest. Well, thank you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Windsor Guy said, in my opinion, I couldn't see it being Jacob just because it seems like it hasn't been long that WWE have pushed him as a babyface to already go heel. Yeah, do you know, it's funny you should say that because Trick Williams is on screen right now. Trick Williams is someone that is a heel at the moment, and he's getting like big reactions. Obviously, the whoop that trick stuff, right? And as a result, WWE are now rumored to be interested in actually pushing him and turning him face. But I think that's a mistake. I think you've got someone here that's really over with the crowd. You've got someone here that's like really, you know, working. And I think if you kind of change the character and you make him babyface, you kind of run the risk a little bit of sort of messing with that dynamic. You run the risk of, you know, messing with that relationship. And I just don't think it needs messing with. So I actually kind of agree with you with the whole, is it right to mess around with Jacob at the moment? Because I sort of feel that way about Trick Williams at the moment. Is it right to sort of mess around with Trick Williams when it's working, you know? Connor said, if Chris Jericho does return, do we think that we could probably see Chris Jericho and Kevin Owens reuniting? Would you like to see Chris Jericho and Owens reunite? Would I like to see them reunite? Yes, I would. I don't know that we can do anything, though, because Kevin Owens is injured at the moment, and there's no word as to when he will return. I think you could probably do some fun segments with them backstage, or even have Kevin Owens come down to the ring and do some fun in the ring. But I don't think that it can be anything that's going to go on too long because of the fact that they are, you know, got a problem with him like being injured. And there's no word about him coming back to wrestling. So, yeah, I think in regards to Kevin Owens, I hope he comes back. I haven't heard any update from him. I hope he returns to wrestling, but I mean, it has been over a year already now. And there's no word on us being even remotely close to a Kevin Owens return. So, yeah, I hope he can. I hope he can come back. I hope he can make a return. But I can't see it. And so I think any kind of Jericho Owens interaction would be quite fleeting, and it would just be like a backstage thing, you know. David said, I'm counting on the fact that TKO needs help in ticket sales for Mania, and the best way to do that is to blow the roof off tonight. That's the only rationale that we have, because we know how Tripp's surprises go. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my thought process when I went into the Rumble. Like, we need to send a message to the world that tonight is a big night. And I don't know if they got that quite right for the Rumble, right? I don't know if they got that quite right. In regards to where we are now with, you know, needing to make a big statement, I feel like we're probably in that same situation again, you know? I think if you look at a lot of the feedback online and in our community, a lot of the recent shows have been a bit not well received. Let's put it that way, right? People are still feeling like as WrestleMania season got going yet. But I said this the other day, and I'm going to stand by it. I'm going to hold my hands up, and I'm going to say, I think a little bit of that is on me, that we did this last year, and we've done it again this year, where every February is about building to the chamber. And really, the good stuff for WrestleMania, it doesn't drop until after the chamber. So I think that, like, to judge this WrestleMania season by what we've had so far, It's probably not the right thing to do. I agree with you. Let's have a big show tonight. Hopefully they're gonna. Let's have a big show tonight. Let's make a big statement. Let's have a really fun show. Let's really drive some stories forwards. Let's have some betrayals, twists, turns, whatever it might be, right? Let's do all of that. And then, let's get the fun stuff going in March, in April, and hopefully build to a really good WrestleMania. I think if anyone's out there right now thinking that this WrestleMania season is a lost cause or that WrestleMania itself is done, ticket sales are slow, TKO are killing the business, whatever it might be, I would try and get out of that headspace. I think you're in a really bad place. And I think it's easy to get into that place because that is what you see all the time. Yeah. I think online, it's what you see all the time. And listen, I'm going to be honest, we've been critical because I think there have been things to be critical about, but I am optimistic and ever hopeful that, this show's going to deliver, WrestleMania is going to deliver, this year's WrestleMania season is going to deliver, all of those things are going to come through for us, the fans, So I think what we've just done is February has been about getting us to tonight. We're here now. This is where we do need something to come through. And I'm excited to see if they can deliver on that. Don't forget, it was this time last year we had the John Cena heel turn. We were in the exact same position last year. And we did the John Cena heel turn. I'm certainly not expecting anything of that caliber, right? I don't think there's going to be anything of that level. I don't think we need to be expecting that. But I do think that there's every chance we do get something quite juicy tonight. So, but let's wait and see. I mean, we don't have long to find out. It's less than half an hour now. Spawny Boy said, I'd love to see Kiana versus Jade, says Spawny Boy. Trick, Ober, Javon, so excited if it gets booked right, said keep the dream alive. Yes, keep the dream alive. Shout out to you, Trick, Ober, Javon. I mean, they are reasons to be excited for the future. I think those three call-ups have been absolutely fantastic. Those three call-ups have been fantastic because Ober is just nothing but aura. Trick Williams, he is aura, but he's different. When he comes out, you don't go, oh man, he's going to kill everyone. He comes out and you just got a smile on your face. The crowd start chanting, whoop that Trick. He looks the real deal. He sounds like the real deal. His wrestling's good. He's had some good performances. So, yeah, I think Ober, aura, Trick, entertainment, Javon, athleticism. I mean, what he can do in the ring is so impressive. I mean, he's not got like much bulk to him, right? He's still kind of bulking out a little bit, but I think in order to do what he does, he probably does need to be the size that he is. He's quite tall. I mean, he's got a height to him. So I'm certainly not down on his appearance, but he doesn't kind of physically impose the way that Ober and Trick do, but then he can do other things that they very much can't. So, yeah, all three of them have come up and delivered something slightly different, be it incredible in ring, be it incredible entertainment, or incredible aura. So I think if you want to look at the future of WWE, you only have to look at those three recent call-ups, and hopefully you can see that it's in a really good place. I mean, Ober. I mean, I was watching him with Miz, and the segment was okay on SmackDown, but I mean, oh my God, he is so entertaining and engaging, and it doesn't matter if he's just killing people or if he's cutting a promo, or I mean, even that line about, I can't see the resemblance between you and Undertaker, except for you both look like dead men to me. You're kind of like, that's a good line. That was a really good line. So everything he does is just like aura. He's the real deal, man. He'll be a world champ. He'll be a WrestleMania main eventer. I don't see what can stop him, to be honest. He's got everything. And people are even doing the walk and everything. All of that's being mimicked. Even when his music hits, the crowd are going, "Hoo!" You know, in between the breaks in the music. Just like we did when he was in NXT. All three of them have translated so well to the main roster. It's very exciting. It's good, isn't it, to see some stuff that you can be like really excited by, because, yeah, I think there was times last year where people were really struggling, actually. You know, the vision was all over Raw, but it just didn't feel quite right. The John Cena heel turn just wasn't landing. You was kind of looking at, like, Tiffany being champion, and by her own admission, she says, I went stale. And I think we could see that. And so, you know, you're looking at Raw, you're looking at SmackDown, you're trying to find the bits that you really feel connected with. And I think there was times last year where the community was telling me they were struggling. But I think there are some green shoots this year, and I do think there are some things, and those three call-ups in particular, I think have really breathed some life back into the shows, you know. 68 Ian said, I don't think Jericho does return tonight. If he was coming back, it would have been the Rumble, or they'll keep it until Mania. I think Chamber is too small of a PLE. Well, that's interesting. I'm in two minds on that, to be honest, because I'm in two minds on it. Part of me is thinking that he is not able to have been at the Rumble because of the fact that he was under a contract and his contract was frozen. Well, I don't think we get him tonight because I think that he is potentially still under a frozen AEW contract. If he was free, I think this show is big enough to bring him into, because you know, they want every show to be seen as being quite big now, because in America, you have to pay like $25, $30, whatever a month to get the ESPN app so that you can watch these shows. You know, back in the day when we had the network, you only paid $9.99 a month. And, you know, you got the PLEs for that. You got all the back catalogue for that. You got NXT for that. And so you'd pay your $9.99. And so, you know, it didn't matter if a show felt that big or not. You know, people weren't going to really unsubscribe for, you know, the $9.99 they're paying, because, you know, there's other stuff. People were watching NXT, they were watching the Edge and Christian show, they were watching the back catalogue, all the old pay-per-views, all the old shows. It was such good value that it didn't matter. But now we're in a different place where we are asking for people to subscribe to a service that they might not be subscribed to. So you've got to make the shows, each of these shows have got to feel like it's worth subscribing to ESPN for. So I think that change recently has maybe shifted things. And don't forget as well, this is still an important show because we're well on the road to WrestleMania. And actually, you know, last year, this is the show John Cena turned heel on. So the idea that this show is not like a big show and nothing big ever goes down here, I would say is probably not accurate if we look last year and see this was the show Cena turned heel on. So I think this being the show that Jericho comes back on, he couldn't have done it at the Rumble because of his contract being frozen. If he's available now, I do think there is a chance he could have been on this show. But we had a look at the start of our stream, yeah? We had a look at the start at the AEW roster page, and Jericho was still listed on there, and as of right now, he is still on there. Danhausen is not. So for that reason, I would say I'm not expecting Jericho. But interesting, Ian. I appreciate your thoughts. I think I can certainly go with you on some of that. But I do think if he was available, I do think there was a chance he would be on this show. Right. Steve said there's just no telling when Jericho can come back because no one is sure how much time was added to his frozen contract. Could be a month, could be 6 months. I don't expect him to sign anytime soon. Keegan said, did I miss anything? Has the chamber started? No, not yet. Not yet. Edward said Danhausen was removed from the roster page earlier today. Yes. The one said with injuries and lack of stories, they have got to start to fix this. Ticket sales are low. Why do a shiz pay-per-view tonight? Why not help those ticket sales? They must deliver. Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. The one thing I would say, though, is that ticket sales are low. Yeah, because we know creative has been flat. But part of it as well is that tourism in America is down, certainly tourism to Vegas, but ticket prices have increased from last year. So apparently they are still on track for WrestleMania to be the highest grossing show they've ever done. WrestleMania this year is still, even with the lower ticket sales, it's still on course to be the highest grossing show they've ever held, which is amazing, isn't it? I think the headline is that ticket sales are low, and so that kind of reinforces the idea that people aren't interested in the product. And, you know, that reinforces the idea that the product is stale and that the shows haven't been good. I think there's a degree of truth to that. I mean, you only have to look at the show scores that people deliver or the comments that people make on the opinions videos, in the chats. You know, I mean, you'd be silly to ignore that. I mean, we know that there's been struggles, right? So I think that plays a part. But I think, like, the ticket prices are really high, and I think that plays a massive part as well. I think that, you know, if those ticket prices were reasonable, they would have shifted a lot more. So the fact that they're still on course to actually, you know, break records and for it to be like the highest grossing show of all time, it's not there yet, but the projection is that it should get there. Then, yeah, that's pretty incredible. They've done about 37 odd thousand, knocking on the door, getting up to 40,000. It's about 20% down on where it was last year. But numbers-wise, it should still go on to be the highest grossing show. But I don't disagree with you. I think that tonight, there's not many occasions that WWE have got where they can reach people, right? A really big audience. Because a load of people tuned in for the Rumble. So I mean, the Rumble is the most watched show of the year, right? Last year in 2025, more people watched the Rumble on Netflix than watched night 2 of WrestleMania. So Rumble was the single most watched PLE last year. People love the Rumble, right? So I would say that the Rumble this year was the show that you needed to deliver on. And I think most people would agree it didn't really tick all of the boxes. So I am in agreement that they need to deliver tonight. This is a big opportunity. This is a big show. A lot of people are going to have their eyes on this event because it's a major stop on the road to WrestleMania. So we do need to make sure that we deliver tonight. But I don't know. I really want this to be fun. I want it to have talking points. I don't want to go in with an expectation that it needs to be crazy, because I don't think it's going to be crazy. I don't think it's going to be a bonkers show. There's not really any reason to think that it's going to be. I just hope it's good. I just hope that we come away from it going, well, we got that. It was a good show. And if they can do that, I'll be satisfied. If they can get above that, I'll be really satisfied. So I just hope it's not bad. Oh my God, Frank Gotch and George Hackenschmidt are on my screen. Yes! That's the 1911 match that they had. Oh my God. Guys, there's a video package that's got George Hackenschmidt. That is sick. That is sick. I need to watch this video package. I'm missing some good stuff. Spurs Gaming said, I would rather Days get money than ESPN. Thank you, my friends. I really appreciate this. But I appreciate everyone that joins us. Spurs 24601. I appreciate that, my friends. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm hopefully we're going to see something fun and we can talk about something fun together. I'm hoping that this is going to meet expectations. I just urge that people's expectations don't get too high. I mean, realistically, the Rumble, I think, didn't deliver for everyone. Realistically, I don't think that the Survivor Series delivered for everyone. Realistically, WrestlePalooza did not deliver for everyone. Like, it has been a rocky road. Let's put it that way, right? It's been a rocky road. So, I mean, I don't think it's right that we go into tonight thinking this is going to blow our minds. I don't think recent history is suggesting that it's going to do that. But can it just be a good show? Can it be an entertaining show? Can it feel like it was a worthwhile watch? Can it feel like we didn't waste our Saturday nights? Yes, I think it can do all of that. I think it can absolutely do all of that. So, yeah, it's one of them, innit? It's one of them. So, Spurs, thank you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. Appreciate you joining us as well. PJ said, Days, thanks for the videos and the streams. They've helped me through a rough time with health over the last 2 years. I honestly appreciate you so much. I hope you and everyone here in the chat tonight enjoy the show. Oh, what a classy statement. Well, thank you, buds. I mean, to be honest, it's me that should be thanking you guys because, you know, I mean, all I do is sit here and talk about wrestling. That's it. I mean, I'm not doing anything really. I'm not doing anything. I'm just talking about wrestling. But I think the fact that there's people that get some enjoyment from the conversations we have and can find an escape from, you know, what they're going through. And I mean, we've all seen the stories of what's going on in the world today. So the fact that we've got wrestling as a comfort blanket and as an escape from our problems and what's going on in the world, like, I think wrestling is incredible for that. Because the great thing with wrestling is it never stops. You know, if you follow like a sports team, they might have an off season. NFL, you know, goes quiet for, you know, 6 months or whatever. But with wrestling, it's like, we've got this show tonight. If this is rubbish, well, we're back on Monday with Raw. We're back on Tuesday with NXT. We're back on Wednesday with Evolve. We're back on Friday with SmackDown. And back round we go. And actually, I think next weekend is an NXT show. I think we've got an NXT show coming up next weekend. So, you know, it's just, and WrestleMania's on the horizon and, you know, it's just never ending. Even on the days where there might not be anything, there's so much chatter, rumors, reports, news. There's just always stuff that's coming through. There's always something wrestling related that's like demanding your attention. I think wrestling is a fantastic escape from things. You can get lost in like a parallel universe. You can get lost in a different world. And I think wrestling was always amazing for that when I was a kid. I think it was even more so when I was a kid because, you know, when I was a kid, I was looking at people like Hogan, Warrior, these larger than life characters that really felt like they'd come from another planet. I mean, they were so big and jacked and so intense, and I didn't know anyone like them. There was no one in my life like Hulk Hogan or the Ultimate Warrior or Macho Man. There was no one in my life that big, strong, colourful, charismatic. I mean, they are these kind of large. No one in my life like The Undertaker. Good, to be honest. I mean, that's probably a good thing. But, you know, it did, didn't it? It felt like a different world. It felt like flipping a collision of gods. And I think we have that still to a lesser degree. I mean, obviously, kayfabe has been chipped away. But, you know, Roman's got aura. Oba's got aura. We've still got that kind of larger-than-life feeling at times. So, yeah, this is where we are with wrestling. It's in a different place now. But still be good. We all remember Bloodline, as we said. We all remember Liv, Rhea, CM Punk, Drew. That was really well received. I mean, people, there's still stuff that goes on that people are, you know, Nightbirds, amazing. So excited when the Wyatts came in. And yeah, it's not worked. But Nightbird was amazing. Love that whole period. Cody finishing his story. Love that. That was fantastic. CM Punk returning, flipping. Even Disney can't come up with anything as magical as that. So, you know, I'm glad that it has been of comfort, not only to you, but to anyone that's been going through some stuff. And I think wrestling has always been fantastic for that. Long may that continue. So, PJ Spurs, thank you, my friends. Here's Joe Bangles. Joe Bangles said, have a pint on me. Thank you, my friends. I appreciate it. I don't have any plans to have any pints right now, but I'm sure there will come a point where I am in a pub. There's enough of them around here in the UK. So I will do that. So Joe Bangles, thank you, my friend. Joe said, my wife just walked by and heard you on my phone. She said, is that your handsome wrestling friend? I said, yes, but relax. He's only 21. Joe, you have dealt with that situation absolutely perfectly. If anyone ever says, is that your handsome wrestling friend, and they're referring to me, yes is the correct answer. And I think pointing out the fact that I am only 21, a fact that a lot of people struggle to believe, I'm glad that you managed to get that in there as well. So Joe, you have gone up in my estimation. Yeah, you are getting dangerously close to best friend territory right now. So Joe, I appreciate that, but 68 Ian said, can we talk about the Wyatts for a minute? Oh, yeah. Their debut was amazing, but WWE have really dropped the ball with them. What happened? So Nightbird sold us a bill of goods that we never ended up receiving. So I can't speak for every fan of Bray, obviously, and every fan of his work, but I think one of the things that made Bray so special was that he was a world builder. The thing with Bray was that he took us places and gave us different environments and different characters and backstories, and he gave us this world that we could, you know, we just spoke a little bit there actually about how wrestling gives you an escape and how you can get lost in this world of storylines and characters, right? Well, Bray gave us a world within a world, because we not only had the wrestling world, but within that wrestling world, we had his worlds, where we had Sister Abigail, and we had the Compound, and we had the Wyatt family, and then we got introduced to new characters like Mercy the Buzzard and Ramblin' Rabbit, which are based on different things from his past. And these weren't just random things, like there was depth to them. Like Huskus was based on when he was Husky Harris. And, you know, he was, you know, a character that was a bit lost. And he was told that he needed to lose weight. And so, you know, Huskus the Pig Boy is based on that. You know, Ramblin' Rabbit is kind of based on the criticism he faced from his promos about how his promos were rambling and they would never really get anywhere. And so it's based on some from his past. Abby the Witch is based on Sister Abigail, very important character from the history of the Wyatt family. You know, questions were, where is the Funhouse set? What's behind the Funhouse door? You know, and wanting to understand a little bit more about the world that he had built. That was a massive part of the appeal. And then the cherry on top is the introduction of the Fiend character. This darkness that he's learnt to control, this alter ego that he's now got. And then, of course, he brings Alexa into his worlds. I think the point that I'm making is that with Nightbirds, we go to cabins, we've got imagery of, do you remember when we thought it was a bride and it appeared to be a bride? It turned out to be Nikki, but we were like, who's the bride? You know, what's in those notes that are being delivered? There's therapy sessions. Who's the therapist talking to? And, you know, you're looking for clues. You're doing QR codes. You're being sent on adventures. It's all part of this world that's been built. And there was so much excitement because it was so rich and there was so much work that went into Nightbirds that actually when the Wyatts arrive, you know, they murk a load of people backstage and you're like, okay, that's cool. Yeah. They start a bit of a feud with Chad Gable, which seemed like a bit of a weird choice to go after first. But as I said at the time, it's just a way of introducing them. Yeah, they'll get stuck into the Randy Ortons and the people we want them to go after soon enough. But as an introduction, them going after Chad, who had been kind of mistreating Otis and Maxine and Akira, okay. It's maybe not the most engaging of feuds, but okay. It starts the ball rolling. And then, of course, you know, that kind of goes okay. There's not really a great deal to it. And then we move on to Final Testament. We kidnap The Miz, which was kind of interesting. But then he gets let go and he betrays them. And that leads us into the Final Testament thing. We didn't even finish that feud. And Bo gets injured. And then we have to scrap plans. And then we don't see Bo for, you know, months and months and months. And then word comes out that he's dealing with some personal issues. And because we hadn't really done the work with the group, I don't think they wanted to present them without Bo. And so months go by and we don't see them. And then, of course, I think they had plans to work with Judgment Day. They get thrown out the window. By the time we bring them back, we've got to basically start all new creative. And so we just kind of try to keep it simple. We focus them in the tag division. We've kind of built them up now to this feud with the MFTs. But we're not world building. We're not introducing new characters. We're not looking at how the characters interact with each other. We're not doing any of that work. All of that we kind of thought we were going to be doing, we haven't been doing. I think the timing of the injury, obviously him going through some personal issues with his dad's health, has all kind of really, you know, disrupted the momentum. I think the truth is the group was probably not going to be able to live up to Nightbirds anyway. I don't think that they had plans for anything as satisfying as Nightbird to follow, and I think that's disappointing. But I think the extra issue on top is the injury and the personal issues that Bo has gone through. I think that has just completely derailed momentum, and so they've had to kind of rebuild them. And now we're just in a place where the hype has really settled down, and they're just sort of there, really. So it's very frustrating. I still think not all hope is lost. I mean, I think that you can find a way of, you know, giving the fans what they wanted. It's just it might require them being took off TV for a month, filming a load of vignettes, planning like some really good stories, getting some QR codes set up, and then like kind of launching it again, if you will. So yeah, there's quite a bit that's gone on with them, to be honest. I can understand why fans are disappointed. I don't see them as a lost cause, but they are certainly not a group that fulfilled the kind of high expectations that Nightbird had set for them. So yeah, I think it's something in that, right? Something in that. I think there's a way of saving them. I really do. I mean, I'm not any creative booker or genius at creative, but, you know, if somehow I was in that creative room and I got given that as a job, I'm very confident I could make it work. Even now, I'm very confident I could make it work, because I feel like I know what fans want from it, and I feel like I know what's not being delivered. And so I feel like I know what needs to be done in order to get it where it needs to be. And that is to dig into the world, the backstories, the characters. We need to see them interacting. You know, we need to maybe tease the arrival of a new character. We need to kind of dig into all of that. And there's just none of that that's going on, is there, to be honest? But that's why I think it can be saved. I don't know that it will be saved, but I think it can be saved. Right, we are just 2 minutes away, and we are, I think, getting the Star Spangled Banner. That is what we're getting. Hannah Montana is going to do it for us. Let's go. Let's go. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Zoso said the writers are the problem. We need some new blood in there. They need some true fans to give life to this. If Triple H wants main card, that's fine with long building. But I feel like almost anyone in here, says Zoso. I I think there's some really, really knowledgeable people in our community, and I can say that completely 100% legit because I read so many theories and opinions, and there's some really good stuff that gets said. And I think that there is a lot of people in our community and outside of our community that would do a great job being in that room, in that creative room. I think that some new blood in there and some different perspectives maybe. I mean, when you're in the machine, it might be quite hard to kind of see exactly what's missing. I don't know. I mean, I could imagine there's a lot of noise if you kind of work in that department, you know. There's a lot of numbers, there's a lot of facts and a lot of figures. It feels quite simple to us on being on the outside looking in, but I bet it's quite noisy if you're on the inside. And perhaps that just makes things a bit more complicated. So, yeah, I think I agree with you. Getting some fresh blood in there, getting some outside perspectives in there. But whatever they decide to do, I feel like they need to do something. They have made a few tweaks to it this year. Word is that they have moved a few people around. So I think they're aware that it wasn't quite right. Whether they've tweaked it to the point now where we're going to see improvement, well, tonight is certainly a night where they can do that. Tonight is a night where they can show us that they've worked it out. Jared said, well, it's your lucky day. You get me twice a week. Yes, Jared. Jared, shout out to you, buds. Good to see you around. Make sure, guys, that you are jumping over to wherever you need to jump over to. I need to jump over to Netflix. I did not have it set up. I was watching the Countdown show on YouTube. So right now we should be live, and we are live inside the United Center. There we go. There's Michael Cole. Right, and we are underway with the 2026 Elimination Chamber. We don't have the chamber lowered right now. I don't know if they're going to lower it. I mean, I believe the women's one is probably going to start us off. They've blocked VPNs, says Metal Mama. Have they? Have they? What, they've blocked VPNs for getting onto Netflix? How have they done that? How have they managed to do that? God, that's the main way they sell VPNs. Whenever I see an advert for a VPN, like, you know, on YouTube or something, it's always the YouTuber going, do you want to know what they're watching on Netflix in the UK? Do you want to get access to, you know, are you abroad and you want to get access to the American Netflix? Like, they always use Netflix as a way of promoting VPNs. So, I mean, that's going to be a big blow to the VPN community, to the VPN family, if Netflix are now starting to find a way of blocking those. Chio said, I had to refresh a few times, but I have managed to get my VPN to work. Right, try that. Try that. Try refreshing it a few times. Noah said, mine's working okay. I'm using NordVPN, said Tracy. Metal Mama said it's Spectrum. I don't have any issues at the moment, says Brian. Well, okay. Seems like we're getting a bit of a mixed bag of people that are having a few problems, whatnot. So try and hit the refresh, or you might have to, I mean, like, you might have to try a different VPN. That'll be horrible, though, if they do start blocking those. I know many of you are watching through a VPN. Okay, pyro going off. Pop, 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 pop. Pyro is going off. Okay, we are inside the arena. What we got? Okay. We've had nearly 3,000 votes, by the way. 54% of you think it's going to be Danhausen or Jericho. 21% think it'll be someone else. 14% think it's going to be Hall of Fame. Only 11% think it is going to be some sort of sponsorship thing. So it seems like a person, be it Danhausen or Jericho, is the favoured option. I'm going to end that because we're going to have our first match coming up soon and we're going to need to be able to do a poll for it. There's Finn Balor. He's still sat in that seat. Yes! Finn Balor has not moved for hours. Join the club, to be honest. Okay, so Becky is backstage. She's doing her vlog. So Becky is backstage. There's AJ, CM Punk arriving. They showed us that earlier. Fadeaway Media said, I've just got a feeling tonight is going to be special. Well, I hope you're right. Yes! We've got Chamber lowering music playing. Bum, 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 bum. Chamber lowering music. That means that we are going to go to the Women's Chamber. I believe this is the one that's going to open the show. Okay, so the chamber is being lowered. They got flames shooting up. Like, they've got these kind of flamethrower type things on the floor. That'll be a problem if one of them accidentally goes off during the match. Imagine the wrestlers wrestling in the chamber and all of a sudden some flames come shooting up. The last superstar standing wins and goes on to WrestleMania. The winner will face Jade Cargill. So this chamber still just coming down. Takes a little while to lower it, doesn't it? Okay, right. Alexa's coming out and the chamber's not quite down yet. The entranceway, there's no stage. It's ground level. The screen is just, you know, it's probably 3 times the height of a person. So it's not like the biggest stage in the world. They do like to try and keep the entranceway quite low so they can get people behind, and I think that's what they've done here tonight. Alexa making her way down to the ring. It would be awesome as long as no one got hurt, said Glockness. Stage a little bit different tonight, says Porky Pig. It's crazy that Javon is younger than the chamber. Asgard said, I hate that announcer. He sounds like he's gonna start short. David said, Mr. McMahon is in the box. It's gonna be a holy shiz moment. Right, if you are joining us and you've not hit the like. We can absolutely get to 1,000 tonight. I didn't think it'd be possible, but we're on 834. 834. So it means we need 166. 166 likes. We can smash 1,000, and that I was not expecting that. If you joined us yesterday, you'll know I was like, I don't think we're getting to 1,000 on this one, but yeah, that'll be pretty sweet. Okay, Michael Cole, Wade Barrett are on commentary. Alexa making her way down. We just cut to the commentators. Guessing the chamber has been lowered by now. Yep, there we go. Alexa making her way into the chamber. So I'm guessing Alexa goes straight into a pod. We are live, said WrestleRants. Yes. Dr. Lucha, shout out to you, buds. Lovecat said, could it be a WrestleMania sign in the box? I don't know what they would be communicating with that. If we can think of a reason for them to have that in the box, then I would say yes, not impossible, but I can't think why they would do that. if they want to talk about WrestleMania, they can obviously just put the logo up on the screens. They've already got a big one hanging up anyway, so I don't think it's going to be that. Here's Asuka. I wonder how much Jade paid for that box. Well, they don't do comps anymore, do they? We heard that they don't give out comp tickets. So, yeah. She must have bought it. Okay, here is Asuka making her way down to the ring. Giannis Antetokounmpo is in attendance. Yes! Giannis Antetokounmpo is there. Yes. That's what social media is saying. Big news. That is big news. I think it's a basketball player in here. I think it's a basketball player. Here's Asuka making her way in. Alexa's gear is awesome, says Metal Mama. How do you know, Metal Mama? You're not watching? Asuka went over to Alexa. Alexa puts her hand on the... Giannis is there. Honestly, it's not that bad of a pronunciation, said TJ. Honestly, I don't know who it is. I think I've heard of him. I think he is a basketball player. But I to be honest, I don't watch basketball. But if I was a guessing man. Okay. Asuka is in a pod. Alexa's in a pod. Raquel is making her way down. I wonder if this is going to start with Tiffany and Kiana. Andrew said James Ellsworth is in the mystery box. Well, I hope so, but I hope so. When is Luger versus Tatanka? It's a good question. Rhea bloody Ripley sign. It's quite a long walkway, you know. It's got a decent length, this walkway. Raquel making her way inside the chamber. Okay, so Raquel goes over. She shakes the chamber. She points over at... I don't even know what she's saying to her there. She was pointing at Alexa going like this. I don't even know what that means. You. And Alexa was like... I do like it when they goad each other when they first get in. That's quite fun, isn't it? That's one of the most fun parts of it for me. When they come in and they kind of goad each other. Can hear a bit of trash talk in there by Raquel. Alexa does not look impressed. Here's Rhea. This is my brutality. Rhea making her way down. My pick to win this is Rhea. Second would be Raquel, said Zycamy. She eliminated Alexa in the Rumble. Oh, right. Good shout. So when she was like that, she was like, I chucked you over the top rope. Do you remember that? When I chucked you over the top rope? I wondered what the hell she was trying to communicate. Okay. Google the word superstar and Rhea Ripley's image will appear. Okay, that is actually not true. That is actually not true. If we do Google the word superstar, we get Adidas coming up, right? Floyd Mayweather, Adidas. If we click over to images, more Adidas, we get Jamelia, because she did a song called Superstar. It's a good track. But there is no Rhea Ripley. So what we've just had there from Michael Cole is what I like to call fake news. because he's told us a fact there that is not true. So I think even at this early stage, we need to question if we can believe what Michael Cole is telling us. Yeah? Lies from Michael Cole to start off Elimination Chamber. Unforgivable in my book. Okay, Rhea goes over to Raquel. Dismisses her. And it looks like Mommy is going to step inside. Oh, that's kind of a fun showdown, isn't it? Rhea puts her arm on the pod that Alexa's in. Alexa responds by doing the same. Jared said matches are back in the box. You know. Jared, thank you. Thank you for the update. Wrestle Knight said, Days, can you stop saying Google? You're triggering my voice command. Do you know, it's funny, actually. We used to get that a lot when we would say Miss Bliss's name. I used to get a lot of people saying, can you stop saying that? My assistant is going crazy. So, yes, I will. I will take that into consideration. Okay, here comes Kiana James. Who have we got winning here? I'm leaning Tiffany. Would have said Tiffany if Rhea was still tag champ, said Macarice. I'm still with Tiffany. I don't have a reason to change. The reason why I said Tiffany is still the same reason why I think she is going to win, because the rumor is it's her against Jade at WrestleMania. And I've not seen any different rumor. I've certainly not seen any rumor that involves Rhea, but I want to be crystal clear that Rhea can absolutely win this. We know the dirt sheets are not like 100% correct 100% of the time. We also know that plans can change. If they've decided that it's more exciting to have Rhea against Jade and they decided that like this week, then yes, we absolutely could go in a different direction. So I've got Tiffany as the winner, but I am not closed-minded to the fact that Rhea could win this. I think she absolutely can. Kiana just going around and I like that from Alexa. Alexa's had some of the best kind of chamber reactions. You know, on that one, Kiana came over and Alexa just turned her back on her. Now Kiana comes over to Rhea. Hi, Mommy. Kiana says, hi, Mommy. Rhea just smiles back. Steps up to Kiana. Kiana stares at her. She gives her a little wave and walks away. Rhea's already grabbed the top of the chamber doing like pull-ups. Okay, Kiana then is going to start us off, and the final person to come down is going to be Tiffy Time. So Tiffy Time's going to start us off as well. Do we think Charlotte gets involved? I don't think so. We haven't really been teasing that she is upset with Alexa. She's down and she's like, you know, but I don't feel like the split between them is coming here. If we do, it's kind of come a bit out of nowhere. Last time we saw Charlotte, she was just eating Ben & Jerry's. She's a bit down, but I don't know that she's going to have got to the mindset of I'm going to attack Alexa. I'm really glum. What shall I do to cheer myself up? I'll take out my best mate. I'll take out my only mate. So, I mean, look, again, there's a chance. I'm not closed-minded to the fact that we could do that, but I don't know. I don't know that I see that being what goes down tonight. Tiffy is in then. She looks over at Alexa and Alexa smiles back. She's going around and checking in with everyone. David said ESPN and VPN ads is $10. Block access to the show. ESPN Plus VPN app is $10, but it blocks access to the show. Are you saying that your VPN doesn't work? I mean, we had that earlier with people saying their VPN didn't work. But I think a lot of people managed to get theirs working after, like, hitting refresh. Okay, we are underway then with Kiana and Tiffany. We should do a poll, shouldn't we? See what you lot think, who you think's going to win. Hello, Austin. Just saw Austin in the chat. Who wins? Let's see who you lot have got. Do you think it's going to be Tiffany? Do you think the rumours are true? Do you think it's going to be Rhea? Do you think they've changed minds, changed direction? Do you think it's going to be Alexa? Or do you think it's going to be someone else? I mean, I think Raquel, Kiana, who's the other one in it? Raquel, Kiana. It's probably not a good sign, is it? I can't remember the other person in it. Oh, lovely work there by Tiffany. I don't see any of them winning. I think it is between Rhea, Tiffany, and Alexa. David said, it was a joke. ESPN is just gorging money from all angles. Well, that's what makes the world go round. TKO are doing the exact same thing. Asuka. Yes. God, that just completely left my mind, you know, and I literally just watched her come in. Yeah, you're right, Asuka. Don't know why that evaded me, but to be honest, I don't give her a chance. I don't give her a chance. Yeah, I think it's Tiffany or Rhea. You could maybe throw Alexa in there. We're certainly not getting Asuka against Jade at WrestleMania. Tiffany going against the ropes then. She collides into Kiana. Bang! Lovely drop kick going for the cover. Kick out there by Kiana. We might have just had a little wardrobe malfunction there with Kiana. I'm not sure. Might have been a wardrobe malfunction. I'm only calling it out for all you perverts out there. You know, it's part of the service. That Kiana might have had a wardrobe malfunction. Right now, going over, we got Kiana with a boot to the midsection. Days, what do we think? Is basketball or wrestling more of a man's sport? Well, I think they're different. I think they're just different forms of entertainment. What perverts do you mean? I mean literally everyone. I don't think there's a single person here that wouldn't have been interested in that news. William's like, yep, I saw it. William will have the images up in every forum on the internet within the next few moments. Okay, right now we got Kiana looking for a suplex. Jared said, I'm going for the unthinkable. I think Kiana wins. Oh. Well, she's getting beaten down a little bit at the moment by Tiffany. Tiffany is going to look to charge over. Oh, no. Cartwheel, backflip. No! Into the pods! High risk. No reward. Look at that. Cartwheel, backflip, bang. She ended up throwing herself into the pod. That strikes me as really stupid. That strikes me as a really stupid thing to do. I'm going to do a cartwheel backflip and I'm going to chuck myself into the pods. Blammy now. Okay. Here we go. Next person is coming in. Okay, is it Asuka? Whoa! Kiana goes in after Asuka. Yeah, she did. Bang. Kiana just gets super kicked there by Asuka. Asuka's in. Kiana goes into the side of the chamber, into one of the side of the pods. Okay, kick to the midsection there by Tiffany. Bang! She go, mates! Flipping hell, no prisoners. Yeah, I tell you what, Asuka's come in and really took up the intensity here. Oh, on the outsides. Yeah, these two were, battling away. It was a pretty fun start. But Asuka's come in and just really turned up that intensity. Yes, get them, Asuka, said Austin. You are dangerous. How Higher World said Asuka's on fire. She has, man. She's coming really hot. She's getting the crowd behind her as well. Nice double drop kick. Down goes Kiana. Down goes Tiffany. She's going for a cover again. Shoulder up there by Tiffany. Kiana is down on her knees. Kick coming in there by Asuka. And another kick coming in again. Asuka with a kick. Ooh, duck underneath. Bang. Back elbow there by Tiffany. Over in the corner goes Kiana. Nice. Bang. Back elbow. Okay. Tiffany is coming back into this. Tiffany had such a good performance. I think it was this time last year. She had a really good chamber. It might have been 2 years ago, actually. I remember having a really impressive chamber performance. Shoulder up there by Tiffany. The crowd knows, Chicago knows who the GOAT is, says Kappa. The pod is bad for the bod. Okay, now it's Alexa. Little Miss Bliss slowly emerges out of the chamber. She's getting inside, charges after Asuka. Asuka goes down. Oof. Alexa takes her down. Alexa, nice DDT there too. Kiana down. Right now we got Tiffany in there with Alexa. Tiffany and Alexa in the ring. Kiana down. Asuka just kind of chilling a little bit. She's watching the action, but she's just staying out of the way. Right now, Tiffany grabs Alexa, rolling senton, sets up prettiest moonsault, going up for it. Alexa had it scouted. She's got Tiffy upside down right now. Asuka collides into Tiffy. Drop kick there by Alexa into Tiffy. Asuka coming around the back there of Alexa, picks up Alexa, looking for maybe a German, but a back elbow there by Alexa. Alexa grabs Asuka. She looks over at Kiana. Kiana with a big boot to Asuka. Roll up there by Alexa. Kick out there by Kiana. Big stomp there by Tiffany. It's fast-paced. Big knee coming in there by Kiana. And again, another big knee to the midsection as Tiffany goes down. So Kiana really throwing in some big knees. Okay, everyone's down except for Kiana at the moment. Still got another couple of people to get into this match. No one eliminated so far. The winner won't make it to Mania to face Jade. An injury angle on the day of the show will make it Jade Naomi, says Davids. Kiana right now looking to slingshot Tiffany into the side of her pods. And she does go into the side of her pods. So, into the side of the pods. Look at that. Bang. Tiffany's gone into a couple of pods now. Right now, we've got Kiana looking up, shaking her head. Countdown clock has started. Next person about to emerge. It's either Rhea or Raquel. I think it'll be Raquel. No, it's Rhea. Wow, so they're saving Raquel for last. I am actually surprised at that. Rhea is in. Rhea with a short arm clothesline. Asuka goes down. Another clothesline. Asuka goes down. Mommy is in. Kick there to Asuka. I tell you what, Rhea looks like she was ready for Asuka. Tiffany is in. Headbutt there by Rhea. Tiffany and Rhea battling away right now. Tiffany is up. Razor's Edge. Whoa! Tiffany Razor's edged into Asuka. So we've got Rhea. She looks over at Alexa. Alexa now off the ropes. She gets picked up into a DDT. No, blocked. Prevented. Into a suplex. No. Reversed. Into a Sister Abigail. No. Couldn't get it. Oh, she's got her all kinds of messed up. Couldn't get it. Riptides. 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 Couldn't get it. My God. Can someone do something? No one's doing anything right now. No one can get anything off. Riptide on the outsides. On the steel. Here we go. Alexa. No. Still no. Alexa grabs a hold of the chamber. Kick coming in. Here's Kiana. She gets booted. She drives Rhea into the edge of the chamber. Hip attack there by Asuka. Misses. Drop kick there by Tiffany. I mean, right now, Alexa is kind of... I don't know where she's gone. She looks like she's climbed up. Has she gone over to one of the tops of the pods? Twisted Bliss off the top of a pod. Incoming. I know it. You know it. We all know it. Jared said, I've sent you a message from the Bucks. There's Alexa. Jared, shout out to you, but I don't know if I want to have a look at it, to be honest, because I don't know that I want any spoilers. Wolf instead said, I can see Nick Khan sat at ringside. So, Alexa with a Twisted Bliss from the top of the pods. We've only got one more person that we've got to introduce into the match. Jared, if I look at that tweet, will it be a spoiler? Because I think I'm in the show now, so if it is, I'm gonna avoid spoilers now. Okay, here we go, Sister Abigail. Sister Abigail as Alexa looks up at that WrestleMania sign. Missed by Asuka. Roll up, Kiana. Eliminates Alexa. Alexa is eliminated. Alexa is eliminated. She got misted by Asuka. Pinned by Kiana. And there we go. Raquel is about to enter. She'll be the last entrant. But the first person eliminated is Alexa. Okay, and here is Raquel. Alexa missed her chance to go to the chamber, said Rob. Jay says she was never winning. Well, talking of who's winning, let's end this poll, shall we? No, it's not a spoiler, it's just a joke. Okay, I'll have a look at it then, buds. I was worried it was going to tell me what it was. Rhea, 49%, Tiffany, 25%. So you lot, half of you have gone with Rhea winning this. So there we go. It seems like the fact that Rhea lost that tag title yesterday has certainly influenced people's thoughts. She's definitely got a chance. She's definitely got a chance. Rhea gets thrown into the side of the chamber. She's being chucked around here by Raquel. Asuka goes into the side of the chamber. I think it's been a really fun match so far. Right now, bang, big forearm shot coming in there by Rhea. Rhea going over to the corner, climbing up. Oh, she is... Rhea. Right into the edge of the chamber. Hurled into the ring by Raquel. Yeah, Raquel is not messing around. As Wade Barrett just said, these two know each other so well from NXT. Tiffany gets lawn darted into the side of the chamber. Asuka pushes Raquel in there. Back fist. Another back fist. Kick to the midsection. Quick strikes. Love that overhand right that Asuka's got. Looks so good. Quick kicks coming in. Pop, 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 pop. Right now we got Raquel. She is going to do a fall-away slam to Asuka. Asuka gets chucked in the ring. Kiana with Raquel. Raquel goes into the side of the chamber. She's getting smashed around the pods. So right now we've got Raquel picking up Kiana. She's got her upside down, drives her. Whoa! Straight through the pods. That was sick. Yeah, that was sick. She grabbed her upside down and just drove her straight through the pods. Ended up just planting her down, and that might be the end for Kiana if she can pin her. She's going to go for a Tiana bomb. She's got Asuka. Boom. She's going to pin both. 1, 2. Wow. Raquel just eliminated Kiana and Asuka at the same time. We are down to 3. We are down to 3. A Tiana bomb. Picked up Asuka, planted her onto Kiana. That's a big moment that is for Raquel, isn't it? They're really trying to make her like a monster in this match. Double elimination at the same time. Damn. I think there's some really fun stuff going on in this match. Twisted Bliss off the chamber. People going into pods. Another shot coming in there by Rhea. Kiana did not look out of place in this match, considering we haven't seen much of her. We are down to Raquel, Tiffany, or Rhea. It's going to be one of these. It's going to be Raquel, Tiffany, or Rhea. One of these going to go on to WrestleMania. Bang. Down goes Tiffany. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Raquel being made to look like a beast. I wouldn't mind a Raquel push. Her run as NXT champion is overlooked, said J14. Leroy said, Asuka goes and totally does the wrong thing. Goes after the biggest missed, powerful opponent who smashes and stacks Asuka +1. Okay, right now we've got Rhea being hung upside down. Yeah, Rhea's legs have been put through that chamber. And right now she's dangling upside down. Tiffany jumps off the side of the chamber. She's upside down at the moment. She's battling away. We're 40 minutes into this show already. Tiffany getting back up to her feet, charging over. Big boot there by Raquel. Big boots. Tiffany goes over into the corner. Back elbows coming in there by Raquel. Tiffany is struggling. She gets picked up here by Raquel. Fall away slam. Gets it. Right now, Rhea is still hanging upside down on the walls of the chamber. Ah. Yeah, comes crashing down on Tiffany. Raquel doing so well. Liam said, I prefer when the title used to be on the line in the chamber matches. I'm not sure why they changed it. I think they just found... I agree, I like it when the belt's on the line, but I think they just found a way of using the chamber to, you know, find that the challenger for a world title. So the Rumble sorts out the one, the chamber sorts out the other, and it just... Rhea goes up, comes crashing into Raquel. Okay, Tiffany gonna go for prettiest moonsault. Gets it, lands it. 1, 2, 3. Raquel's out. It's gonna come down to the two favorites. It's coming down to the two favorites. It's Mommy or Tiffy. Wow. Okay, coming down to the two favorites. So, Liam, shout out to you. Yeah, I think it was always exciting when the belt was on the line, but I think they just found a system that worked every year for them. Okay, Jade is watching on. Her opponent is going to be one of these two women. Mr. Full D, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the kind words, my friends. Thank you for joining us. Big shout out to everyone that's joining us as we head down to the final two. Who is going to do it? 50% of you said that it would be Rhea. 25% or so said it would be Tiffany. It's, I think it was always between these two. It did feel like the crowd were booing a little bit there when Raquel got eliminated. I feel like Raquel's performance definitely won over the crowds. Oh, Alabama Slam. Kick out by Rhea. 2 count there for Tiffany. Yeah, there was some boos when Raquel got pinned. The crowd did not like Raquel Rodriguez getting eliminated. Big Mommy Cool is over. That's great news for her. That's great news for WWE as well. Here's Tiffany. She is up. Tiffany is perched and... Oh, Swanton! Big boot coming in there by Rhea. Rhea now has got... what's she going for? A one-winged angel. What the blooming hell? She's got her up. Slams her down. 1, 2. Tiffany gets her shoulder up. This match is carrying on. This match is carrying on. 42 minutes into Elimination Chamber. The two favourites are all that we've got left. What is the silver chain hanging around the chamber? That, at a distance, looks like Christmas decoration. I think it might be something to do with cabling and actually the, like, you know, some of the cabling goes through it. I don't know, to be honest with you. Oh, we have had it before. Tiffany. Oh, she landed it. Tiffany. 1, 2. Kick out there by Rhea. Oh, there's blood. Oh, she's busted her nose. There's blood coming out of the face of Tiffany, coming from the nose. Drives her down again. She's going to go up. She might miss this. She might miss this. She does miss it. Tiffany goes into the pods. Here's Rhea. Oh, Riptide! 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 Connects! Connects! 1, 2, 3. Rhea does it! Rhea does it! Tiffany busted open. She was trying to put Rhea away. She couldn't do it. She ended up getting pushed into her pods. Tiffany is absolutely busted. There's blood coming out of her nose. But, yeah, Rhea was able to hit that Riptides. And, to be honest with you, this is not the match that was rumoured. It was not the favourite coming into this, right? Tiffany was the favourite. But, it's the match I would personally most like to see. you know, Jade against Rhea, no offense to Tiffany, excites me more than Jade Tiffany, which is a match that we've seen before. So I am not down on this at all. I am not down on this at all. Fair play to Tiffany, though. I thought she put in a really good performance. In fact, I think all the women put in a really good performance. I think it was a really good women's Elimination Chamber match. I think everyone got, like, moments to shine. And I think it was really enjoyable. And I think most people are going to say that that is the right winner. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of Tiffany fans that are not going to say that. But, I don't know, Rhea, Jade's. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. I'm down to see Mommy take on Jade on the grandest stage of them all. Pyro's going up. Let's get your reactions to that match. What did you think about it? What did you score it? Really good match, said the Jimmy J. Rhea Hogan. Oh, we've got Rhea Hogan comments. Rhea Hogan. We've got the General. Look at the General. Bloody hell. That's a very impressive costume. If he'd have come walking out the crate, I might have been all right with it. That's a very impressive costume. Shout out to the General. This family very excited. They've had an upgrade tonight by the looks of it. DoorDash. There is Trick Willie backstage. Is tonight LA Knight's night? Get your thoughts in about what you thought about that match. Be very interested to see what the score comes in as. Becky Lynch. Okay. I think we're going to get Oba Brock at Mania. I don't give a shiz if the rumor is LA Knight Brock. I don't think that happens. Well, listen, the rumor was it was either Charlotte or Tiffany, and we have just seen Rhea Ripley win the chamber. So, I mean, we've said before that the dirt sheets are the dirt sheets, you know. There's every chance that it was going to go a certain way, and they've changed direction. There's every chance it was bad information, right? Don't know. There's every chance that someone made it up, right? You can't rule that out either. So, yeah, I would never get, like, tied to what the dirt sheets say because, well, we've just seen an example as to where that's not gone the way that was expected to go according to the dirt sheets. There's never been a rumor of Rhea Jades. Throughout all the months that we've been talking about WrestleMania, of all the chatter that's been around, there's never once been a rumor of Rhea and Jade. So, yeah, I mean, Oba, Brock, I would not rule that out. Okay, we have got we'll be right back commercial break thing. Bum, bum, bum. So that will give us a chance to get our breath back for a second. Daze, you're the one that gets tied to the dirt sheets. Oh, no, I don't get tied to the dirt sheets. You're wrong. I don't get tied to the dirt sheets, but I do tell you what the dirt sheets say. And then when people ask me as to what the favourite is, or what, you know, which way do we expect it to go, and I provide an answer based on the information that's out there, right? But like I just said with Rhea, there was a chance for her because, yeah, I mean, she lost the title on SmackDown. It would be an exciting match, but I can't just go with her blindly. I can't just say, oh, I think Rhea's going to win. Why? Don't know. I've got nothing to back it up, you know? I think it. I don't know. I mean, for me, if people are going to say, which way do you think this is going to go? I'm going to say, well, this is what the rumor is. It's worth being aware of the rumor. Doesn't mean that it's going to go that way. So I think if I was tied to what the dirt sheet said, I would have just been adamant that Tiffany was going to win that. If I was tied to what the dirt sheet said, I'd be adamant, no, Oba is not facing Brock. It's going to be LA Knight. And how dare you suggest that it's going to go a different way, but that's not what I do. So I push back on that. RTX said, a very safe chamber match. It could have been much more like with weapons. I wish the match was a bit more experimental. Well, I think that's a fair criticism. I mean, we don't tend to put weapons in the chamber, to be honest. I think that it's hard, isn't it, with the chamber, because we've seen so many now to kind of do anything that we've not seen before. I mean, we normally see people jumping off the top of the pods. We normally see people getting chucked into the sides. We normally see people climbing up the side of the chamber. It's just really hard now to kind of do anything that we haven't seen before. So I think, was it a fun match? Was the pace of it good? Did everyone get some spots in? Did, everyone kind of come out of it looking good? Did the match entertain? I think if we judge it by those standards, it's delivered. Certainly don't think that was a bad match. But, yeah, I mean, could it have been crazier? Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're right. Someone could have, found a way of introducing some weapons or some... I mean, there's no DQ in there, is there? So, could someone have found a way of pulling the mats up and, reaching down and grabbing some kendo sticks or something like that? Maybe. Don't know. But I can't really blame them for not doing that. I think within the confines of the chamber, they just delivered a pretty strong match, to be honest. I was quite pleased with it. I'll take that. I can tell you that people are buzzing about Raquel. People are buzzing about Kiana. I don't care what anyone says. Raquel was the MVP for that, says Fade Away Media. Right now we got a Slim Jim advert. Stone Cold won most matches, including up against up-and-comers, and single-handedly wrecked entire rings filled with other stars, but no one uses his name negatively like Hogan, says Empower. Abdullah said, I would take Rhea winning 100 times again and again and again, rather than Cody winning again and again and again. Days, what if Drew attacks and costs Cody and Randy wins? I love it. And a lot of people would, said Abdullah. Well, not impossible. Cody is the person that I am expecting, because Cody is obviously the rumor for WrestleMania. But I don't want to be tied to it. I'd like to be crystal clear that I am open-minded to the idea that Randy could win. But again, based on all the chatter, all the stuff that I've read... I am expecting it to be Cody. Oh my God. This might be good news, and it might also... no, it's probably good news, actually. The Dude Wipes mascot is in Chicago, but it's not inside the crate. So that probably means that it's not going to be in the crate unless they're just about to take it backstage and load it into the crate, right? But... good news, bad news, make of it whatever you will. The Dude Wipes mascot is in the United Center, right? Okay, it is going to be AJ Lee and Becky Lynch next. AJ Lee, Becky Lynch next. Liam said, I would love to see AJ lose tonight and then get a rematch at Mania and win the title there. And the closing scene can be Punk and AJ. Just cut it off. The closing scene can be Punk and AJ holding their titles in the middle of the ring. Oh, what, at Mania? I mean, that could be your closing scene tonight. AJ could win tonight, Punk could win tonight, and it could be that we actually have that image, you know, tonight at some point. I agree. I think I'd rather have AJ trying to win the title and chasing rather than going into WrestleMania defending. But yeah. I don't know. This one could go either way, to be honest with you. This could go either way. You do not deserve to hold this, says Becky. I'm going to retire you in front of all your friends and family. Here we go. The hype is building up. The video package is playing and we're about to get to match number 2. David said Meltzer comes out the box and gets attacked by D-Dub mascots. Here's the man. Well, I think people would love that. If Dave Meltzer made a special appearance on this show, I think that would be very well received. Green said, I think Tiffany broke her nose. She mouthed to the ref. Ooh, interesting. Definitely looks like she did some damage. That's interesting if we think she broke her nose. Liv Morgan just tweeted out big sexy. So she must be watching our stream, which is great news. Becky is the greatest to ever do it, sign. Big time Bex. The man. Making her way down to the ring. Becky versus the final stop on the road to WrestleMania for premium live events. Okay, Becky making her way down, holding up that championship. She's got a little smile on her face. Becky continuing to go round to each corner. Becky takes her shades off. Oh, Jessica Carr is the ref in this match. That's interesting. AJ chance. AJ chance. So, yeah, Jessica Carr, the ref in this one, is quite interesting. Here's AJ. Let's go. Light it up. AJ Lee comes skipping out. AJ Lee about to have her first singles match in about 11 years. She's skipping her way down to the ring. She got a nice little pop when she came out. I bet the nerves are very, very real. She's going to be in there, though, with someone that really knows what she's doing. Smile on the face of Becky as she looks over to AJ. AJ steps on the edge of the ring. She looks over and smiles back. Hot Dog Puppy said, Days, would it be fair to say that the Wyatt Six are a Bray tribute act? I've got the monkeys. Enjoy the show. Hot Dog Puppy, shout out to you, buds. I don't think they're a Bray Wyatt tribute act. I think there is an element of that. I think we were looking for them to be more than that. And unless we're going to actually build on that worlds, if we're just going to, you know, not dig into the characters, not flesh this out, not introduce new characters, if we're just going to like freeze it where it is, it does run a bit of a risk of sort of being viewed that way. And I don't think Bray would want it to be that. I mean, I think Bray would want his brother to build on it. I mean, I can't speak for Bray, but, you know, if I had created a world and I'd passed away and my brother was going to carry it on, I wouldn't want him to be nervous about not doing anything, you know? I wouldn't want him to be nervous about, I don't want to ruin anything. I don't want to say something that Bray didn't want, or, I mean, if you're going to be like that, just don't do it at all. If you're going to be like that, just don't touch it at all. If you're going to be like nervous with it and treat it like it's some fragile vase, just, I wouldn't even touch it then. I mean, if you're going to do something, I would expand on it and add to it. So I think until we start doing that, it might run a bit of a risk of being seen as like a tribute act, but I think it's got so much more potential than that. So I don't think it's unfair. I think it's probably a way that you could look at it that way, but hopefully it will be more than that one day. Julian says, happy Elimination Chamber days and everyone. Julian, shout out to you, buds. Appreciate you joining us, and a massive, massive thank you to everyone that's left a like, because we have now achieved over 1,000 likes, which is incredible. So a big, big thank you to everyone for doing that. I genuinely did not think that was going to be possible tonight. I genuinely did not think that was on the card, so really appreciate it. One match down, and I think people have enjoyed it so far. Let's end that poll and we'll see what the score was, as AJ has got Becky against the ropes. Obviously the chamber is back up right now. Yeah, that's got a great score. Great 70 is what you lot said. That's a very strong performance actually for the opening match. Great 70. If you'd have told me the first match would score great 70, I'd have took that all day, every day. Green said, what's inside the ref's mouth? I can't say I saw anything. Her tongue, maybe? I can't say that I saw anything. We do need to keep an eye on Ref Jess, because she has legitimately screwed Becky in the past. It's not even that Becky is, like, making it up. She has legitimately screwed Becky. Well, I can't imagine Becky was thrilled when she found out that Jess was going to be the ref here. 1, 2. In fact, Becky actually gave Jess the most corrupt referee award in her recent Bexes. So that's how much of an issue this is. She got the most corrupt referee awards. Becky goes over to the other side because AJ Lee is proven to be a little bit frustrating for her at the moment. AJ Lee chants breaking out here as AJ is on the one side, duck underneath AJ against the ropes. Goes up, whoop, nice. Working on the arm, kick to the midsection. Becky goes down. AJ turns Becky over. She's got a bit of a Kimura that's in right now. Rolling over, that's nice. Nice bridge. Good work there by AJ. AJ bridging, and she's got this Kimura that's in. It's nice as Becky tries to reverse it, and she does. AJ gets up to her feet. AJ right now selling, trying to get over against the ropes. Becky goes to the outside. Becky lands on her feet. Becky showing some frustration right there as she kicks the barricade, and AJ smiles back. AJ in the ring, skipping around. Becky on the outside, having to recover. Okay, Becky is just regrouping right now. I think she's keeping an eye on Ref Jess. Becky sucks. Becky sucks is the chant. So Becky sucks chants are okay. Drop kick there by AJ. Becky goes down. AJ goes over. AJ goes down as Becky holds on to the rope. Big boot there by Becky as AJ goes down. Now shots coming in there by Big Time. Unloading a few shots on AJ as the crowd are booing. She grabs AJ, smashes her head into the ring. Right now, Becky having a few words with Ref Jess. I mean, Becky's obviously going to have to do quite a bit of work here in this match. She is the experienced, or more recently experienced performer. So I'd imagine there's going to be quite a bit where AJ is kind of down and being beaten up on. Becky can work the crowds. She's a great performer as well. I mean, Becky's had great matches with Rhea and Bianca and Charlotte and Sasha, and one of the greatest female talents that we've ever seen. AJ is over in the corner. Becky coming over, taking her time. Over 19,000 apparently in attendance for tonight. 19,346 according to a post that CM Punk has put up. Over 19,000. Right now we got AJ trying to get over to the... Trying to get over to the ropes. Days, did we hear Michael say that apparently AJ Lee and AJ Styles by mistake? No, I didn't. There is a clip that's doing the rounds. Is that what that is? There's a clip that people are like laughing at, and it says AJ Styles, and I couldn't make out what was so funny about it. But you're telling me that it was Michael saying AJ Styles instead of AJ Lee. That all of a sudden makes me understand the clip that's doing the rounds now. Right, kick coming in. Exploder there by Becky. 1, 2. I wonder when we're going to get the crate. This is quite slow pace at the moment because Becky's in control. Obviously, it'll speed back up when AJ comes back in. I wonder if we do the crate. I was just thinking, I wonder if we do the crate after this or if we do it after Punk. I don't think we'll do the crate at the end of the show. I'm not expecting that. God, if we're going to do the crate as the last thing we see, that'll be a... God only knows what's in it. I'm not sure that I'd be expecting Danhausen at that point. Shot coming in there by Becky as AJ goes back. Another forearm shot coming in. AJ is throwing in some shots. Here we go. The comeback might be on. The comeback might be on. Uppercut coming in there by Becky. Kick to the midsection and AJ goes back down. Becky against the ropes. AJ right after her. Nice. Bulldog. Bulldog there by AJ Lee. Becky goes down. Both women are down. AJ Lee battling away. This is like a 2K26 type game. AJ Lee in the ring with Becky Lynch. AJ's first singles match in over 10 years. The match might be a little bit slow to kind of start with. I think it'll pick up pace now, but it's still bonkers. Still crazy to see these women from two separate generations going at it. And AJ does look good. I mean, she's not out of breath. She's not struggling with the pace. AJ is up, looking for a tornado DDT there by AJ. Okay, AJ getting back into this now, charging over. Nice. Shining Wizard as Becky is down and Becky kicks out. Becky gets her shoulder up. I can see Becky just having a word there with AJ. Ref Jess is in. She's just checking on both women. 19,000, but WWE has still got haters. Oh, they'll always have haters. Going over, looking to pick her up, down, roll through there by AJ. 1, 2, kick out there by Becky, reverse. 1, 2, kick out by AJ. Becky against the ropes. Becky coming in, grabbing AJ. AJ, look at, I thought she was going to go Black Widow. But, did she kick out? I feel like AJ tried to kick out, but I don't know that she actually got her shoulders up in time. But Becky going over. She's going to undo that top turnbuckle. Turnbuckle pad is off. Turnbuckle pad is off. Becky grabbing AJ Lee. Over in the corner. Blocked there by AJ Lee. Back elbow there by AJ Lee. Clothesline misses. Big kick coming in. AJ battling away. AJ under that bottom rope. Down goes Becky. AJ to the outside. Jared said AJ Lee wins, but it's going to be disqualification. You could be right. Oof. Becky comes over. That top turnbuckle is still exposed. AJ Lee goes crashing into that top turnbuckle, but right now it looks like we might be getting a superplex. Becky, superplex, gets it! Gets it into an armbar, and the armbar is in. AJ is in an armbar. She is trying to find a way out of it. She goes over. Becky kicks out. Becky getting back up. Kick coming in there by AJ. Becky goes down. AJ down. Becky down. AJ going over for the pin. 2. Kick out there by Becky. Kick out by Becky. Okay, Jess goes to the outside. She grabs the turnbuckle pad. I wonder where she was going. But she went outside to grab that turnbuckle pads. She's going to look to put that back on in the corner. AJ. Is AJ going to take a shortcut here? Oh, AJ goes into Jess. Roll up. 1, 2. Kick out there by AJ. Big kick. Oh, Becky kicks. Jess! Becky kicks Jess. Becky looks at ref. Jess goes, Black Widow is in! Black Widow is in! AJ has got Black Widow! Becky is tapping! Becky is tapping! She's tapping to the Black Widow! Ref Jess is down! Ref Jess didn't see it. Ref Jess has been kicked down accidentally by Becky. Even though Becky was like, not bothered. AJ's going over. Oh, down goes AJ. Becky with AJ. She's throwing her against the ropes. I don't know. I mean, shouldn't we be getting like a replacement ref down? You tapped out is the chant. I'm sure Becky is going to have an explanation for that in her vlog later. Right now, she's grabbing AJ by the hair, smashing her into the barricades. Becky hurling AJ into that barricade again. Ref Jess, I think, is still down. Needs to get her back into the ring. I suppose she doesn't, actually. I suppose she doesn't have to get her back in the ring. She's got champion's advantage, so a count out will do. Even if Becky gets counted out, she'll still keep the championship. But whilst Ref Jess is down, it looks like Becky is going to try and capitalise. She's grabbing a chair. She's putting the chair in the ring, which is a little bit unorthodox. She's grabbing AJ. AJ trying to fight back. Shots coming in there by AJ. AJ with Becky into the barricade goes Becky. AJ again with Becky hurling her into the barricades. AJ is chucking Becky into the edge of the ring. So right now AJ is just hurling Becky around back into that barricade again. Becky has been knocked silly here. Becky is going into the ring. We got a chair in there. We got a lot of moving parts in this match. We got a lot of shenanigans. There's an awful lot of shenanigans. Right now. Oh, I think she went into the chair. I don't know if she quite landed on the chair. Okay, she landed on the chair that time. DDT onto the chair. Becky going over, trying to get Ref Jess back into the action. And AJ has been knocked silly. Manhandle. This might be it. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out by AJ. Driven into a chair. Manhandle slam. It's not enough. It's going to need to take more than that to put AJ Lee away in Chicago. And that has woken up this crowd a little bit. Ref Jess was down. It was all Becky. But she couldn't put AJ away. It might be starting to dawn on the champ that tonight is the night. Ref Jess stops Becky from using that exposed turnbuckle. 2 count. My God. Drama. Drama. Manhandle. Reversed. Reversed by AJ. Becky charging in. She gets caught by AJ. Throws a shot back. I did wonder if that was going to be AJ's opening. Oh, that's the opening. Becky in the corner. Right now, Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow, Black Widow is in. Black Widow is in. Becky taps. Wow, AJ Lee in Chicago wins the Intercontinental Championship. And that was shenanigan on top of shenanigan on top of shenanigan. But it doesn't matter. The end result is it was going to take something special to beat AJ in Chicago. Becky couldn't find it. She tried. But we have a new women's Intercontinental Champion. Look at that. Manhandle slam. Still couldn't get it done. There was chairs. There was exposed turnbuckles. She tried to use it. Ref Jess preventing Becky. And from there, AJ, she couldn't quite get it there, but that was okay. She just needed to break out a Black Widow. And I do love this move. What a great move. Vintage AJ Lee. And there's that leg look at the bottom. Becky tapping away. And the Becky crash out is going to be so real. We might all have to stay off social media following this result. Oh, look at her face on the outside. She's flipping livid. Well, I mean, it does beg the question, what are we going to do at WrestleMania then? I mean, do we put the belt back onto... Becky? What do we do at WrestleMania? Okay. We need to get the poll up, don't we? Dave said, I thought that was boring. Well, let's see what people had to say. What did they think about it? Oh, there's the crate. There's the crate. Are we going to do the crate thing now? Papa John's pan pizza. This better not be anything to do with the flipping crate. Okay, right now, R-Truth is talking about Papa John's pan pizza. Don't worry about what's in this box. I've got it from here. Okay, we're coming back to the crate. We're not doing the crate just yet. Looks like we're going to do CM Punk Finn Balor first. So there we go. A little product placement for Papa John's. Is that a good sign? Is that a good sign that maybe it's not going to be a sponsorship thing? Jared said AJ Lee versus Natty, Becky versus Jess. Calyx. That's Jess's wrestling character, isn't it? She has competed in Evolve. In the very early days of Evolve, she was wrestling, Ref Jess. She is a former wrestler. Right. WWE is starting their own pizza company. They should. It would probably do quite well. You could name the pizzas after the wrestlers and then promote it during the shows. AJ winning is a bad sign for Punk. Is it, though? I mean, I think that was a match, AJ and Becky, that could have gone either way, right? I think there was a way forward whichever way you went. And is there maybe a moment where, I mean, it was mentioned earlier, wasn't it? Could you have AJ Lee and CM Punk both victorious celebrating together? I mean, that would be quite the image for their house, you know? Get a picture of it on the wall. I could see WWE selling those. AJ holding up her belt, CM Punk holding up his belt, both of them having signed it. That'd be a really nice collectible, actually. Imagine they sell those on WWE shops, signed plaques limited to 500. That image of those two celebrating together. If, like, Punk wins now and AJ comes out and celebrates in the ring with him, I could see that. I could see that. So, I don't know. I'm still leaning for this next match towards it being CM Punk retains. I suppose the question is, are Judgment Day going to get involved? Are we going to see Judgment Day costing Finn Balor? I think I'm still there mentally. I'm still thinking that's kind of where we're going now. David said, if Papa John mascot comes out of that box, we riot. Well, if he does, we might order pizza first. But yes, after that, yes, we will then riot. I'm with you on that. But honestly, I could probably go for some pizza right now. So I might do that first. We are at commercial break. We are at commercial break. And I'm very interested to see what you lot scored that last match. Get your thoughts in. Get your thoughts in. I'm very, very interested to see what you lot scored that match. I do think that it was a bit slow in some places. I do think that you could see that AJ had not been competing for a while. I think that the ring rust is very, very real. And I don't know, it depends how harsh you want to be about those things. Some people love to be harsh about those things. Yeah, I mean, it could be that that was of detriment, but I think if there is a little bit of sort of understanding about the fact that AJ has not had a singles match in 11 years, I think that match had some nice moments to it. So, I don't know, I'll be really interested to see the reaction to that, because I can see lots of different perspectives about that last match. Some people will say it just was not good enough and it's as simple as that. Some people will say, listen, considering she's out in the ring for 11 years, that was pretty fun, and I'll take it. So get your score in, and obviously we'll end the poll, and we'll see what people have got to say about it. That was match number 2, AJ Lee, Becky Lynch. So far, we've had Rhea Ripley win the Women's Chamber. We've had AJ Lee win the Intercontinental Championship. I love both of those women, so it's a good night for me. To be honest, I like Becky as well, so it would have been all right if she had retained. I do like her work. I think she is very entertaining. Alex said a slice of pizza with an ice cream bar. Let's go. Oh, CM Punk likes his ice cream bars, doesn't he? He brought them back last time. So, yes, that could be the dessert, couldn't it? They could bring back the ice cream bars again. Tonight would be Chicago deep dish, wouldn't it? Wherever you get your WWE pizza from, the only option would be Chicago deep dish. Don't forget, we're going to Italy soon as well. So, and we go to New York as well. There's New York style, isn't there? Okay, we are back from commercial break. Spawny Boy said it's Been 2 great matches so far. AJ Lee, who has been around all of 2 or 3 times in 10 years, someone who only comes around during PLEs, is now the IC champ. Spitting in the face of those that put the work in, says Corey. So, Corey's not a fan. Corey's not a fan. Days, what do we think about Women's Champ at Mania? Does Liv get her Mania moment? Are we feeding Rhea in her prime to Jade? That seems crazy to me. Well, I mean, the honest answer is Rhea beats Jade, isn't it? But, yes, I mean, I think they are trying to build Jade up. So there is a world in which Jade leaves WrestleMania as champion. Is that the right world? Should it be that way? I think a lot of people would probably say no. I think the majority of fans obviously want to see Rhea get the win. But WWE really do want to build up Jade Cargill. You do that by giving her big, credible wins on places like WrestleMania. Balor making his way down. There is no demon. We weren't expecting the demon. I think Finn had even said we weren't getting the demon, so we weren't expecting it. But some people might be wondering if the demon was going to make an appearance. Bum, 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 bum. Finn Balor then. Still with that OG music. Bum, 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 bum. Wow, there is some people that are down on Rhea winning that. There's someone here, Coachman, Jonathan Coachman. He said it's hard to criticize having Rhea win until you hear Michael Cole say title match in her 5th straight Mania. Come on, guys. New blood, please. Wrestle Features has responded saying she's 29. People are acting like she's 55. It's right to put your biggest stars in the biggest matches for the biggest show. Already, we've got, unbelievably, we've got disharmony in the IWC. Hard to believe, isn't it? Already there's people upset in the IWC. And I feel like this has been a relatively inoffensive show so far. Just wait until the Dude Wipes mascot comes out the crate. Okay, great 58 is what you lot scored that. Lights have gone out. Here we go. CM Punk. Okay. We're going a slightly different way here for CM Punk in Chicago. It's a special entrance. It's a special entrance for CM Punk. Oh, look at that. He had a tablet on his door, didn't he? Sirius by Alan Parsons. Oh, look at the graphics. It's a very special entrance. Are we doing this Goldberg style? Yes. Punkster. All right. Ray Clay was doing the voiceover. It's the Bulls theme. Great. Joe said, wow, it's the old Bulls intro. It's Jordan era. David said, no Ricky Steamboat. I'm peeved. Okay. CM Punk just getting a special balls inspired entrance as he makes his way to the curtain. And his normal music should hit now. Here we go. I mean, to be honest, it's nice, isn't it? If he was going to be in the UK, or, you know, we were going to do something in the UK, it'd be nice if we have, like, you know, Queen Elizabeth doing the voiceover. I mean, you do tailor it to the local market, you know? I mean, you could have people backstage in the UK, like, juggling crumpets. Like this, and maybe someone that looks like Harry Potter in the background. And, you know, you can find a way of making it, like, regional specific. So I'm not down on them doing, like, a special Chicago Bulls thing. It just doesn't land with me because I don't know it, but I'm sure many of you out there have wet your pants, and I am thrilled for you. I'm going to do the same when the Dude Wipes mascot comes out the crate later. I'm going to do the same when we open up the crate and it's 2K26. CM Punk making his way down to the ring then. We're an hour and a half. His first WWE match in Chicago since June 2013. I didn't realize that, you know. I didn't realize this was his first match in Chicago. In it says WWE. Obviously, a fantastic reaction as CM Punk grabs Chicago flag. Let's go. Oh, there's footage of AJ backstage with CM Punk. I might have to take the sound off. Ah. Hey, champ. What is it, champ? We'll have a look at that in the breakdown. I only got a fleeting moment with her after her win, but there we go. CM Punk and congratulating AJ backstage. Poor Finn Balor, blimey now, he's been in the ring for about 2 years. If he did a warm-up backstage, it's absolutely irrelevant now. It's all part of the strategy, isn't it? You see boxers doing that. You see boxers being sent out and then like half an hour later their opponent comes out. CM Punk, it's clobbering time. Okay, we'll be underway with this soon. Denham said, I wish Triple H had the balls and the creativity to have Finn Balor win this. Well, it's not wise to really rule anything out until it happens, so we'll wait and see. But yes, I mean, it is probably most likely that it's going to be a CM Punk victory. Okay, CM Punk chants ringing out around the arena. If you are joining us, we still don't know what's in the crate. We're hoping it's Tony Khan, but... was his last match in Chicago Darby Allin, or have we had another one between them and now? Well, I don't know, but I know his this. They said this is. Oh my God! Look at Finn, man. Finn is shredded. Finn Balor is ready for this opportunity. Boos for Finn Balor. Why did Balor have to get tanned? Why not? Why not? Okay, CM Punk getting great reaction, of course. CM Punk. 13 years. Loud CM Punk chants. I mean, honestly, this is a great match. It's two absolutely fantastic performers. Very credible challenge for CM Punk. The only downside is that Finn Balor has just been goofing around in the Judgment Day for so long. It just doesn't necessarily feel that way. But this is Finn Balor. I mean, put some respect on his name. This is the guy that was so entertaining in NXT. So deserving of this opportunity. I just hope this match bangs. I really do. I do totally expect CM Punk to obviously get the win, but I hope this bangs. Denzel, shout out to you, my friend. Message retracted. That means we get to make up what was said. So I think it stays. I love you. Keep up the great work. This is an amazing stream. I love this community. Denzel, thank you. Appreciate the kind words, my friend. And David said there's an extra chamber in the box. It's going to be 7 in the main events. Well, that was proposed earlier. And, I mean, it could be. I don't know why we would need that. We've just done qualifiers to try and get everyone qualified. So if we now introduce a 7th box, who's going in it? Why are we doing it? I mean, if it's a 7th box and the notes, it's from The Rock, and The Rock says, I want this person in the match, that's interesting, isn't it? If there's a little bit more to it, and it is a shark cage, and the note is from The Rock, and he says, I want this person to be in this match, you know? That is a very interesting storyline development. Okay, we are underway with Becky and CM Punk, by the way. Becky and CM Punk? Dream match. Finn and CM Punk. Okay. Denzel said Chicago versus Ireland tonight. Correct. Correct. Chicago versus Ireland. I think Chicago's going to get it, Denzel, but hopefully it'll be entertaining all the same. Rest with Andy. Hello, my friend. Rest with Andy said Days Finn is 1 year younger than Bob Backlund when he won the title at Survivor Series 94. I can believe that, to be honest, because I think Bob and Finn look very, very similar. If you look at Finn's physique here, I don't know about you, but straight away my mind was reminded of Bob Backlund. Absolutely shredded. You can imagine a lot of women watching this show right now just swooning over Finn. And, I mean, we were both around in 94. We remember how the women would react to Bob Backlund at that time. So, yeah, very, very similar, I would say. So, thank you for pointing that out as CM Punk throws in a chop. Dave, so we're going to have a match card, WrestleMania predictions thing. I don't have any plans for it, but my plans are to try and get more entertaining, fun stuff on the channel. I think we do a lot of talking about wrestling. I don't know that we necessarily need to start putting that into videos, but I don't know. Perhaps what would be a wise thing to do is a lot of the conversations we have, just pull them out of these streams and chuck them on a second channel for those that, you know, aren't able to join us or, you know, missed out on those conversations. But I don't know. My focus is to try and get some fun stuff back on the channel, to be honest. Big shot coming in there by Finn. Shot coming back there by CM Punk. CM Punk in red attire. A different attire for CM Punk tonight. I mean, it's red and white. That's balls colours. So, Tribute to the Bulls again. Chop coming in. This is a home to the NHL Blackhawks. Chop's coming in by Finn. Chop's coming in there by Punk. Finn going over in the corner. Kick coming in there by Punk. Elbow. This match probably going to get about, well, I don't know, actually. I think they want this to clock in at about 3 hours. It can go over. I looked recently that the recent Elimination Chambers have clocked in at like 3:20-ish. So, I mean, we got to do this. We're in the early stages of this. We've got to do the crates. We know that the Elimination Chamber's going to take a good chunk of time. It's probably like another 1 million adverts. Probably another 1 million sponsorship spots. So, yeah, I'm guessing this will probably get about 20 minutes or so. Kick there by Finn. Football talk. Hello. Do we think that the crate will be open backstage? So the GMs come out to the ring and open it? It's a good question, that. I think it'll be opened out in the arena. I think if it's open backstage, that would be a shame, considering the amount of hype that the crate has got. I think they'll do it as a segment. So I'm going to say they do it in the arena. If it's open backstage, I'm going to be worried about what's coming out. Shots coming in there by Balor. He's got CM Punk over against the ropes. Balor with a big boot to the side of the body, and CM Punk goes down. DD, hello. Days, I heard that you graduated high school 1984. That would make you 42. If I graduated high school in 1984, it would make me 42. I didn't graduate high school when I was 0. Dude, you know the answer to this. I'm 21. I've been 21 for like the past 5 years. Did we figure out who the masked guy was, said Jennifer. It was someone from Seth's training school. So it is connected to Seth. Finn Balor in control at the moment. Jaylee said, I think that crate is going to be a letdown. I think Rodman's in the box. Oh my God, what if it's the whole 1992 Chicago Bulls winning team? Did you think about that? It's Bill Belichick. It's Michael Jordan. It's Pippen. It's Rodman. And all the others. Can't rule it out. Right now, we've got CM Punk is in an abdominal stretch at the moment. Mitch said, don't feel bad, Days. I just turned 42 too, said Mitch. Well, Mitch, you must be new around here because I'm 21. Yeah, I know it's hard to accept. I do look very mature for my age. But that just happens when you watch a lot of Triple H's booking, to be honest. You age quite quickly. CM Punk chants ringing out in the arena. Oh, nice hip toss there by the Punkster. Down goes Balor. CM Punk trying to step through, looking for a sharpshooter. WWE have already got AJ Lee Intercontinental Championship match. Right there. Right there, baby. AJ Lee. New shirts. New champ. New era. It's a goddamn new era. Okay, Balor is back up on his feet. Shot coming in there by Balor. Another shot there by Balor. Shot coming back there by Punk. Dig into the midsection by Balor. Are we going to get Judgment Day coming down? I would imagine so. Whether they cost him or not, I'm not sure, but I could see them coming down. Shot blocked there by Punk. Throws another shot in as Balor reels back against the ropes. Over the other side. Back elbow there by Punk. Clothesline, down goes Balor. Punk charging over. Knee coming in. Looking for a bulldog. Gets it. CM Punk just gestures to the crowds. My mum was 29 until she died at the age of 74. Right now, we've got Balor on the shoulders of Punk. Punk against the ropes. Balor charging him. Punk moves out the way. Balor goes to the outside. Punk against the ropes. Suicide dive! Lands on Balor. Balor goes into that commentary table. Dee Dee said, I'm only kidding. I know you're 21. Shout out to you, Dee Dee. You're a real one. Edward said, Deja, my favourite YouTube. I'm your favourite YouTube. Thank you, my friend. Right now, we got Balor being thrown back in. Wrestler with Andy said, Days, these two have got a combined age of 91. Oh, my God. Really? What's this? The Boomers Wrestling Federation. Is that what this is? A combined age of 91. I'm surprised there wasn't a stair lift to help them get in the ring. Guys, we should be watching Javon take on Leon Slater, and they've got a combined age of about 12. Right now, CM Punk is looking for the go to sleep. Balor, nice. Going for the pin. He ain't going to put him away with that, but shoulder up there by CM Punk. Crate is AJ. He retired AJ Styles, and he's going to come back as Alan Jones, says Michael. Balor looking amazing. Going over. Throwing in a shot to the midsection. It's like Huckster versus Nacho. Oh, David, do you remember them? Yes. Yes. Punk reversing, and again, Balor in the corner goes up. Punk comes in on the shoulders. He can get the GTS. Here we go, here we go, here we go, GTS. No, didn't get it. Good work there by Balor. Swing, miss, nice, swinging, net breaker. CM Punk, 1, 2, shoulder up. No, no, no. No, no, no. Javon Evans gets carded for milk. That's true. Sorry, son, are you old enough? Okay, both guys down at the moment. You wouldn't think that it would take much to get this crowd to start chanting, "This is awesome," and we're not quite there yet. I don't think it'll be too far until we get to it, to be honest, but interesting that both guys were down and there was an opportunity for the fans to chant, but they didn't really join in with anything. Sign in the crowd said, I miss Kevin Owens. CM Punk blocks a suplex. Shots coming in there by Punk. Balor back in the corner. Punk grabbing Balor. Balor is seated in the corner. Sonny said, I was sleeping and I heard my name. Hello, Sonny. Hope you're well. Chop coming in. Always muted said, the crowd has been a bit dead, to be honest. Normally a red hot crowd, isn't it? When it comes to America, I'd say one of the best crowds in America is Chicago. But, yeah, they have probably been a bit more muted than we would expect. They were loud for his entrance. Shot coming in. David said, if it's 7, it's Dustin Rhodes. So you think Dustin Rhodes is going to come out the box? I think he's still on the AEW roster page. Okay, here we go. Here's Balor perched. Finn Balor. Coup de grace. No, didn't get it. CM Punk charges over. Big knee. Right now, clothesline, down goes Balor. CM Punk going to the outsides. Yeah, he has got bloods. CM Punk has been busted. Here comes the elbow. Here comes the elbow. Becky is freaking out online. Elbow connects by CM Punk. Becky has just typed the word car. That's it. Seems like she's screaming out Jessica Carr's name right now. Going for the cover. 2. Roll up there by Balor. 2. Crucifix. Oh, he did well to kick out of that, you know. CM Punk. Sling blades. Sling blade by Balor. Jared said it's actually my mum's birthday. 59. What, it's your mum's birthday today? 59. Okay. 10 more years and she'll have a hilarious birthday. 6'9". That was your mum's boobs, by the way. Clothesline there by CM Punk. Down goes Finn Balor. Punk's bleeding, said Cooper. What's going to be in the crates to make the payoff worth it, said Freds. Jared's mom. Jared's mom, whose birthday it is today. She is going to be in the crate. Anaconda Vice is in. Anaconda Vice is in. Balor is down. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to tap. He's getting up. Balor back up on his feet. Roll through. 1, 2. Kick out there by Punk. Balor. Oh, lovely elbows coming into the side of the heads. Just throwing in these elbows. And again. Crowd are booing away. We got a bit of a dragon sleeper. Gets him up. Drives him down. He's in position for the coup de grace. Neil calls it. Here we go. Balor, coup de grace. Lands it. Coup de grace connects. I don't buy it. 1, 2. Kick out. Yeah, the rhythm didn't feel right for that to be the end of the match. Kick out there after Balor hits the coup de grace. CM Punk is busted open. He manages to kick out. That has got the crowd chanting. So the crowd are making some noise now. Finn Balor looks out at the fans. Is he looking out for Judgment Day? Is he asking them to come down? Yeah, Michael Cole said he promised that he was going to do this on his own, but he did just look up the entranceway, and it did feel a little bit like a signal. Coup de grace, coup de grace. Oh! GTS! GTS! But Balor goes out the ring. Right. He rolled out, said Dr. Luchalala. GTS connects by CM Punk. Balor goes to the outside. He did look up the entranceway, so I do wonder if we're going to get some Judgment Day involvement now. Referee is counting. If I'm CM Punk, just count him out. Doesn't matter, does it? I've already beaten him once. If it's his responsibility to beat me, just let him get counted out. Doesn't matter, does it? CM Punk charging over though. Sling blade by Finn. Okay, Finn on the outsides. Finn is going to look to really cause some damage. Charging in. Bah! There we go. CM Punk through the barricades. Either Dominic or JD, says Connor. Dr. Luchalala said Cole was saying about how he wanted to do it alone, so we might not get anyone. Yeah, true. No GTS. Let's have a look. Slim Blades. Slim Blades. What was he looking at then when he looked down the entranceway? It did feel like he was looking for someone. Finn Balor. He's not looking anymore, though. Perhaps he was just having a little moment. Sometimes it's nice to just have a little moment. Balor. Oh, no joy. Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter is in. Sharpshooter, middle of the ring by CM Punk. Is he going to tap to the sharpshooter? CM Punk has got the sharpshooter on Finn Balor. Balor is trying to desperately get over to the ropes. Yeah, he's going to get there. He does get there. He does get there. He does get there. Yeah, sharpshooter was in. I could see Punk winning with the sharpshooter. He loves Bret Hart. Kick coming in. James said, I'm in the crates. I'm going to be the surprise at the end of the night. Well, James, you've just ruined that now. Rude. Okay, right now we got the fans chanting, "This is awesome." We got a slight "This is awesome" chant that just broke out. It's not that loud at the moment, but I think this has had, again, some nice moments in it. Yeah, there we go. It's still there, isn't it? This is awesome. It's there. It's growing. Okay, right now, Balor on the shoulders of Punk. GTS connects. Okay. 1, 2, 3, and he wins. Okay. Well, that was a finish, wasn't it? That was a finish. They just beat each other down, and Punk finishes it with a GTS. Okay. I mean, it felt like a battle. I believe that I just watched two men trying to outmaneuver each other, trying to get the better of each other. I'm not madly in love with that finish. It did feel a little bit anticlimactic, like the fans were just starting to get to that "this is awesome" point. Felt like maybe we could have just done a little more, but GTS done. Thanks for coming. Bye, everyone. Thanks, that's everything. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there's some nice moments in it. I'm not down on the match. Be good, though, to see what you lot thought. Get your scores in. Let's see what you lot thought about that match. It is a win for CM Punk. So CM Punk and AJ Lee both win in Chicago. Is AJ going to come out now? That'd be nice if AJ comes out, and as we said, they both kind of in the ring celebrate together, both as champs. T-Bone Void said, "What if we have been streaming from inside the crate this whole time and you're gonna..." Wow. I think if that is going to be the reveal, you are going to hear an absolute pin drop when that reveal. I don't even think people are going to boo. You're just going to have a lot of people looking confused, looking at each other going, who's that? Do you know who that is? And then the boos would start. So yeah, I think officially that might be the worst thing they could do. I don't think there's any... I think that would be worse than Dude Wipes mascot come walking out. Good news, though, that's not what's going to happen. Well, I'm not in the box. Finn Balor has got his hand outstretched and CM Punk shakes it. Show of respect between Finn Balor and CM Punk. No betrayal from Judgment Day. No Judgment Day at all. Okay, I'm ready for the crates. Are you ready for the crate? I'm ready for the crate. Crate. Here she is. Yes, Queen. It's the power couple of WWE. She's got her belt. If I'm Punk right now, I'd be like, no, you've had your moment. This is my moment. Get out of my ring. Get out of my ring right now. You are stealing my spotlight. She's like, oh, I can see that you busted open. Do you know, he's a bigger man than me, actually, because he's letting us stay. Okay, they're going to pose together, though. If I'm WWE right now, I'm like, hold the belts up, hold the belts up. Guys, we need to get the shot, hold the belts up. You can talk to each other backstage. Here we go. They're teasing it. They're high-fiving. They're teasing it. Here it is. There it is. AJ holds hers up. CM Punk holds his up. And now we've got the graphic. We've got confirmation. The best in the world takes on the OTC at WrestleMania. So the match that we all knew we were going to be getting is the match that we still know we're going to be getting. I'm not down on that. There we go. Giannis, two-time NBA MVP. Little Yachty is here. Okay, one more match to go and one more crate to open. Love that AJ is natural. There's just no fancy costume, says Lee. Little Yachty is always there. They're just showing a replay of what went down earlier in the women's chamber match. You knew he had to. He had to. He had to find a way. The point in picture right there, AJ Lee with Triple H. So there we go. Fair play. Scenes. AJ Lee is the Intercontinental Champion. Everyone is saying it. Oh, that's what Triple H said. Everybody is saying it. Bleacher Report are saying it. Sports Illustrated are saying it. Okay, Jade Cargill, Rhea Ripley. We got the graphic. Okay, we're talking about 2K. Please don't go to the crate now. Please don't go to the crate. Okay. There's always a backlash to WrestleMania. Okay, wow. You lot said that last match was just good, but it was very, very close. Very, very close. 42% good, 41% great. Okay, they're announcing the attendance. Thank you, Chicago. Yeah, so high-end good is what we got there for that CM Punk Finn Balor match. It just missed out. The only reason I ended that poll is because I think the crate is now, and I really don't want to miss it. Okay, they're talking about the crate. Are they on the entrance stage with the crate? Okay, the lights have gone out. The crate is in the entranceway right now. It is crate time. Guys, it is crate time. It's open! Wow, I didn't even see that they were, like, crowbarring it, but there is a casket inside. There is a casket inside. There's smoke. There's lights. There's, like, some lights in there. It's opening. It is going to be a person. It is going to be... You are cursed. Okay, we've got some female Danhausen's coming out. We've got some lady Hausens. And there's Danhausen. Danhausen has arrived. Look at the lady Hausens. How did all of these people fit in the crate? What's he been doing with all these lady Hausens? There we go, Danhausen making his way out. That's a pretty fun way to present him, to be honest. Danhausen making his way down to the ring. And we've got all these women following behind him. The music, very evil, very evil, very evil. We opened up this crate so quickly. I don't know what he's just given there to Michael Cole. Teeth. He's just given him a pot of teeth. There we go. We've got all the women in the ring doing this. We've got all this on the go. This is Dancehausen. That's what we've got right now. We got all the women Hausen doing some Dancehausens. And there's a little explosion as well. Danhausen has arrived. Lights have gone off. Lights come back on and he's gone. He's gone. That was a full musical number. He came out with a load of women. They danced away. The music was played. All of a sudden, the lights went off. And when it came back on, he was gone. So there is your crate reveal. There is your crate reveal. We need to get a reaction as to what people thought about the crate. It went the way that was expected. Well, not quite the way we expected. I wasn't expecting all them women. Okay, let's get a poll up because it's going to be interesting to see. Are you happy with the reveal? Snap into a Slim Jim. Just got a Slim Jim. That's it for the crate. I mean, we've moved on. What did you think about it? Do you think it's all time? Do you think it's great? Do you think it's good? They gave you a taste of Danhausen and then they just very much moved on. I mean, we never got to hear from him or anything. So we got a taste of it and that was it. Done. Bum, 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 bum. It was mids, said Glotness. All the hype to have him, said KD Nation. Okay, get your thoughts in as to what you think about it. We'll have a look at what you lot are going to score that as. David said Danhausen and Hose versus Godfather and Hose. I don't know that they were Hose, by the way. I wouldn't feel comfortable saying that they were Hose. I don't know. I have no idea. I just saw them as Lady Hausens. So I'm sure they're lovely people. I'm sure they're lovely people, salt of the earth. But yes, Danhausen has arrived in WWE. That was like Shockmaster in disguise. Frankie said, it was pretty fire. Let's go, Danhausen. Colin says that was beep. Metal Mama said, can someone tell me what the point of that was? If he's not going to wrestle or anything today, this isn't his hometown. Like, what the flip was the point in that? Felix says, I hate being disappointed. Guys, I told you, keep your expectations. I told you. We said. I don't say these words for no reason. Keep expectations in check. Yeah. I don't know how, I mean, again, we'll have to see how, I just got a glimpse as to how the poll is doing. I just got a glimpse as to how the poll is doing. It's been better. Let's put it that way. The poll's been in a better place than it is right now. Yeah. Dizzle Dog, thank you, my friend. I appreciate the support. Dizzle Dog, shout out to you. So yes, it was not me. It was not me. Will Danhausen go to NXT? I don't think so. I think they're going to use him as like a comedy character. It seems like it was a very flat crowd by that reaction. There was like a few moans and groans. Yeah, I mean, it didn't play as well as I think they expected it to. I think they expected it to do better than what it just did, actually. I think they expected it to do better than that. So, okay. Well, it wasn't Jericho. It wasn't Jericho. So if anyone was expecting Jericho, then, it wasn't him, unfortunately. So I can understand the disappointment. We are at commercial break. Keep getting your thoughts in, though. Keep voting. We'll be underway with our main event, Men's Chamber. And, of course, we're expecting Cody to win this. That's going to put a lot of smiles back on faces. A lot of people out there not feeling the Danhausen moment. But I think as soon as Cody wins this, that's going to really... fix any kind of doom and gloom that's out there. That's going to bring back the smiles. Right. Jericho just posted on Instagram from his house about 30 minutes ago, says Alex. It's like Temu Sting. I am not Triple H's biggest fan, but this stuff has been going on forever, said Dortnite. I don't think that's going to put smiles on people's faces, says J14. No, it will, Jay. It will. It will. When they have Cody win this, it's going to go down so well. Who was the guy in the crate? I don't know who he was. That was Danhausen. He's a comedy character, if you couldn't tell by the fact that he gave a jar of teeth to Michael Cole. Came down to the ring with a load of women with face paint similar to his. So, yeah, there we go. Danhausen has arrived. It was so strange, though, because, to be honest, all of it was strange, but I was watching, and it felt like we were about to go to the GMs, right? And it felt like they were about to say a few words. Like, we don't know what's in this, do you want to open it? Shall I open it? I thought they were going to do a bit of that. Literally, as soon as we cut to them, they were already opening it. And the thing comes down, and there's a casket that's in there. The casket opens, and then you can quite clearly see that there's no back to the crate. The back to the crate wasn't there. So really, Danhausen and those women have just walked from Gorilla, gone through the crate and walked their way out, right? So, yeah. Well, keep getting your votes in. It'd be good to get to 1,000, wouldn't it? So get your votes in. We should hit 1,000. As soon as we do, we'll end it, and then we'll get the score. Petty Officer Largo Rapaglia. So we got military in attendance. Okay, are we going to do chamber lowering music? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, that is exactly what we're going to do. So we've done the crates. Men's chamber. This is our final segment. Okay. Do they expect everyone to know Danhausen? If you didn't know him already, then what are you supposed to make of that segment, said Sumadeep. Well, I suppose it's make of it what you will. Did you feel any warmth towards him when you saw him? Like, was you intrigued? Are you interested to find out a bit more about him? How did you feel about the presentation? Colton said his ceiling is replacing Truth for the sponsorship ads. Yeah. I mean, I don't think we've just welcomed the next WrestleMania main eventer. I agree with you. I think that he's a comedy character. You know, it's a new comedy character for WWE. King Yeti said, I'm telling you, AEW is not popular with the WWE crowds. People probably don't know who he is. I agree. Ooh, look at that entrance for Trick. He's on a platform. Turn him round. It's a little bit Bobby Lashley. Do you remember when he was doing that? This, though, has got a light in it shining up. And the crowds break out into whoop that trick chants. Whoop that trick. Yes. Are we going to put him in the pod, are we? I would have started with him, you know. That trick. Whoop that trick. Trick Willie, Tricky Willie. I agree with you, though, King Yeti. I think there's a lot of WWE fans that ain't going to know who that person is. And it's absolutely fine that people don't know who it is. WWE can't expect. In fact, WWE don't want people to watch AEW. So you can't then really punish them if they don't. But that's why I don't think it matters if you know him or don't know him. Like, it shouldn't matter. All you need to know is that this wacky new character has arrived. Oh, I don't know much about him. Trick Williams then is... Trick Williams is inside the chamber, on top of one of the pods, looking out at the crowd, and we're going to end the poll. The crate reveal did not go down very well. 44% bads. Yikes. This isn't normal. Yeah, man. I mean, this is honestly incredible reactions. It's maybe not hitting me as hard as others because, I mean, if you watched NXT, this is normal. But actually, when you remind yourself, no, this is the main roster, you go... Big star. This is a big star. But we're used to them. If you watch NXT, I mean, we've been seeing him get these reactions for years. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Whoop that trick. Wow, wow, wow. Whoop that trick. Crazy, man. I saw him at NXT live event coming up about 2 years ago in April. Flipping crowd of like 100 people. Love NXT live events. If you get a chance to go, you got to go. Main event that night was Trick Williams versus Shawn Spears. Saw Kiana James as well on that show. Saw Lyra Valkyria on that show. Saw Tatum Paxley on that show. Saw Kendall Gray on that show. Good show. LA Knight making his way down. Dude has got like rock aura, says Vlad. What was in the crates? Danhausen was in the crate. A lot of ladies were in the crate. I wasn't expecting that. Bow wow wow. Days WWE posted the Danhausen debut, and there's like 800 comments with everyone saying this is what I was waiting for as a big reveal, a 35-year-old jobber. Well, everyone's saying that. Everyone's saying the exact same thing. I mean, it has not gone down well. I can. That's breaking news. So, crate reveal is underwhelmed. LA Knight has made his way down. Wow, 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 wow. The Danhausen and Hobbs debuts just weren't the right place or time for them, said Dr. Luchalala. I'm going to have to watch a recap later for all those ladies in the box, said Crom. To be honest, Crom, it was the best part. All these ladies just came out and they were like dancing away and, do you know what I mean? Wearing face paint. It's very kinky. I'm going to be right here, says Trick. I'm going to be right here when you need me. I hope everyone who is mad about the crate reveal get madder and start crying and pulling their hair out and can't sleep at night because of their own silly expectations. Says Brony. That wasn't me. That was Brony. I hope everyone just has a nice time. I hope everyone has a nice time. Ooh, what? What? Dude, that's savage. That is savage from the OTC. I'm not sure who looked more tired, the crowd or the champion. Enjoy this final month of relevancy. Roman going, what? That's the Red Hot Chicago crowd, is it? I don't know who looked more tired. It might have been CM Punk or it might have been the crowds. Enjoy your final month of relevancy. Oh, mate, that is a savage tweet from Roman Reigns. A Roman Reigns that's got 5 million followers. That ain't no fake account. That ain't no parody account. That is the OTC. Nice to know that he's watching, though. You know, nice to know that he's still tuning in. Dude, that is a savage message from Roman. Okay, Logan has made his way down. He's come down with Theory. Logan goes over to LA Knight, bangs on the glass. Logan goes over to Trick Willie, bangs on the glass again as well. Humble. Okay, Logan is getting into the crate. Into the chamber. Got crate on the brain because all I've got in my timeline is flipping Danhausen and Ladyhausen's. Okay. Here's Randy. Here is Randy. Randy making his way out. He looks amazing. Randy is in such great shape. He's big as well, isn't he? He's big. Tell you what, this is a hell of a show for CM Punk, isn't it, if you think about it? He's retained his world title. His wife has won a championship in her first match back in like 11 years. And then one of his good friends has just debuted. Do we blame Triple H for this show or do we blame CM Punk? Because I swear to God, CM Punk might have booked this. CM Punk might have booked this show. That's a fun little moment, isn't it? Randy stares at a girl. Oh, that was a good moment. Randy just stared at a little girl. She looked back at him and went, what do you want me to do? He gave a little smile and kind of tapped her hand there. That was fun. There was just a moment where these two were staring at each other and she was like... I don't know what you're looking at me for. Okay, Randy is about to get inside the chamber. Got there, said Punk has turned heel and he has booked this BS. They talk to me. Okay. Randy stepping inside the chamber, looking around. Talk to me. He goes over to Trick. That's a match I really want to see. Trick Williams and Randy. Trick Williams not taking any backward step there. I mean, he was right in Randy's face. Randy walks past, just sort of dismisses him. I wonder if that chain is decoration. That was mentioned earlier, wasn't it? About the chain that's kind of hanging in there. I mean, it's not... You can't use it really as a weapon. I've seen it before, and I've always thought that it might be something to do with cabling. And maybe, like, the cable runs through the chain. It's just a way to protect the cable, and it's a way of, like, keeping the cable out of the way. But I don't think there is a cable running through it. I don't think there is. Randy is... I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't know what Randy's trying to do. Whatever he was trying to do, he's given up on it. Whatever his thought process was, he's decided that's not the right way forward. And right now, he's just standing in the chamber. AAA is on next on YouTube, said Jeremy. Okay, Randy is making his way. It took him ages. Blimey now. Some woman in the front row singing along. Randy gets inside. I mean, look, there's plenty of time for shenanigans. Plenty of time for shenanigans. Okay, Randy is in. Your boy is bouncy! Yes! The young OG! If you've not seen this guy, and I'm sure you have... Oh my God. The youngest participant in Elimination Chamber history at the age of 21. Damn. Javon Evans, the young OG. Well, there he is, look, in the crowd, celebrating with the fans. He's just an absolute live wire, isn't he? He's just this absolute bundle of energy. No, he's just jumping at... Oh no, the guy's hat came off and he gave it him back. That's such a babyface thing to do. Nothing phases this young man. He celebrated and jumped in with the fans about 4 or 5 times on his walk down to the ring. Look, he's going over again. I'm sure they've told him to do that. He doesn't know what he doesn't know. All of this for Cody to win. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. Cody's going to get the win. Chicago's going to go crazy. Celebrate him. Cody, 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 Cody. Let's go, Cody. It's going to be so good. I might cry. I have been a fan for over a decade now, but not since I was a kid. I'm really stuck on the Danhausen thing. We followed a crate from show to show and we talked about it for that. Why though, says Metal Mama. Why? Oh, they're going to show that Roman tweet. They didn't read the other thing he said. They didn't read the other thing. Roman has just tweeted this out. He said, enjoy your final month as champion. Okay, Michael. What else did he say, Michael? What else did he say? If you're going to read the tweet out, read the tweet out. What else did he say, Michael? What else did he say? He said, didn't he, Michael? I don't know what's flatter, the champion or that crowd's. That's what he said, wasn't it, Michael? That's what he said. Yeah? Oh, you want to be a big boy? Want to read the tweet out, do you, Michael? Well, if you're going to do it right. Yeah? Read the whole thing. You cowards. You cowards. Yeah, picking and choosing. He lied earlier. Do you remember when the show first started? He said, if you Google superstar, Rhea comes up, and we did it, and that wasn't true. And now here he is, like, picking and choosing little bits of a tweet to read out. Honestly, I would say he's changed, but perhaps he's always been this way. Perhaps he's always been this way. Okay, here's Cody. Cody's making his way up. Cody Rhodes, Cody Rhodes. I don't know what the reaction is. Are they cheering? Are they booing? I can't hear 'cause the music. We'll find out in a little bit. Whoa. Well, they woed. It's going to be very interesting when this music finishes, though, isn't it? From Atlanta, Georgia. Fair play to WWE, though, because WWE have just retweeted that Roman tweet. Michael might not read it, but WWE have reposted it. Yeah? Take that, Chicago, you flat crowds. Yeah, you just got cooked by the OTC. Okay, Cody is making his way down. Denham said LA Knight is so over, but he doesn't stand a chance with this booking. Andrew said Michael Cole had one job. Cowards. Michael cowards. Okay, Pyro shooting up in the air. Cody takes a little look inside around the chamber. We got some new Danhausen merch. We got some merchhausen. King Yeti, shout out to you, my friends. Nice jacket, says Willow. There we go. We got some merchhausen. There's Cody Rhodes, all in gold. Randy should turn on Cody here. Enough of the longevity shiz. They've been teasing it for nearly 3 years. Becky said, I'm calling the biggest and the baddest lawyer on the planet. The Bull Rhino is about to be unleashed. This is not over. I hate Chicago. Becky, just 1 minute ago, crashing out. Javon and Cody opening up the match. I think there is some Cody chance, you know. Cody Rhodes. Yeah, okay, this is all right. Cody Rhodes. They are actually with him, you know. They are with him. Okay. Cody and Javon kicking things off. Javon gets slammed down by Cody. Cody shoots the half, goes for the cover. No, too early. Dear whoever attacked Jay, thank you. Because of you, we didn't have to sit through 5 minutes yeet-filled entrance. Bless you, you sweet angel. Signed, wrestling fans. Tired of Jay's yeeting, says Rob. Rob, shout out to you. Days wants more than anything for people to boo Cody, says Mayor Pete's. Nice backflip there by Javon. Cody charging over. Javon going against the ropes. Over goes Cody. Cody on his feet as Javon goes over top rope. Okay, Cody goes over. Days, Cody is my icon for Netflix. Oh, can you have wrestlers as oh, right. Like as the little picture for your profile. Matthew said he would have yeeted in the middle of the chamber. He would. Javon is doing okay here against Cody. We're on the outside of the ring right now. We're about 2.5 hours in. This, of course, is our main event. F you, Logan chants. Do you know what? I do love the fact that there's not many things that you can unite wrestling fans. We're very divided on pretty much every topic, right? But there is one thing. In this topsy-turvy world that we live in, where there really is a lot of division, and we, you know, it's hard for us all to be facing the same direction. It is so refreshing to know that there is one thing in this world that we can all agree on. F you, Logan. F you, Logan. F you, Logan. Kick out there by Javon. Hate all you want, but you've got to understand that yeeting ain't easy, said Glockness. Yeeting ain't easy. That boy is bouncy. Right now, he's in there with Cody. Shot coming in there by Cody. Nelson said, I'm a Logan fan. Oh, goddamn. Oh, we can't even have that. We can't even have that. Suplex coming in there by Javon. Well, I can only imagine that's Jake Paul's burner account. Shot coming in by Cody, and another forearm shot coming in as we're about to welcome our next person into this match. First pod about to open, and the next person in is... It's Trick Willie. Trick Williams. Trick Willie is in, picks up Cody. Cody goes down. Oh, look at this. NXT, 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 NXT. Javon and Trick. Big boot there by Trick. But Javon doing that sort of like Matrix escape. Roll up there. Javon rolls up Trick. Trick trying to kick out. Javon against the ropes. Over the other side. Cody staying out the way. Oh, this boy is bouncy. Javon comes off the ropes. Cracks. Oh. Trick with a big kick, but went for that OG cutter. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get it. Oh my God! Jesus, was that in the face? Was that in the face? He just went boom with it back. Oh, mate. I don't even think that was to the chest. Yeah, it was across the jaw. Sounded like a gunshot. Dude, that's one of the most disrespectful things I've ever seen in wrestling. Shut up, child. Boom. Mate, Javon's in the corner like, oh my God. He's probably seen about 5 chambers, 5 Trick Williamses. Mate, it sounded brutal. Trick going for the cover on Javon right now. Mate, that was brutal. Against the ropes, to the outside goes Javon. Jaylee said, I'm anti-Logan. He's athletic, but there's just too much baggage, says Jaylee. Jaylee, you're in a safe place, bud. You're in a safe space. Another big chop coming in. So, Jaylee, shout out to you, my friends. Grown folk are talking, says Trick Willie. Cody and Trick were just momentarily working together on Javon there, but Trick goes after Cody. Big shots coming in. Big shots. Randy, thank you for that gifted membership, bird, King Yeti. I think I thanked you, but I want to make sure I did. Javon. Trying to find a way back, so Trick has come in. Mate, that shot, honestly, I felt it. My jaw can feel it right now. It was absolutely brutal. Okay, next person is everyone's favorite. It's the Pokemon himself. Yes, big cheer as Cody, Javon, and Trick all start beating down on him. Logan to the outsides. There are the best. These are the best WWE has got to offer for the championship. That's sad, said Joe Bangles. Okay, Logan gets hurled into a pod, and Theory is out there just offering a few words of encouragement. Javon lands into Cody and Trick Williams. So yeah, Logan gets murked. That was a good camera angle, actually, to show, like, he got hurled into a pod. And it shows the intensity that he got thrown in there with. Lovely. I love that by Javon. I love that. Corkscrew off the bottom rope with a kick. Lands it on Trick Williams. Trick Williams gets thrown out the ring. That just leaves Javon and Cody. Logan Paul is down as well. Javon goes over in the corner. Shot coming in there by Cody. Cody looks up at that WrestleMania sign. We've still got Randy to come into this match. We've still got LA Knight to come into this match. So we've still got 2 people that we need to bring in. Right now we've got Cody against the ropes over the other side. Cody. Big. Oh, Javon goes down. Here's Logan. Went with that buckshot lariat. I don't care what you think about Logan and his antics. Okay, Heyman's out there as well at the moment. So Logan is back into this. Imagine if Logan eliminated Cody. I would be shocked, said Dr. Luchalala. Jab's coming in there by Cody. Cody went for that bionic elbow. Logan blocked it. Cody goes down. We're counting down. Next person about to come out. Next person about to emerge. Is it going to be Randy or is it going to be LA Knight? There's only 2 left. It is LA Knight. Oh, Wade Barrett is excited. He said his loins are a-tingling. LA Knight getting in there, going after... Shots coming in there by LA Knight. LA Knight and Logan going at it right now. Javon down. Cody just gets knocked down. LA Knight colliding into Logan. Kick his ass, LA, said DB. Kick his ass. Right now we got LA kicking Logan out the ring. He's going to hurl him into the side of the chamber. Down goes Logan. Into the pod goes Logan. LA Knight has got Logan over the other side. Hard into the pod. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Do it again. Do it again, LA Knight. LA Knight goes into the pod quite hard this time. Logan smashes LA Knight into the chamber. Logan is climbing up. Logan is on top of the chamber pods. Javon is climbing up. Logan with a shot, another shot coming in. LA Knight is going up. This is probably setting up for like some crazy spot right now. I mean, Javon on top of the pod is quite exciting. Just throw him anywhere. Chuck him anywhere. Do whatever you want with him. Right now, Logan gets thrown. He landed on Cody and Trick, unfortunately. Okay, what is LA Knight and Javon going to do, though? Right now, they're on top of the pod, still battling away. BFT on top of the pod there by LA Knight to Javon. So we just had a BFT. I love how a bunch of these spots are just beating up Logan. It is honestly making this an all-time match. This is very quickly becoming my favourite match of all time. Okay, we're counting down. We got one more person to come in. Rob said Logan's got a practical use as a throwable projectile. I knew there was a reason why we signed him. Randy is getting in. He's going after big clothesline. Down goes Trick. Another clothesline. Javon has stayed on top of the pod. Javon has stayed on top of the pod. So, definitely think that he is just kind of still selling that BFT so that people don't kind of think about him being up there. And then I'm guessing he's going to do something quite spectacular. Trick Williams goes down. Logan gets chucked around again. Love that. RKO chants from the crowds. So everyone is in and no one has been eliminated. Randy has got Trick. He's got Logan. He's looking for a double draping DDT. Bang. Hits it. Gets it. Heyman on the outside watching on. Theory on the outside watching on. People in the crowd are doing this to Randy. Randy is going to that place. He seemed to point over to Javon there momentarily. I'm not sure why. Okay, now we've got LA Knight. Big boot coming in. DDT there by LA Knight. Randy down. Randy down. Javon is still on top of that pod. Something crazy is going to go down with Javon. He's starting to get up to his feet a little bit, isn't he? He's starting to move a little bit. It's all eyes. This camera angle is making sure that we can see Javon. Here we go. This is going to be a big spot. Javon's trying to get the crowd all fired up here. Shooting star from up there. No, frog splash! Frog splash off the top of the pod there by Javon. And Logan comes in, picks up. That did not go well. Javon is eliminated. Ouch, says J14. Is he okay? I think he's still holding his head there. That was bad. Javon's gone. That looked bad. That did look bad. Okay, I don't know what Logan's finisher is called, but I mean, there's been a miscommunication there, and he landed super awkward from that. Is that a burning hammer? By LA Knight on Cody. Shoulder is up. What? No, yeah. Ref double check into. Kick out. Kick out. I gotta be honest. I mean, I think the frog splash on the top of the pod is nice, but it's not like mind-blowingly amazing, you know? I mean, I don't want to say I expected a bit more out of Javon. I don't mean like generally. I just mean like a big spot. You know, something really mind-blowingly crazy. Perhaps that's just unfair to put onto a 21-year-old. I mean, he did a frog splash, and that was fine off the top of the pod, and then got absolutely murked with that Logan finisher. Okay, Randy is down. He just had a concussion weeks ago. He's probably got another one now, said Cactus Jack. Probably. LA Knights. Oh, he slipped. Oh no, LA Knight just slipped. Oh my God. What is this? What is this? The botch chamber. Elimination botch. Blimmin' hell. LA Knight. Oh, that's so embarrassing, isn't it? When you're in that position and you go, you know, you do your thing, LA Knight. I mean, that's the one moment where you've got everyone looking at you. Everyone's looking at you. And you're like, And if you're going to slip, you don't want to slip in that moment. Oh, my God. That's like the worst point to slip. He slips on the rope and doesn't deliver the move. Listen, it happens. This is wrestling. It's not ballet, but to come moments after that Javon botch as well. And then just when you're like, oh, how can this get any worse? Logan eliminates LA Knight. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So a slip by... Oh, a poke there by Randy. If anyone's going to get us back on track, it's going to be Randy. Javon has hobbled his way out of this thing. LA Knight has slipped off the top rope, and then he's been eliminated. And right now, the person looking best in this match is Logan Paul. We are facing a nightmare scenario right now. Trick Williams is still in there, though. Randy is still in there. Cody is still in there. He goes for the trick shot. Logan picks up Trick Williams. He takes the rough landing. Crossroads. Into a Crossroads. Connects. Crossroads. Logan with Cody. Cody in the corner. 1, 2. Logan pins Trick Williams. Logan pins Trick Williams. Oh my God. The undeniable MVP is Logan Paul, says Wade. Okay. Williams, Knight, and Evans have all been eliminated by Logan. This is horrible. We need the masked dude, said Neil. Well, we do have the masked dudes. Okay, the masked guy is back. That door is open as well. Why is the masked guy trying to climb up from the outside? Where's he trying to go? So we have got a masked person. They're being taken away. That door is still open right now. Okay, we've got another reveal. It's another mystery person. That's probably going to be revealed to be another of Seth Rollins' cronies. Okay, but there's one. We had another mystery person. They've been unmasked. Trick Williams is still struggling actually to get out of the chamber. I hope he's okay. I didn't see anything or any reason as to why he should be suffering, but here we go. We got another mystery person. Oh my God. Chicago is just full of mystery people. But yeah, the chamber was open. Kick coming in. Against the ropes. Curb. Bang. I mean, is it? Is it Seth? It's certainly Seth's moveset. 1, 2, 3. Punk has been eliminated. Okay, I think this person is going to reveal themselves. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. It is Seth. It is Seth. It is Seth. And I think that is obviously the real reveal. The mystery person that was unveiled on SmackDown was one of Seth's students. My guess is that person that just got led away is another of Seth's students. And that person that just eliminated Logan from the chamber is Seth Rollins himself. So Seth is back. And I wonder what this means for WrestleMania. I wonder what this means for Mania, because obviously he wants to get his hands on Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker is the one that took him out, but we know that Bron Breakker's not around at the moment. So I wonder what the plans are for Seth at Mania. But there we go, Seth Rollins has been that mystery man. So that's one mystery done. We've sorted out the crates. We've sorted out the mystery man. We just need to know who attacked Jay now and who attacked Jacob. And we also need to know who's going to win the men's elimination chamber. Oh, Drew! Oh my God! Can someone close that door? Blimey now! Drew is in there. Big shots coming in by Cody. Jeez Louise. Drew battling away with Cody. Cody's being beaten down right now. Randy Orton is coming over. Randy Orton grabbing Drew. RKO into a crossroads. Into an RKO. Randy. 1, 2, 3. Randy wins. Randy Orton has won the chamber. Damn, no way. I love how that played out. So many moving parts. That's really good. The end of this chamber is really good. Randy Orton is going to WrestleMania, and it seems like we've got ourselves a fatal four-way. I mean, at the moment, it's going to be Drew versus Randy, but the rumor mill has said that Cody and Jacob are going to find their way into that match as well. So, looks like it could be a fatal four-way at WrestleMania. Randy wins. I gotta be honest with you, did not see that coming at all. Did not see that coming. I love it. I love the end of this match. Drew getting in there, Seth being revealed. Bonkers. Crazy. Yeah, I'm very, very satisfied with that. Crazy, man. Seth revealed as the mystery man. And then Drew gets involved. Randy capitalizes. And, yeah, I think that was a really fun finish to this thing. Bang, RKO to you. You've been dealt with. Crossroads to you. You've been extra dealt with. And that's unfortunate. Sorry, friend. Sorry, friend. I mean, to be honest, Cody would have done the exact same thing to Randy as well, you know? That's great. I love the ending to that match. Randy is pointing up at the WrestleMania sign. Let's go with match scores, shall we? Tracy said, I could see Cody going heel. WrestleMania is going to be awesome, said Bobster. Theory's the only one that's not been hit. I think I really do like the finish to that match. There's Cody's hair. It's sticking up a little bit. It looks like Guile in real life. Whoa. The Elimination post-show is coming up. Dad Stuff said, Days, it's the start of a new era. It's the start of a new era. Well, I'm sure Triple H is going to tell us about that. Cody didn't have it won. He had one more opponent and he let himself get distracted, says Rob. He did. He did. I mean, I do think back to the qualifying match when Sammy was trying to deal with Drew and Cody capitalized. And I mean, Cody made that point to Sammy, didn't he? You know, this is why you've probably not been champion so far, because you've got to capitalize on these moments. So, I mean, there's absolutely nothing Cody can say about what's just happened. I mean, he's just had happen to him what he did to Sammy in the qualifier. So, hey, listen, that's the way it goes, you know. Randy was constantly switched on. He was in the right place at the right time. He was locked in. And fair play to him. Fair play. He got the job done. So I don't hate on that. I quite enjoyed that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, run! I was hyped. I did like it. I did like it. Get your votes in. I'll get to your comments in a second. The show has just concluded and they've gone to the post-show. Okay. Days, would you rate this show out of 10? I'm thinking it's like a 7 before the main event, but 625. The main event and the finish gives it a 7. I don't know. I think it's a tricky one, to be honest. I mean, I think the opening match for me is fine. I mean, it's not spectacular. It's inoffensive. It was it was great. I mean, you lot said it was great 70. I think that's fine. That might be towards the upper end of what I would have scored it. I think it's worthy of being great. But had you lot said great 62, something like that, I could have gone with that. Great 70 is probably the upper end of what I'd be willing to go to. So I think that score is very fair. And it was good. It was a solid opener, but I don't know that it was, mind-blowing or anything. But Rhea getting the win, I didn't expect. Everyone knows I thought it was going to be Tiffany. So, okay, goods. Not down on it. Then we went to AJ Becky, and we get a new champion. You lot said that was great 58. I think that's a very fair score. I think it was a bit off in places, because of the fact that AJ just hasn't had a match in 11 years, which is understandable. Crowd a little bit quiet in a few places as well. And crowd actually a bit quiet throughout the night, actually. But great 58. Okay, I think that's a good score from the community. CM Punk, Finn Balor. Yeah, you lot said that this was just goods, and probably agree, actually. I kind of feel like... But I think it was going to be hard, because I don't think anyone really gave Finn Balor a chance in that match. And so I think it was going to be hard to make it seem believable that Finn Balor was going to be able to get the victory. And, they couldn't do it. They couldn't find a way of making us believe that Finn Balor was going to get it. And so, yeah, CM Punk won. Match was okay. I suppose really up until this point, you got a few talking points. Rhea wins. AJ Lee wins. Then we get to the crate. Now, that's going to divide opinion, right? I mean, bad 44 is really bad. I don't hate it. I can't, because we'd been talking about, what would be in the crate. And I said, for me, I think the thing I'm probably most expecting is Danhausen. And considering it could be something to do with a sponsorship, considering Pat could have come bursting out of the crate, considering what the alternatives were, I'll take Danhausen. I'm quite interested to see how they're going to present him. And actually, he just came out with a load of women. There was a song that was playing. He went over and took some teeth to Michael Cole. Michael was like, what the hell's this? I mean, Danhausen is going to be wacky, comedy. I'm sort of interested to find out more. And I'm interested to see how they're going to present him. I'm interested to see how they're going to use him. So I'm not down on it. I know a lot of you are, the majority of you are, nearly 50% of you said it was bad. So I hear you, right? Your comments have not fallen on deaf ears. But I'm not down on it. I'm not down on it. I said before I'd be all right if it was him, and I was all right. I found the segments to be fine, entertaining. The women that were coming down dancing away. He was dancing away. I thought that he was about to say something. And then, of course, they cut him off before he got a chance to say anything. Lights went out and he was gone. So I'm quite interested to tune in on Monday and find out a bit more about him, how we're going to use him, how does he fit into the roster? Is he going to be advertised? I don't know. Then we get to that. So if you're about 675 at that point, yeah, that might not be unfair. Then, honestly, the main event was just sort of there for a large part. I was not blown away by Javon. I mean, he's amazing. And we take him for granted. But, I mean, if you've been watching him in NXT, there's not really anything that you've just seen there that you've not seen before. I suppose what we were looking for was, like, some sort of defining moment for Javon from this match. Like, some sort of big moment. And really, there was a frog splash off the top of the pod, and that was it. And then the way he gets eliminated is pretty brutal. And then you get the LA Knight slip, and it's like, oh my God, what's happening here? And then, we end up with kind of a pretty crazy finale. I mean, I really like the end to this match. I really like the mystery person being revealed, and it's not Seth, but it's probably one of his students. Then another mystery person. This time it is Seth. So Seth's back now. So that's big. Then Drew gets involved. Logan gets eliminated, and obviously Randy capitalizes, and it's just pretty bonkers for end of a main event, I think. and another winner I was not expecting. So I didn't actually do a predictions video for this technically. If I had, I'd have been a mile off. So I didn't do a prediction video, but it doesn't mean that I don't like it. I mean, I really like Randy. Randy's going to be in a main event at WrestleMania. I love that. We don't know how much longer we've got Randy around for, so I love the fact he's going to be in a main event again. It's been too long. Been way too long that we've had him on the back burner. So Randy in a main event, can't be down on that. Rhea against Jade is probably the best match you could ask for. So both the chamber winners I'm definitely here for. AJ winning, not down on it. Nice little moment where she's won and Punk's won, and that's great. Danhausen in the crate I'm not down on. I think I'm in the 7s. I feel like the more I'm talking, the more I'm like, I don't really know what I'm scoring down. I mean, the Punk and Balor match I think was the worst match of the night. I think that was the worst match of the night. It was still watchable. It was still fine. Crowd could have been a bit more energetic. I mean, there's nothing here that compares to Cena last year, but I don't think we went into this expecting that. I didn't go into it expecting that. I didn't go into this expecting we were going to get anything on that scale. I think that would have been a bit crazy from an expectation point of view, you know? So, yeah, we got a fair bit out of that main event. We got the return of Seth. So we've got the Mystery Man proper reveal. We've got a bit of a surprise winner that I think people will be happy with. People love Randy. Drew trying to get involved. So, you know, Cody gets screwed again, just like Jacob got screwed in his second qualifier. So this is why you can see a path for Cody and Jacob, because they've both been screwed by Drew. In fact, if anything, Randy is Johnny come lately to this party. So, yeah, that's why it feels like a fatal four-way. So, yeah, I don't mind it. I suppose I'm kind of talking myself into not a bad score in the end. Days, you should watch the post show. Yeah, I probably should. You're probably right, but I need to do our breakdown, so I need to go and do that. Nick Aldis has announced that Drew is going to defend his championship against Cody on Friday. So looks like Cody is going to get his. I wonder if Cody actually. Wonder if he wins the belt back there. No, said Drew Cody Friday. Thank you, buds. So, Drew, Cody, Friday. Nick Aldis is irate at Drew. That's fine. We can chuck all that in the post show. Okay. It's going down on the post show. If Aldis wants to get in the ring again, I won't be opposed to it. He still looks ripped. Dej, you're right, says Big Tony Khan. Always keep expectations low. Yeah, I think keeping expectations low is the right thing to do. I think certainly coming into this show, I mean, I was really just looking for a show that I was entertained by, a show that it felt like I wasn't wasting my Saturday night with. I feel like this show gave me that. And I'm sure there's many people out there that are going to disagree. I'm sure there's many people out there that were looking for something bigger than what we got tonight. But I don't know, I just got two winners that I wasn't expecting that I do like for the Chambers, which sets up a better looking WrestleMania card in my opinion. I don't mind Danhausen coming in. AJ beats Becky. Becky's crash out is going to be a lot of fun. We revealed who the masked man was. Yeah. Fine. Good. I don't understand why Drew is going after Cody. He won the belt, said Darren. Well, I mean, to be honest, that's Drew's fault, isn't it? We made that same criticism when Drew went after Cody at Saturday night's main event. He went after him at Saturday night's main event, and that was the point we were making. Why is Drew going after Cody and Jacob at Saturday night's main event? All he's doing is he's keeping those two in his orbits. You know, all he's doing is he's kind of keeping himself involved with them, and he couldn't help himself, could he? He couldn't help himself. I mean, he's gone after Jacob, and he's tried to mess up Jacob's qualifying. He's gone after Cody during his qualifying. He's come after him again here, and, at some point it was going to backfire. And, well, I don't know if Drew's going to see this as having backfired. But, well, he's going to have to face Randy, which is not going to be an easy task at the moment. And now he's got that match on Friday. It's quite clever, that, actually, because if there's anyone watching this, that don't normally tune in, all of a sudden you've said to them, don't miss SmackDown this Friday. We're going to do a big championship match. And listen, the last time the belt changed hands was on SmackDown, earlier this year on January. Maybe they change it back. Perhaps this is where Cody gets his belt back. Perhaps we're looking at, and if Cody wins, it'll be Cody Randy. Mates. Now I'm here for that match. I'm here for that. I'm here for Cody Randy. But we expect Drew to be involved and stay involved. We expect Jacob to be involved and to stay involved. So it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Right now, I expect the Fatal 4-Way at WrestleMania. That's what I expect. Tiffany's got a broken nose, says Mr. Unfamiliar. Have they just said that on the post show? Yeah, it was mentioned earlier that she had made some comments about that. Days, you know me. I call it down the middle. I'm going to give it -4. Wow, very good. Straight down the middle. David said Monday is going to be cool. Big Time said, I would say that did not. I would say the PLEs didn't light the world on fire as far as match quality goes. There were some moments, some good stuff, some bad stuff. I don't ever feel like I've wasted my time. That's good. Randy has an amazing first name, says Randy. What about Danhausen in the Wyatt Six? I think is too comedy. Plus, I think that group's big enough anyway. A Fatal 4-Way main event at Mania would be huge, says Davids. College Learn said, what about... Okay, we answered that one. Kelly said Becky didn't tap. She was patting AJ for a job well done. Oh, is that what she's claiming, is it? I could see her saying that. John said maybe Cody loses to Drew, doesn't have a match at Mania, shows up and turns heel, says John. Dilly Dilly said low-key, this confirms that Randy attacked Jacob. Oh, think so. Interesting. NGE Brand, thank you, my friend. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Interesting. I enjoyed the show, says Brony. Now it's time to focus on WrestleMania and Mania only. The Bean Screwed said Danhausen can do things, but he isn't a main eventer. He'll be a lower mid-carder, and he'll be a comedy act like R-Truth. The Eradicator, Rhea Ripley, and the Viper Randy are in the Chamber winners. Congrats, says Kai Mare. Kelly said it's about a 7 for me. I think that's very fair. Robbie said 6-pack challenge. Cody, Randy, Jacob, Drew, Sammy, Alistair. Randy has still got an Alistair issue. Sammy and Jacob still have a Drew problem. Perhaps it is just chuck them all in. Yes. Just chuck them all in and may the best man win. Ronnie said Cody did this to himself. He only focused on the WWE title and he can't go to the back of the line. Is so big. He needs to back away from the titles. Why though? Cody isn't going to want to. Why would Cody ever want to back away from the titles? He's worked so hard to finish his story. He's one of their top merch sellers, one of their biggest stars. Like, why would he... Why in kayfabe, why would he go, I'm going to walk away from the title now? Like, no one wants to do that. So why is Cody wrong for not doing that? I don't understand. I don't understand the logic of that. Cody finally wins the belt 2 years ago at WrestleMania 40. And listen, I'm in agreement. It's been flat. I'm in agreement, right? But I would just point to how bad a lot of the booking was in 2025, that I'd be like, don't you think that the same creative team that gave you 2025, don't you think they bear a little bit of responsibility for how poor Cody's title reign was? The same team that booked Cody is the same team that gave you 2025, and we know that was not great. We know the Vision weren't booked brilliantly. We know that the Wyatt Six weren't booked brilliantly. We know that Tiffany's title run went stale. Like, you know what I mean? They tried to put the belt on Jey Uso last year, and we all saw how that worked out. So I'm sort of like, I don't know, man. I don't know why Cody has to back away from the title. I think the truth is there's people out there that just don't like him and they just don't want him to be around the title. But I can't really make an argument in kayfabe as to why he should back away from the title. No one else is doing that. It's Brent again said, where can I find a crate full of women? Well, give Danhausen a call. He might have another one. He might have another crate. Christopher said 7. It was a great main event and a great ending, but the rest was a bit mids. Don't get me started on Danhausen. We're going to get a 4-way at Mania. Cody, Jacob, Randy, Drew, says Christopher. I need to go anyway. I need to get this breakdown done. But let's get the score, shall we? So 48, 26. Actually, you lot did not. You was not down on this too much. It's actually come in as probably the strongest match of the night, you know. Great 74. Our main event got great 74. Women's Chamber got great 70. I think that ending has really pushed it over the edge. The crate got bad 44. You was not thrilled with that. Tony said the whole Danhausen segment was a total embarrassment. Do you know what is embarrassing? Just at the very end of the stream, my camera has froze. So there we go. We have literally run this stream to the point where the technology is actually failing. And if it's gonna freeze, I'm okay with it freezing. With me in such thoughtful mode. I mean, look at that right there. I look like the thinking emoji. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. That is a brand new Days emoji that's going to be hitting the market very, very soon. That is Days thinking emoji. So, yes, we have literally run this stream to the point where technology itself can no longer continue. So, with technology tapping out, I am going to tap out as well. So, I'll be back in a second. Wow, in about 9 minutes or so, and we'll do like the breakdown. So big thank you to everyone that's joined us. I'm going to ask for the feedback right now. By the way, you are hearing my thoughts. As you can see, I'm not actually talking right now. I'm deep in thoughts. So what you can hear right now is inside my mind. Boobs, 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 pizza, pizza. Haribo, boobs, boobs, boobs. That's pretty much what I think about. That's pretty much it. Oh, I need to put the feedback up now. Let me just put the feedback up. Okay, let me just type this out. What did you think about Elimination Chamber? Boobs, 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 boobs. Danhausen. Boobs, boobs. There we go. Sunny says boobs. Wrestling Void said, Days, that is your thinking emoji. It is. And do you know what? I do it so well. I do it so well. Okay, thank you for joining us. Really do appreciate it. And don't forget, we will be back on Monday for Raw. So we'll continue our wrestling conversation on Monday. We'll continue our wrestling conversation in about 7 minutes when we do the breakdown. But yeah, hope you got something from this show. Really do appreciate it. And Joe said Drew versus Cody for the title on SmackDown. Thank you, my friends. Trent said it's crazy to think that maybe Cody beats Drew for the title. Then we get Randy Cody at Mania. Then we get Oldest Drew at Mania. Oldest Drew would be mental. If we do get Oldest Drew, that will be such a mental match. That would be great. I'd be so here for that. And Jared said, Days, Nick Aldis and Drew nearly had a fight on the pre-show. Well, I mean, listen, if that's what they do, if they do Randy Cody, I am so here for it, right? I'd love that match. I think there's so much history to dig into. And if they do Drew versus Nick Aldis, oh, I'm so here for that as well. So I'd love it if it goes that way. But, yeah, not heard any chatter about that at this stage. So let's not get too excited for something that I'm not sure we're going to get. But there we go. Wrestling Void, boobs, shout out to you. Thank you, my friends. Appreciate it.